Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Obito Sensei in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Obito Sensei Chapter 68 does their best to pick their battles, even if they may fail. Though there would always be some disagreement about whether the devastation of Omegakuur marked the first day of the Fourth Shinobi War or merely the very dramatic prelude, almost all those with the benefit of hindsight would agree that the initial battles which defined the war took place 3 days later, on April 16 in the Land of Frost. It was a quietly bloody Monday when shinobi of the Hidden Cloud and soldiers of the Land of Lightning began pouring into the country. They rushed over the border and were initially unimpeded by the large mountain ranges that had separated Frost and its neighbors for nearly 200 years. They were joined by several groups of Cloud shinobi that had already infiltrated the country in the preceding weeks, and both invading forces began the process of taking over the country. It was projected to be, at worst, the work of about a week. Frost was dramatically smaller than the Land of Lightning, with a limited professional army and less than 100 shinobi at the service of its daimyo, a younger woman named Koikdame Deo, who had inherited the position from her ailing father after her elder brother had died in a boating accident, which many supposed to not be an accident. Thus, the Land of Lightning was confident the country could be seized simply by intimidating local leaders and lesser government officials into swearing fealty to Lightning, as well as locking down trade routes and ports to cripple the country's economy and pressure both its leaders and citizens into a quick surrender. Naturally, it was also critical to this plan that they would quickly kill, imprison, or bribe the shinobi that were native to Frost and would present a troublesome guerrilla force. It was also necessary to imprison the daimyo for her own good, so as to keep dangerous revolutionary ideologies from influencing her until she could be convinced to govern Lightning's new mineral-wealthy province on their behalf. However, Cloud's shinobi were not the only ones that had been entering the country undeclared in the weeks before. Early on the 16th, Cloud Ninja, which had infiltrated the daimyo's estate, ambushed and attempted to kidnap her. 3 of them were cut down in as many seconds. Their killer was an 18-year-old shinobi named Kojuro, Mist's sole remaining legendary swordsman, who had been sent with instructions to protect and conceal the daimyo at any cost. He went about his mission with nervous professionalism, and Frost's daimyo was spirited away to one of the Hidden Mist's countless coastal hideouts, not to be discovered for the duration of the war. For obvious reasons, this presented complications to the Land of Lightning's plans for a swift conquest, but it was at first perceived as a temporary roadblock because both the daimyo's court and the village hidden in the clouds did not understand, or initially believe, the true level of the Hidden Mist's involvement in Frost. They had both been under the impression that Mist was a fragile village, which was not true, and that its shinobi had been sufficiently depleted by civil war, mass defections, and rising criminality in the Land of Water, which was somewhat true, that it would not be able to pick a fight with a superior neighbor simply to avoid sharing a coastal border even if it wanted to. Which it definitely would not, since it was common knowledge that Cloud would crush Mist in a war. This common knowledge did not prevent Mei Terumi from dispatching 50 elite jonin, with each commanding a mixed squad of 10 battle-hardened shinobi. This was a commitment of 550 experienced ninja, nearly half of the Hidden Mist's reliable fighting force of ninja that had either experienced war firsthand or been on multiple A-rank missions where conflict with other shinobi was expected. They departed with simple commands. You have free reign. Pick your battles. Lightning has always expanded like this, and now they are using the Hidden Cloud to do it. After Frost, the Land of Water will be next. Fight with safety as your first concern and savagery as your second. Make them bleed, show them that Kirigakuur cannot be ignored. Emboldened by a generous contract given by the Land of Water and their Mizukage's words, Mist's shinobi wasted little time. They were vicious masters of the art of ambushing, and repulsed Cloud from the southern settlements of the country before the invaders could understand the scale of the counter-attack that was occurring. Whether by serendipity or because of some level of collusion, shinobi from the Nation of Rain arrived mere hours after this southern assault had begun, pouring in from the west after carefully circling around the Land of Fire. They were led by one of the Omekage, Konan, and numbered about 1100 ninja, twice that of Mist's commitment. Rain's ninja quickly broke open hasty blockades on the country's main travel routes and routed Lightning's soldiers before they could begin to settle in, throwing Cloud's shinobi into a retreat as their commanders realized too late that not only had the Chakra Cannon's alpha strike not sufficiently humbled the Hidden Rain, but that the attack on Frost had broken open 2 deadly hornets' nests simultaneously. So, by the end of the 16th of April, a country that had less than 100 shinobi in it at the start of the week was now hosting slightly more than 3,000, and blood had begun to spill across the land. ####. Though she didn't know it, Sakura Harino was meeting her former sensei for a late lunch at around the same time that Cloud's head of operations, C, was giving a general retreat and reorganization order to his ninja in the Land of Frost. They didn't choose a restaurant. Sakura grabbed a hamburger from a food cart, while Obito picked up a teriyaki bowl nearby. They sat down next to each other on one of the public benches that lined many of Konoha's avenues and ate in awkward silence for several minutes, garnering a couple curious looks from passers-by but otherwise written off as two ninja enjoying the sunny, warm weather and each other's company. Sakura was the first to break the silence, putting down the third of a burger she had remaining and glancing over at her teacher. "Sorry I yelled at you," she said, and Obito shrugged, setting aside his bowl. "When you came over." They hadn't talked since that disaster. "Don't worry about it," he said, which was precisely what Sakura was doing, so his words didn't help at all. He might as well have said stop thinking. Her gaze was drawn again and again to the medical eye patch over his left eye. It hadn't been there before, and she wasn't sure why it was now. "He doesn't trust you anymore. He's writing you off." "I am worried about it, Sensei," she said, gripping her hands together. "No matter what's happened, that wasn't fair of me. You just wanted to talk, and I..." She laughed. "I wasn't in the mood, but that didn't make it okay." She looked up at the blue sky, wondering if this should have been harder but glad that it wasn't. "I know you're scared I'm going to run back to Rain. Everyone else is too." "You tried once already," Obito pointed out, and she nodded. "Yeah. I felt desperate," she admitted. She still felt desperate, felt like she was a coward who had abandoned people who needed her, and was torn between the two great terrors of not being somewhere she needed to be and of being seen as unreliable. "But that was something I did without thinking. I didn't understand how much me leaving with Naruto and Sasuke had hurt people." She hesitated. "And gotten you hurt. I was selfish." "That's a bit strong," Obito suggested, and Sakura shook her head. "I want to start over," she said. "You're running away from your responsibilities." "I would be really proud to have you as a teacher again," she said, trying to ignore her own poisonous thoughts. "I have to figure out how to live with everything I saw over there, and live here again. Otherwise, I feel like I'm going to go crazy." "Plenty of shinobi go crazy, Sakura. There's not much shame in it." "Hell, look at Guy," Obito said as he leaned back against the bench, and Sakura coughed up a laugh. "You know what I mean," she said with a grimace, and her sensei nodded with a bitter look. "Yeah. I do," he admitted. "But unfortunately, I don't think I have any grand advice for you." A sigh, which Sakura didn't know how to take. "No matter what, I'd be proud to have you as a student again. If you want to start over we can do that, but I don't think it's necessary. Life is about taking everything that comes your way, one way or another. You're always going to be the sum of your experiences." "But what if they're bad experiences?" Sakura asked, only now realizing that Obito sounded different than she remembered. It was her first chance to talk with him with a clear head, and she found herself looking him over, analyzing him. He was more relaxed, she thought, and less terse. After what she'd heard about how he'd been treated she had expected the obvious, but the year had changed the both of them. It helped her calm down, though she didn't fully understand why. Obito pursed his lips, glancing over at her. "For most ninja, they are," he said frankly. He turned more fully to face her, propping on leg sideways on the bench as the wind rustled their hair. "I'm not trying to make this a competition, Sakura, when I say I've been through some terrible things. You've probably got me beat with what happened in a Megakure, but my life has taught me some lessons." "He's dismissing your experiences." He smiled, a little too sadly for her taste. "You're right to look at what you have in Konoha. You're lucky, in a lot of ways. You have a family who desperately loves you, who was overjoyed to see you come back. You've made friends everywhere you've gone, for better or worse, because you're likable and humble and stand up for others and what you believe in, and people can see and admire that. Naruto and Sasuke, and Ino, Hinata, Shikamaru, Tenten, and the rest of your class, even after you defected, they would still do anything for you. It sounds like Rain has plenty of people like that too, maybe even among the Omekage with how they treated you. You are betraying them. I'm betraying them, Sakura said, and Obito shook his head. I am. I left them behind when they needed help, when they've got the most dangerous hidden village in the world trying to destroy them. Even if I know I have to stay here, for now, that's how I feel. It's like with Haku. It's my fault he's... Her voice hitched, and she couldn't finish the sentence. Sakura closed her eyes and tried to crush her grief as it pushed up against her, threatening to burst out. She heard Obito shift. That wasn't your fault, he said, his voice flat. It was my fault, she said, struggling to keep her voice as steady as his. He fell. I missed him. If I'd caught him, we'd both have been okay. It's true. You failed him. It's your fault Haku is dead, and if you don't do what needs to be done so many more deaths will burden you. Obito didn't speak for several seconds, and Sakura kept her eyes shut and tried to breathe deeply to keep herself from crying. She was sick to death of tears. Her eyes ached, the inside near the nose feeling like a sunburn. Even after 2 showers, she still felt like there was burned blood sticking to her skin. I told you that Kakashi died back in the last war, Obito said, in a tone that made it clear he thought the last war hadn't been the last war, and Sakura nodded. That was my fault. So let me be clear, Sakura. She opened her eyes to find Obito staring at her, eyes narrow. If Haku's dead, it wasn't your fault. Obito saved Kakashi, and got his arm broken for his trouble, and then Kakashi saved him, and got crushed. Not her voice, Rin's, from an age ago. She stared back, suddenly extremely aware of the gap in experience, in years, and in heartache. Obito's best friend had died right in front of him when he was younger than her, his parents and brother not too many years after. He'd lost other friends in the war too, and Sakura was sure many of those deaths were burned everlasting into his Sharingan. The desperation he'd fought with to protect her and Naruto and Sasuke was hard-earned. But she couldn't let go of the feeling that easily. Sakura dropped her head and muttered to herself, ashamed of her childishness. I'm betraying them, she repeated, and Obito grunted. You're not betraying them, he said firmly. They're big boys and girls. They can handle themselves. If they need help, they will ask you for it. They'll ask us for it. He looked back to the street. Yahiko has agreed to meet with Sensei in a couple days at Mount Miyaboku. Sakura's heart picked up. Really? She asked, her chest pounding. The Hokage and the Omekage. A little cage summit all their own, Obito confirmed. Jiraiya Sensei will be there too. If I were Yahiko, I'd be doing it to ask the Yellow Flash to work with me to kick the shit out of the people who bombed my home. He hesitated. I don't want you to see war, Sakura, but honestly, we're past that point. And some wars can be necessary, Sakura finished, and Obito nodded. I've been thinking about that, Sensei. I've been thinking about that a lot since we got back. I've been wondering about that, he said. Since you managed to get into the Akatsuki and all. It must have been jarring to go from that to, well, what happened? He frowned, trailing off. I only got to attend one meeting, Sakura said with a laugh, because really, it was pretty funny. She was sure she was the only person ever to only go to one Akatsuki meeting. They ended it with a good toast. She raised what was left of her burger in a salute. Towards peace. Her arm dropped, and she took a perfunctory bite. And I know it's stupid to say, oh, these are my beliefs now, like they'll be set in stone forever, but I think that's where I've ended up after being so. She bared her teeth despite herself. Angry. Hatred. You're filled with hatred. It's scraping away everything unnecessary and revealing the truth underneath. Where, exactly? Obito said with genuine interest, and Sakura shrugged. That if you're doing something, you should do it with the idea of moving towards peace, she said. Ultimately, anyway. Obviously fighting a war for the sake of peace sounds ridiculous. I said something like that at the meeting to Kimimaro. Obito cocked his head. One of the Akatsuki's commanders, Kimimaro Kagaya. Oh, yeah. Obito snapped his fingers. Bone guy. Sure. Sakura had no idea what that meant. Anyway, he told me that shinobi make war as naturally as they breathe, she said, imitating his flat voice. Which, to him, meant that war was inevitable but needed to be directed. And you're saying, in this case, it should be directed towards justice. Obito said. Sakura couldn't decide if he sounded dubious or not, but she nodded nonetheless. It sounds sensible enough to me. When Kimimaro said that, I told him I was more interested in preventing war outright, Sakura said, looking down. But I didn't realize what that would mean. Not then. It's not naive, if that's what you're saying. Obito gave her a curious look as he reassured her, and Sakura shook her head. That's not what I meant. She hesitated. Would he help you? He's the strongest ninja you know. He might be your only hope. How so? I realized in Rain that the only way to prevent violence was by deterrence, Sakura said. The only reliable way, anyway. You can't trust that someone won't go insane and kill thousands of people just because they're living a different kind of life. Not now, probably not ever. So to keep that from happening, you need to be able to hit them before they can hit you, and so hard that they can't even think of attacking you in the first place, because doing so would be the end. She stared at the tiles and the cracks between them, tracking a lost ant. That's why the villages have Jinchuriki, and why there have been 3 wars already but no one's been wiped out or absorbed yet. Because the tailed beasts keep the balance. She finally looked over at Obito, and her stomach dropped. He didn't look interested. He looked disturbed. Was it because she was talking about what Ataka was planning? Sakura found she didn't really care, she kept going. But if one group had all the Baijiryu, they couldn't be challenged. That would be the ultimate weapon, she finished. I guess Cloud's cannon serves a similar purpose, but it's not enough, because it didn't kill Rain in one shot. 9-tailed beasts though, nothing could stop that. She remembered riding atop the Nanabe, seeing the world rush by as Ataka commanded it to erase waterfall as easily as she could step on the ant scurrying near her foot. Nothing is a dangerous word, Obito said. Sakura couldn't read him. It's easy to slap down and declare that the end of it, it can blind you to what lies beyond. Do you think there's anything that could stand up to all the tailed beasts, sensei? Sakura asked rhetorically, and Obito didn't immediately answer. I'm not sure, he said, and Sakura frowned. He's hiding something from you. Do you think I'm wrong? She said, and this time he didn't hesitate. I think you've put some thought into this, he said, standing up and taking his food with him. Sakura, startled, almost leaving what was left of hers behind as she rose to follow him. He started meandering down the street and she pushed to his side, ignoring the occasional look of recognition she got from those she passed. And to be honest, I haven't. I've been looking inward while you looked outward, I think. He looked over at her. I can't say you're right or wrong, Sakura, only that putting all the power in one group's hands could probably end in just as great a disaster as what it would try to prevent. There's no perfect solution, so long as you know that, I've got faith in you to try and do the right thing. I know that, sensei, Sakura said. She'd been ready for an argument, but Obito's kindness had shot her down more swiftly than harsh words ever could have, and filled her with doubt once again. She trailed after him, trying to find something to say that wouldn't feel pointless. What do you mean by looking inward? Trying to figure out who I am, Obito said with a laugh. I realized after you left that I was pretty much just a killing machine since I was, well, your age. Great for the village, not so great for me. I refuse to be a tool. A weapon, Sakura muttered, and Obito heard her. Yup, he said. So I started making changes. Picked my own missions, got a summoning contract with the Toads. He paused as they turned, following a road Sakura half remembered and passing by a series of grocery stores, souvenir shops, and laundromats. Asked Rin out. Finally. Sakura burst out, all her bitterness and sorrow vanishing for a moment of rude glee. Obito flinched. Sorry, but that was so painful to watch. Naruto and Sasuke talked about it behind your back all the time, you know. I learned half of what I know about you from them gossiping when we first teamed up. Yeah, seems like everyone was doing that, her sensei groused. Sakura giggled as he continued. Too bad no one bothered to talk to me about it. We thought you knew what you were doing. Sakura said, trying to defend her friends. How could you not? How could I not? Obito echoed with a grin as they passed out of the thicker part of the village and onto a thinner, forested path. Guess you were already ahead of me in at least one place, Sakura. I thought about trying to push the two of you together, Sakura said, remembering a much simpler time. A million years ago, before we even went on that first C rank. I thought Ino would love to work with me on that. Her smile faded. But then everything happened, and then kept happening. I guess I haven't thought about that kind of stuff in a long time, but I'm glad you started to, sensei. I'm not sure I like that, Obito said, and Sakura finally realized where they were going, the memorial stone. But I guess it's out of my hands by now. They walked up the paved path and the stone came into view, and Sakura started to fidget as they drew closer. There were other people there, an older woman and someone who was clearly her son, kneeling before the stone and praying, but they didn't pay Sakura or her sensei any mind when they arrived. Obito stood before the stone, his hands slipping into his pockets, and Sakura waited. After a minute, the woman and her son left, and they were left alone. Still, Obito didn't speak. Sakura waited another minute until the silence became too much to bear. Why are we here, sensei? She asked, and her sensei glanced back at her. I've been trying to come more often, he said. To visit Kakashi, and my brother, and others. I fell out of it when I took you guys on, but it's important to take time for the people important to you. But they're dead and gone, never to return. Even if they're dead? Sakura found herself asking, and Obito didn't reprimand her. He just gave her a solemn nod. Especially if they're dead. That's what the will of fire is about, at least for me. Carrying on people's memory, respecting their wishes. I'm sure wherever they are, they're watching. He laughed. And Kakashi, at least, is definitely judging. Sakura looked at the stone, which she had never really spent time with, and wondered how much bigger it would have to be to fit all the names of the people who had died in a megakuur on it. There would need to be 10 more, at least. What about all the names of all the people who had died in all the world wars, ninja or no? How many stones would be needed to chronicle them? She pictured the clearing covered in towering obelisks, a maze of stones that blocked out the sun for those within, coated in countless dead, and shivered. Did you bring me here for a reason? She asked. Obito shrugged. I'd like you to spend the day with me, he said, and Sakura cocked her head. I don't want to start over, I just want you to see what I'm up to nowadays, and I want to spend more time with you. I've had time with Naruto and Sasuke already. He took a deep breath and turned away from the stone, and the vision of the compressed graveyard vanished. Are you up for that? You need to be close to him so he can help you save the world. That wasn't the reason. Sakura nodded. Of course, sensei, she said, stuffing the last of her food in her mouth. Well, she prayed it wasn't the reason. I'd like that. Where are we headed next? ####. On the dawn of the 17th, Naroi looked out over the town, squinting as he futilely searched for any sign of trouble. He was a jonin of Kyumigakuur, 32 years old, and he'd been given a very simple command to watch over this very simple town, Nikko. It was serving as a supply dump while his commanders tried to figure out how to counterattack enemies of unknown numbers and disposition. Not a complicated situation, but he'd also been cursed with very simple subordinates. Maybe we just ring them a little, Goro muttered next to him. Goro was a huge man with pale skin and short hair, 19 years old though he looked twice that, and would have been a chunin a long time ago by his skills in battle alone if he weren't an impulsive, simple person with a rotten attitude. They were both there on the roof on the dawn of the 17th, along with Naroi's second, a short bald woman who went by W.Y. Among them, Goro was the only one wearing 2 iron wrists, one on each hand. He fiddled with the steel devices as he talked, toggling a switch at the top of the spider-like apparatus on and off and filling the air with the ozone smell of excess chakra. We don't even know where they are, Wy pointed out, and Goro grunted as he fiddled with the switch, a spark appearing in his palm and then flickering away. Who cares? If they're foreigners, they came here to defend Frost. If some people start screaming, it could draw some rats. It's likely the hidden mist, Noroi said quietly. That's the simplest option. Not a village known for its abundant compassion. Can't be them. They're too weak, Goro said with a sneer. Who told you that? Wy asked innocently. Or did you just come up with it yourself, big guy? Everyone knows, Goro insisted. Who's everyone? Just shut up, would you? What's the point of disagreeing with something like that? Goro continued, his face twisting into an ugly look. Mist's got as many ninja worth shit as you have hair. It's gotta be leaf. I wanna try this thing out on one of those bastards. Noroi glanced down at the iron wrist, noting that it was starting to heat up and vibrate from the level of chakra Goro was pouring into it. I wouldn't rely on it, he said. It's not too dash. Wy shushed him, pointing out towards the northern outskirts of town, and Noroi followed her finger to find a shadowy shape pressed against the top of the tree lean about 100 feet away. The shadow skulked forward, and a second later Goro spotted it as well, a grin splitting his face. Here's one now, he said, lifting his arm towards the distant shadow. Noroi's hand came up as well, clamping down on Goro's elbow. The larger man shot him an annoyed look. What? Just let me blast him, he hissed, and Noroi shook his head. It's too obvious, he said, though the shadow would be impossible to spot from the ground and could not be seen without chakra-enhanced senses in the first place. That's bait. Trying to make us give away our position. He'd seen this kind of thing in the last war, though he'd been much younger and stupider then. In Noroi's experience, battles between shinobi, real battles, started and ended with the moment of discovery. An ambush was sprung or ambushed in turn, and then shinobi would flock to the violence, the certainty of combat and depleting enemy forces, like a feeding frenzy that would turn the most innocuous place into a battleground. If they attacked the shadow, they could be starting something that would burn down the whole town. They needed to be sure of their enemy's strength first. As Noroi was thinking this, there was an electronic whine and then a crack, like a miniature thunderclap, and a ball of glowing orange light streaked past him, illuminated a path through the town for a moment, and then struck the treetops with a loud crump, blowing the top off the tree with a bright explosion that immediately banished any sense of stealth. Whoops, Goro said, obviously not meaning it as steam poured out of his other iron wrist. Noroi was already moving, instincts screaming that Goro had just thrown away their lives. He watched as the shadow that Goro had blasted flitted away instead of disintegrating, splitting into countless pieces and drifting up into the sky. Some kind of clone, and his simple subordinate had fallen for it. As he cleared the roof, there was a sonic boom and a counter-attack burst out of the forest to the west, a lightning bolt with a dragon's head striking Goro's position and sundering the concrete. Noroi didn't see if the man was hit or not. The whole town was suddenly lighting up, ninjutsu, iron wrists, smoke bombs, and other explosives starting going off in a staccato tempo as attacks seemingly came in from every direction, blasting in on the entrenched cloud ninja, who fired back with vigor, some roaring and charging towards the source of the attacks. Wy was at his side. The canny woman had jumped just a second after him and her head was swiveling, taking in the situation. We're surrounded, or close enough to it, she said, and then there was a whistling sound and she gasped as a pinwheel, no, a paper shuriken slammed into her throat, blood spilling freely. They both landed in the alley next to the building, Noroi turning to her with a grunt and throwing his body in front of hers. He felt another 3 shuriken slam into his back, fast and hard enough to penetrate his vest and dig into his flesh. He spun, making hand signs and dragging the street up beneath his feet as he channeled vengeful chakra through his core. When his spin completed and his foot came up in a kick, the earth jutsu burst forth, a shotgun blast of mud and gravel. There was a shinobi there in the alley they'd dropped into, and the jutsu tore her cleanly in half, but the top of her body didn't fall as the legs were shorn away. Instead, the torso rushed forward, and the impossibility of it made Noroi hesitate just long enough for her to get on top of him. His hands came up, not to defend himself but to dispel what he had realized had to be a genjutsu. It wasn't one. He realized that, and his mistake, when the woman's hands wrapped around his head and slammed him through the brick wall. When Noroi woke up, the town was quiet. His eyes and mouth were covered and he was pinned to the wall, practically cocooned in an unsettlingly firm yet soft substance. More paper, he realized after a second. Paper shuriken, paper cocoon, and, he groggily thought, a paper person. The woman who had drawn Goro's premature attack and defeated him had taken the elementary techniques of manipulating and hardening paper and turned them into something entirely ridiculous. Not simple at all. If you answer my questions, we will ransom you back. It was a woman's voice, and he was sure it was the paper one's. There was no joy or mercy in it. Were you this squad's leader? The paper peeled away from his mouth, but Noroi remained silent. The woman gave him 5 seconds, and then sighed. There was a contingent of both Lightning's soldiers and Cloud's shinobi here. Are all of your operations joint ventures? That one, he had no compunction answering. We have the daimyo's full support, Noroi said. In this venture, Lightning and Cloud are one. Where are your other supply depots? Again, he didn't answer. What are those devices your ninja have on their wrists? Proof of Cloud's superiority, Noroi said, only half believing it but knowing in his heart his subordinates were already dead and that he would be joining them shortly. If they're the product of your chakra weapons program, then they're just more proof of your worthlessness, the woman said furiously, as if he'd personally insulted her. Ah. That, finally, was a simple fact he could seize on. You're from Rain, he said with a grin. Isn't your village burning as we speak? You'd think that would give you some perspective. Rain lives, the woman said, her anger so heavy he could feel it compressing his lungs. The Akatsuki is here to punish you. As a Megaku are burned, Kyumo will be erased. Noroi tried to say something witty, but before he could a knife went through his skull with a thunk louder than anything he'd heard in his life. It didn't hurt, but the world rushed away in an instant, like it was draining out through the hole in his skull. When the draining sensation was gone, Noroi was as well. ####. Around noon on the 17th, Sakura was at an early lunch that was half uncomfortable relief and half just uncomfortable. In Rain she'd had plenty of meals alone, but since getting back to Konoha it seemed she always ate with company of one sort or another. Sometimes her mother, sometimes her friends. Today, with her mother, Ino, Shikamaru, Koji, and Asuma crammed into the booth seating of an East-South fusion restaurant, which Sakura had come to learn meant a lot of fish and heavily seasoned rice, it was a mix of both. What do you think, Sakura? Asuma asked. Sakura hadn't been paying attention, and she slowly looked up and blinked as Asuma stared at her. She nodded her head, and he took the cue. Of the food, I mean. It's fine, she said. After that night in Rain she'd been convinced all food would be ash in her mouth, but in fact the poke she was having was actually excellent, and Sakura found herself a little resentful of that. Why should food still taste good, after what had happened? After she'd missed Haku? You don't deserve to feel joy. Not until you've made things right. Have you had poke before? Koji said through a full mouth, and Asuma gently swatted him. Sorry. No, but I had something like it in Rain. Sakura stared down at her bowl, astonished to find a smile spreading across her face. You would have liked it, Koji. Rain, I mean. There were so many different kinds of people there, and they'd all brought their food. There were so many things I'd never seen here in Konoha, still haven't. Huh. Koji said, like the thought had never occurred to him. Did you have a favorite? Pizza, Sakura said without hesitation. It was melted cheese and tomato sauce on flat bread with meat and vegetables. I'd never had anything like that, apparently it's from the northwest, around the land of Earth. Haku. She trailed off, her throat closing up, and no matter how much she struggled to finish Sakura couldn't bring herself to keep speaking. The table had been organized with all the girls on one side, and Ino wrapped her arm around Sakura's shoulder as her mother traced a circle on her back. Are you that weak, that people need to console you like this? So fragile that if someone's not touching you you'll break. We still don't have any missions coming up, Asuma. Shikamaru said, pivoting the conversation so fast Sakura couldn't help but choke down a laugh. Even I'm starting to get bored. Still nothing, Asuma confirmed. Until things calm down a little out there, the Land of Fire is preferring that its ninja stay in the country. And the Hokage is trying to keep us as uninvolved as possible. I don't mind it, Ino said, squeezing Sakura's shoulder and releasing it. She felt a flash of gratitude and humiliation. After waves, I've enjoyed having some time off. It really sounds unbelievable, Mabuki cut in. But I've heard the city is recovering, even if it will take years for the bridge to be repaired. She glanced at Sakura. Walking on eggshells around you. Aren't you tired of it? Everyone's done that for you your whole life. You all did something amazing there, you know. I'm sure you've heard that many times. Ino and Shikamaru stayed silent as Sakura had an errant thought. How is Kurane-sensei doing? She asked Asuma, who glanced at her over his glass of water. Last time I saw her, she was pretty beat up. She recovered fine, Asuma said, scratching his chin. He fumbled for a cigarette, but Mabuki gave it an incredulous look and he tucked it back into his vest with a grumble. But I'll tell her you asked, I'm sure she'll appreciate it. He leaned forward. Actually, on that subject, I had something to ask you about, Sakura. Oh. Was that someone treating her like she wasn't made of glass? Sakura leaned in, resting an elbow on the table as Asuma continued. I know you heard a little about what happened with Obito while you were gone, Asuma said. I was wondering if you could pass on my apology to him for me. Coward. You haven't apologized yourself. Sakura asked. She only distantly noticed that the table had gone quiet at her tone. He's hard to catch, Asuma said, playing it so casually. Sakura smiled. Well, he can't use the Kamui right now. She'd learned that when she'd finally asked about his bandaged eye. With one of his eyes being replaced, her sensei's Sharingan wasn't controllable at the moment, and would stay that way for a week and some. So it should be easier for you. Sakura, I'd really appreciate dash. He deserves it, Sakura said flatly. If you're going to apologize for what you did to him, apologize to him. Don't send me to do it for you. Aren't you an adult? Asuma's face went red, and for a second Sakura wondered if she'd gone too far. She's right, sensei, Ino said. It's your job, not Sakura's. Man up a little. Shikamaru and Koji sniggered as Asuma deflated. Fine. Sorry I asked, he said, defeated. He's not going to apologize. You know that, right? His pride won't allow it. Pride like that is destroying the world. The rest of the lunch passed without too much of note, but Sakura was relieved when she slid out of the booth. Did you want to go anywhere? Mabuki asked her as Ino hung by her side, and Sakura shrugged. I thought I might go see what Naruto was up to, she said, feeling clingy but unable to deny what she wanted. Mabuki nodded with a grin that Sakura hated. All right then. I was thinking about heading home. Your father's getting back tomorrow, and I want to make sure the place is cleaned up, she said with a laugh. That'll be a nice surprise, right? Dad will be home tomorrow. Sakura asked, and her mother nodded. Yup. We'll finally have that family dinner, right? Mabuki said, so delighted over such a simple thing, and seeing her mother so happy made Sakura feel lighter. Well, you girls have fun, all right. You don't mind if I come with? Ino confirmed, and Sakura shrugged. I don't mind, she said. Ino raised an eyebrow at her. You could sound more enthusiastic about it. It's been a little bit since we've hung out, you know. She said, which squeezed a laugh out of Sakura. I'm just going to go mope somewhere else, she said, and now Ino was the one who laughed. If you wanna be a part of that, go for it. They started walking. Well, my dad told me that half of grief is just being with someone while they mope, Ino said. So if that's what you need, I don't mind. Your dad said that? Sakura asked, and Ino nodded. What's the other half? That's different for everyone. Not the answer Sakura was hoping for, and Ino saw it. But he'd probably say time. Time heals all wounds, or something like that, she said, affecting her father's deep and steady voice. But leaves scars, Sakura said. Ino nodded. Sakura. She said carefully. None of us want you to just move on like nothing happened. That's obviously impossible. I think everyone just wants you to be happy again. Or at least feel like you can be happy. That you're allowed to be. You don't deserve to feel joy. Not until you've made things right. I don't know if I can do that, she said, trying to be honest. Ino grimaced. You always were too hard on yourself, she said. At the academy, in the exams, your missions, waterfall, and now rain. Ino mulled it over as they made their way towards Naruto's house, walking along a canal that was practically flooded with winter melt. Sakura, most things that happen in your life are out of your control. That's the way it is for almost everyone. You don't have to carry them around like you do. I'm worried it'll hurt you. It might, Sakura said, staring resolutely ahead. But I don't really know another way to do it. Maybe you should think about how to change that, then. Ino stared at her for a moment, long enough to make Sakura uncomfortable, and then shook her head. Sorry. Forget it for now, would you? I didn't mean to get this intense. I'm just worried, yeah, Sakura said with a grimace. Or maybe a sneer. She wasn't sure what was showing on her face. Everyone is. They walked the rest of the way in an uncomfortable silence broken by the occasional stillborn conversation, Sakura feeling heavier as she went. Why was she being so short and cruel? She itched to apologize, but couldn't bring herself to do it. It was like there was a lock on her tongue. When they reached Naruto's home, Sakura let herself in the front yard and knocked on the door, but there wasn't a response. After a moment, one of the Hokage's bodyguards came around the corner of the building. He was moving fast enough that before she'd gone to rain, Sakura wouldn't have even seen him arrive. Now, she turned towards him with a knowing look and he stopped, obviously surprised at having been spotted. Ino jumped. She hadn't seen him coming? Weird. As Sakura regarded the masked ninja, he gave her a polite nod. It was a hawk mask, and Sakura wondered if it was the same man who Naruto had pushed past when he'd learned the Rasengan so long ago. Sakura Harano. Are you looking for Naruto? He asked, and Sakura and Ino nodded. He and the Lord Hokage are at training ground 26. They're both there. Ino asked. The masked man nodded. Are they training? Hawk said with an obvious but hidden grin. Maybe you can catch the show if you hurry. Huh. Ino turned to her, and Sakura gave the masked man a small bow of thanks as he retreated back to whatever lookout he had over the house. Have you ever seen the fourth training? I haven't, Sakura admitted. But I'm pretty curious. Same. Ino said, beaming like there wasn't an invisible wall between them. Let's hurry then. They ran instead of walking, heading northeast towards the clump of training grounds that lay between Konoha's suburban areas and the outskirts of the village's land. It felt good to run, and Sakura let herself fall into the feeling, racing ahead and falling back, leaping off of walls, roofs, and power lines, flipping through the air and feeling the wind rush through her shortened hair. It still felt crispy in places, no matter how many showers she took, but she hadn't minded the closer-cut look when she'd looked at it in the mirror. That had been after her mother had cleaned it up, of course. You couldn't even do that yourself. Ino, she said as she and her friend both leapt over a clothesline, bright shirts drying in the lukewarm April air below them. She buried her own poisonous voice, for just a second. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude to you. Huh. Ino slowed down, looking over at her as they leapt down and landed in a grassy field, training ground 24. Sakura, it's fine. I get it. After what happened dash. It doesn't excuse anything, Sakura said. Some days I feel okay, and others I can't stop crying. I'm just frustrated. I don't know how to handle it. You'll figure it out, Ino said, which Sakura deeply disbelieved. But Ino said it so sincerely she couldn't disagree, even silently. We'll help you. We all get it. And dash. There was a loud crack not too far away, and Sakura realized they were coming up on number 26. The training grounds were separated by a thick copse of trees, and both Sakura and Ino slowed down as they threaded through the low-lying branches and weathered trunks, coming to a stop at the edge of the wide field run through with several trenches that was training ground 26. Naruto was standing in the center with an intense look on his sweat-soaked face, but there was no sign of his father. He didn't even seem to notice them, his eyes darting back and forth as he shifted from foot to foot. Ino waved, but he didn't respond. "Where's the Hokage?" Ino asked, and Sakura narrowed her eyes. She hadn't seen it at first glance, but the whole field seemed to be shimmering. Tufts of grass and dirt were flattened in places at random, slamming down and then springing up, and there were gusts of wind being pushed out in every direction, sending waves through the grass. She focused, channeling chakra which seemed colder than usual to sharpen her vision, and sucked in a breath. "He's here," she said, and Ino gave her a confused look. "What? You mean?" Ino looked back out, and Sakura saw that she understood. No way. It was like Naruto was surrounded by his father. Whether it was his high-ration technique or just his raw speed, Sakura wasn't sure, but the yondaime seemed to be everywhere at once. He darted in and out, appearing for just fractions of a second even to Sakura's enhanced sight to tap Naruto before disappearing again. Naruto had begun lashing out, furiously trying to touch his father, but as far as Sakura could tell he wasn't having any luck. It was the most ridiculous game of tag she had ever seen. They both watched, entranced, for several minutes. "This is why he's flee on sight. What would you do if this man tried to kill you? You wouldn't even have time to summon the flowing hail blade." Eventually, Naruto whipped out his arm with a yell, and though his father disappeared again, he came to a stop only a couple feet away, standing up with a smile. "You got me," he said as Naruto straightened up, panting. "Well done." He looked over at his observers, and Sakura felt a chill down her back. The yondaime wasn't even breathing hard. "Sorry for ignoring you both. Everything all right?" "Sakura." "Ino." Naruto seemed to snap out of what was practically a fugue state, limping across the field towards them. "Sorry. How are you doing?" "We're okay, Naruto," Ino said, bright as ever. "Training, huh? Looks hard." "It is," Naruto said, like that was all there was to it. "But it's helping me speed up, and his face dropped a little. "I need to be faster." Ino didn't seem to know how to respond to that. Sakura did her best to fill the void. "Could you see him?" she asked, and Naruto shrugged. "Could you?" he asked, and Sakura shrugged back. "Yeah, it was about the same for me. But it's good practice." They met halfway on the field, looking one another over. How can he smile like that, after everything that's happened? Could it be because he's smiling at you? "Are you done for the day, Naruto?" his father called out, and Naruto's smile faded a little as he turned to nod at his father. "I'm all set." "Thanks, Dad." The Hokage grinned and gave his son a thumbs up and then vanished without a sound, just popping out of existence. "How are things going there?" Sakura said. "I know things were a little weird, yeah," Naruto admitted. "But with everything that's going on, I'm just trying to appreciate being back." "See, that's what I've been telling her to do," Ino said. "You've got the right idea, Naruto. And training with the Hokage. That's some really advanced stuff, even if it's just tag." "Yeah, it's not that much," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. "I'm just trying to stay busy. We all should be, I think." A smirk crept across his face. "Did you hear about Sasuke?" "Sasuke?" Why was her heart speeding up? That wasn't the right response. She shouldn't be afraid just from that. "Is he all right?" "What?" "Yeah," Naruto said, looking confused. "It's not like that. He's going on a date." "A date? What dash?" Sakura stalled out, blinking. "One of my teammates." "Naruto, or Sasuke?" "No way," she said. "Hinata." "Yup," Naruto said, practically cackling. "Only took him a year, right? Can you believe she forgave him for ditching like he did?" "Well, that was my fault, not his," Sakura said, and Naruto laughed. "He was the one who went along." Not that he even knew until we told him. Wait, Sasuke and Hinata? Ino asked, more thrilled than shocked. Really? When did that happen? At my birthday, first, Sakura said, before I left. I guess it must have been something, if it survived us being in rain. Well, she did always like him, Ino mused. But if she was brave enough to actually make something happen, you're right, there must be something more to it. This had been the right idea. She was feeling better. For now. Do you know what they're doing? She asked. I don't think Sasuke even knows, Naruto said with a snort. From how he said, Hinata's gonna have a chaperone, so probably just getting a meal or something. A chaperone? That's a clan heir for you. 2 of them, I guess. Ino laughed. I doubt Hinata likes that though. She never did appreciate being watched, right? No, definitely not. Can you blame her? Sakura said. I thought about it sometimes, growing up in a place like that, where everyone can watch you all the time. I would have been a wreck. What's worse, you think? Naruto said, stretching his obviously sore limbs. No attention, or too much? Too much, Sakura said. None, Ino said simultaneously. Well, that doesn't help at all, Naruto said. Were you guys going anywhere? I'm starving. We just ate, Ino said, but maybe we could get a snack. Sakura dash. Ino glanced at her, and Sakura felt something like shame or embarrassment burn in her chest. Sakura just ate too, Ino finished, which definitely wasn't what she was going to say from the start. Let's just wander for a bit, huh? That sounds good to me, Naruto said with a grin. Sakura. Yeah, she said, feeling distant. She looked up at the blue sky as they began walking. I'm fine with that. Walking alongside Naruto and Ino and talking about things that didn't matter, Sakura felt peace spreading through her body, like cool water washing away a burning fever. Was this fair? No, obviously not. She'd already had this epiphany, hadn't she? About refusing her humanity? Why was she backsliding, ricocheting between extremes like this? Something inside her head was broken, surely. It was infuriating and terrifying. Was Haku at peace? Looking up at the sky, Sakura accepted for the first time that Haku was certainly, truly dead. He'd been thrown out into the firestorm, there was no way he hadn't become one of the 100,000 who had died that day. Haku was special, but not that special, Haku was strong, but not that strong. She felt like she should have started weeping, and while her throat did constrict and her eyes burned, no tears came. Maybe after the last couple of days she was just out of them. Would he forgive her for missing him? How could he? No, of course he would. Haku hadn't been that kind of person. He would say something like, I'm just glad you're okay, or, it was only bad luck, Sakura, his beautiful face wearing an annoyingly benevolent smile. If Haku were here, seeing how she was moping around, he would be disappointed in her in his quiet way. So why was she still living like this, trapped in the past, returning again and again? I won't let you walk away. She thought about the Akatsuki outfit tucked under her bed, and despite the blue sky and gentle breeze, Sakura shivered. ####. At midday of the 18th, Yasuo was moving along a rocky and uneven ridge covered in snow and ice on the northern edge of the Land of Frost with 2 squads of fellow Cloud Ninja. She was a recently promoted Chunin, 17 years old, and though she wasn't in command of either squad she still felt responsible for them. The ridge was dotted with white-draped trees and shrubs that obscured deep crevices that snaked through it in several places, like several rocky apple slices placed next to one another, and she was scanning every one of them, feeling sure that at any moment any enemy shinobi would leap out and attack. Chill, Date said, and Yasuo did the opposite, tensing up. The short man with long brown hair was her commander and had a harsh voice, even when he was speaking calmly. We're far from the battlefields up here. No one would be stupid enough to pull an ambush alone. What if they were just happy to sell their life? She asked, the 2 of them matching speed as the squads surrounded them. They were spread out, every ninja at least 20 feet apart to prevent a single attack from hitting multiple targets, and advancing west across the ridge at a good pace. Yasa, this squad, and dozens others like it were all part of the same wave of reinforcements pouring into the land of frost from the east, what had started, as she understood it, as a simple suppression intended to clear out revolutionary dissidents and secure the land of lightning's borders against terrorists like the Akatsuki had become a full-blown invasion, with bloody battles being fought in the south across the country's scattered towns and cities, bodies tumbling down the mountains with increasing frequency. Despite Cloud's obvious superiority, the jealousy and spite of the weaker hidden villages had driven their ninja into Frost to fight and die for a country that wasn't theirs. They were fighting fanatics, Yasa thought, people who would do anything to overthrow the order of the world. Even a normal ninja understood the value of trading lives, surely, people like these would wholly embrace it. Then they'll sell them for cheap. All the better for us, Date grumbled. Our opponents are Mist and Rain. They are both short of shinobi, so any casualties they suffer give us the advantage. And Leaf? Yasa asked, remembering every horror story she'd ever heard about the Yellow Flash and Konoha's many infamous clans, from Akamika to Uchiha. Date shook his head as they both leapt over a ravine, a tangle of thorn bushes and stunted trees hidden away from the sun below them. The hidden Leaf hasn't moved yet. They're not as stupid as the others, Date said authoritatively. They know that Cloud is their equal, especially with our technological advancements. The shinobi we fight won't be up to their quality. How are we going to crush them if they never make a move? Yasa asked, and Date clicked his tongue. We probably won't. The fourth Hokage is a monster, and a smart one. Even with our new weapons, in the end, the world will probably be divided between the land of lightning and the land of fire. From there, who knows dash. As Date was speaking, they leapt over another ravine, this one deeper and darker than the rest. Something surged up out of it, something that didn't make any sense to Yasa. It made so little sense that she didn't really make a defensive move, just watched it come with a perplexed expression. When she landed on the other side of the ravine, Date wasn't at her side. Yasa turned around, feeling just as confused, and in her peripheral vision she watched as the other traveling shinobi slowed and turned to look at her. None of the rest of them had seen what had happened. Gradually, they began to converge on her as she tried to figure out what she'd just seen. She'd been to the ocean, once, and seen fish, but what had come out of the ravine she'd only seen pictures of. It had a long, sleek body, and 3 fins, with a long powerful tail and jet black eyes. It had erupted out of the ravine without a sound, its mouth wide open, and swallowed Date whole. She was in terrible danger, Yasa thought, her body fatal seconds behind her mind. There must be a shinobi here. After all, there was no possible natural explanation for a shark, a huge one, being here in the mountains and living in the crevices of the ridge. It had to be some sort of summoning technique, or ninjutsu, or... She was in shock, she finally realized. She may have been a Chunin, but only barely, and she'd only fought other ninja twice, rogue weaklings both times. She'd never encountered a situation like this, and now her training had failed her, and now she was in shock and pondering the situation academically instead of moving. Water exploded out of the ravine, a fountain 100 feet high, and Yasa scrambled backwards as its shadow fell across her and both of the assembled squads. There were cries of shock and panic, but her mouth was glued shut. The water crashed down on all of them, washing ninja and snow away. It wasn't enough to hurt, but that wasn't what it was for. The liquid was sticky like only a chakra technique could be, and it clung to their clothes and skin with a greedy hold. A puddle several hundred feet in diameter instantly formed and then began sucking in towards the ravine, like it was rushing down an unseen drain. Yasa was pulled off her feet, her hands desperately scrambling to find something to grab onto without her direction. There was nothing, even outcroppings of stone and thick roots poking through the earth were being pulled away by the tide. All around her the same thing was happening to her comrades, some of them fruitlessly firing their iron wrists into the water or at the ravine, others using water, fire, or earth techniques to try and break free. Yasa didn't see if any of them succeeded, but she did see 2 of them get pulled into the ravine, the 2 who had been closest. There was a sudden cacophony of screams and the sound of tearing, and then they were silent. She was swept to the edge of the ravine, finally able to see down into the darkness. There was a whirlpool in there filled with countless fins, sharks cutting back and forth in a ceaseless pattern beneath the impossible water. As the whirlpool spun faster and faster, Yasa was drawn down into it. Her parents had a garbage disposal, the kind that shredded any leftovers you put down the drain. Her father was very proud of it. For some reason, it was that mundane thought that unstuck her mouth. No! She screamed, driving her fist into the ground so hard she broke it, doing whatever she could to keep herself out of the whirlpool for even another second. No 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 dash. But screaming didn't do any good, and neither did a broken wrist. Within 5 seconds Yasa and the rest of the Cloud Ninja, bar one who managed to wriggle free of the water and run for his life, were gone. ####. At midday on the 18th, Sakura was training with Naruto, Sasuke, and Obito, the first time Team 7 had trained together since they'd gotten back to the Hidden Leaf. It was a 3-on-1 spar against their sensei, which to her recollection they hadn't done since the bell test Obito had given them so long ago. When they'd started, she'd had a faint assumption that the spar would be lopsided. Fighting more than one opponent was always difficult, even with the skill gap between them and Obito, and they had all developed so much in rain that surely even their sensei would be caught by surprise. But even with her flowing water blade, Naruto's medical techniques, and Sasuke's Sharingan and ninjutsu, even with all that and their sensei being down one eye and not able to use his Sharingan, the fight was almost even. She swung her blade low, its edge safely blunted. She'd tested it, and with her control she could now use the water blade non-lethally, like a huge cudgel. It left nasty bruises but no worse, and that was incredibly useful for things like this. Her sensei stepped over it, his feet a blur. He couldn't jump because if he did Sasuke would tackle him out of the air, which had happened once already, so one of his feet was always on the ground. They had fallen into this strange stalemate for nearly a minute now. Sakura attacked from medium range with one longer blade formed around her knife and the other, shorter one around her bare hand. Naruto circled on the other side of her, throwing small explosives and clones in equal measure into the mix to try and disrupt Obito's rhythm and knock him down. Sasuke was in close, his Sharingan whirling as he dueled Obito, switching from martial arts to grappling from moment to moment as he tried to bring down the larger man, and contending with both his own teammates' attacks and his sensei's. And, despite all that, Obito was holding his own. He's a legendary ninja after all, Mangekyo or no. It didn't seem physically possible to her, if she were honest. Dodging and deflecting both her blades, sure. Knocking away Naruto's explosives before they went off, often into his own clones. Absolutely. Fighting Sasuke in hand-to-hand when only the younger Uchiha had eyes that Sakura was pretty sure could literally predict your moves before you made them? Yeah, alright, Obito was a well-established badass, she could accept it. All at once? Bullshit. Had he been like this when they'd left? She knew Obito had taken Naruto and Sasuke at the same time without difficulty, but they had been kids, even if it was only a year and some ago. They'd grown. I've been looking inward while you looked outward, I think. Had he meant something more by that, or had the changes Obito had told her about actually made him faster, stronger? Had he grown alongside them, despite being separated? Or because of it? How could a legendary ninja like him keep going? You'll have to do the same, if you want to meet the coming challenge. As she swung again, both blades coming in at undodgeable angles, Sasuke managed to bury his fist in Obito's gut, staggering the older man. But instead of folding, Obito just grinned. As Sasuke tried to pull back, he seized Sakura's teammate and pulled him forward into the path of one of the blades. As she diverted it, he flipped both himself and Sasuke sideways through the air, his feet leaving the ground for the first time with no one ready to take advantage of it. They both slammed into the dirt, Obito on top of Sasuke. As the younger Uchiha struggled to escape, Naruto charged in, and Sakura pulled back to deliver another strike. Obito wiped some blood from his nose and formed a hand seal on Sasuke's back. Cookie Yos no Jutsu. There was an explosion of smoke and Obito flipped off Sasuke's back, slamming both his feet into Naruto's chest and sending Sakura's other teammate flying back with the wind knocked out of him. However, Sasuke didn't rise. When the smoke cleared, Sakura could see there was a toad the size of a large dog sitting on his back, pinning him down despite its apparently small size. Sasuke clawed at his back, but was unable to reach it as the toad stared placidly at Sakura, its hooded green eyes blinking out of sync. PFFFFFFFT. She couldn't help it, and as Obito rolled to his feet he grinned at her over Sasuke's prone form. "All right," he said with a small groan, straightening up. "I think I'll go out on a high note, okay?" He clapped his hands and the toad vanished, but Sasuke stayed face down in the dirt for a second longer, obviously humiliated. Eventually, he flipped to his feet with a sigh. "Since when could you summon toads?" Naruto groused, nursing what would probably be a bruise on his chest. Gentle green and orange light burned around his hands, and he rose to his feet as well, fully healed. "Dad didn't tell me that." "My bad, Naruto," Sakura said, letting her flowing water blade whip away. Only a couple drops of water spattered into the dirt. She was almost perfect at getting back all the chakra she'd formed into water, but being close to perfection was way more irritating than being far away. "He told me a bit ago, but I forgot to mention it." She looked at Obito brushing his hands off and prodding at his nose. Naruto made a motion towards him and walked over, bringing his glowing hands up. "I didn't think you'd use it in a spar, Sensei." "Well, I was outnumbered," Obito said with a shrug. "I told the toads I wouldn't need their help to fight, but I didn't know I would be taking my brother's eye when I said that. Not having the Kamui changes the math a little. I'm sure you could tell." "Not really," Sakura grumbled, and her sensei laughed. "I'll take it as a compliment," he said. "You're faster," Sasuke said, wiping dirt off his face. "Even without the Sharingan. I could barely keep up." "Stop, I can only take so much flattery," Obito said, sounding sarcastic but seeming serious. "Seriously though, all of you, good job. It's good to see how much you've grown. It makes me feel a bit better about letting you run off, you know." "Ah, glad to hear it," Naruto said, stretching out. "Are we done then, Sensei?" "For now, yeah," Obito confirmed. "Do you all have plans?" He looked at Sakura in particular when he said it, and she twitched. "I'm going to go spend some time with Tenten," she said, and Obito gave an approving nod. "We trained a little, but that's not the same as just hanging out. I want to." She took a breath. "Know how her year went?" "Good." "Sasuke, you've got a date, right?" Obito asked. Sasuke just blushed, very slightly, and nodded. "Adorable. Hope that goes well. I hear Kurene's chaperoning, so she should keep to herself. Just try to have fun, would you?" Sasuke, apparently still tongue-tied, nodded again, and Sakura spared him a smile. Obito turned to Naruto last. "What about you?" "Spying on Sasuke's date," Naruto declared, and Obito blanched. "No," Sasuke said steadily. "You're not." Naruto examined his friend's face, and came to what Sakura thought was the smart decision. "Never mind," he said brightly. "I'm going to go bother my mom about seals." "Well, bothering Kushina isn't much better, but it is better," Obito mused. "I'll take it." "What about you, Sensei?" Sakura asked, and Obito sighed. "I'm meeting Asuma for lunch. Apparently, he has something to say to me." He scratched his newly healed nose. "It's going to be awkward." "If he's apologizing, it's overdue," Sasuke said quietly. "That will make it worth it." "Hope so," Obito said, and then stood still for a moment before snapping his fingers. "Right. Can't teleport. Guess I'm walking." "You really got too used to that, huh, Sensei?" Naruto said as they left the field together, and Obito smiled ruefully. It was easy to, he admitted, and Sakura found herself nodding along. She'd thought about how amazing it was how quickly he moved around many times. But it'll be back soon enough. And it will be worth it. I'm not sure if Itaki really thought I would help him with his insanity out of gratitude or whatever, but with both my eyes being eternal. He grew distant, not seeing them anymore. I'll be able to do things I could only dream about before. Like you needed to be stronger, Naruto scoffed, and Obito laughed. What are you going to do, once they're finished healing? Sakura asked, and Obito turned to her. She was sure he wasn't the only one who could detect the buried intensity in her voice, but Naruto and Sasuke didn't pay her any mind, they might all have been on the same page. Will he go to the hidden cloud? Will he avenge Haku, Kabuto, Suijutsu, and all those countless lives? Or will he squander it? That will depend on how Sensei's meeting goes, Obito said frankly. He should be leaving any minute, actually. For the meeting at Miyaboku? Naruto asked. Obito nodded. Good. I hope. His hands curled into fists. I hope everything goes well. That everyone listens to each other. I wish we were there. Your dad knows what he's doing, Obito said. He squeezed Naruto's shoulder, though his grin was more like a grimace. He'll work it out. The reality of things happening outside of their control squeezed the mirth out of them for a couple minutes, and by the time they were speaking again they had entered Konoha's residential district. I'm heading off here, Sakura said, pointing down one of the main thoroughfares. It was stuffed with people and market stalls, the village violently shaking off winter and embracing spring. Naruto, do you want to meet up for dinner or something? Sure. Naruto said, with a bit of a blush. Sounds good. All right. My dad was supposed to be back in the village today, but I haven't seen him yet, so we'll play that by ear. It wouldn't be the first time he was late, Sakura said, and Naruto vigorously nodded. Sasuke, Sensei, good luck, for different reasons, all right. Both the Uchiha gave her amused looks as she locked eyes with them in turn. Have fun. Don't be weird, she told Sasuke, and he snorted. I'll do my best, he said, and Sakura gave him a little hug which he broke off with an uncomfortable cough. And Sensei, don't have fun, and don't be mean, she said, and Obito laughed. Well, not too mean. It'll be fine, Obito said. Enjoy your shopping, Sakura. We'll meet up later, all right. She nodded, smiled, and broke off, striding into the village on her own. She was planning to meet Tenten in front of Parku, one of the larger downtown clothing stores, and found her just where she thought she would. Tenten was lounging on one of the double-backed stone benches that dotted the center of the street in between installations of trees and ferns, and she popped up with an adorable amount of excitement when she spotted Sakura threading through the crowd. Hey! She called out, greeting her with a bone-crushing hug that Sakura did her best to return in kind. You said you needed new clothes, but you look great. Sakura looked down at her training clothes, a red tank top and black shorts, and then back up at Tenten with an arched eyebrow. Tenten snorted. Okay, it's not very fancy, but you still look good. I only have 4 sets that fit me, including this one, Sakura said, which was both pretty funny and also hurt to say. Not including my Akatsuki uniform and what I was wearing under it when Rain got attacked, and that's all a little burned. Tenten's face twisted a little, and Sakura let out the painful laugh. And I think wearing that around here wouldn't be the best fashion choice. Not the best, Tenten admitted, looking around. Well, I'm excited to help you pick out some new stuff then. Where did you want to start? Some more ninja clothes, or day wear? Where do you get yours? Sakura asked. She'd always liked the older girl's utilitarian but colorful sense of style. Tenten shrugged. Mostly clearance sales at the bigger department stores, she said, which Sakura really should have seen coming. The rest I make myself. You can sew? Sakura asked, surprised she hadn't already known this, and Tenten gave her a smirk. Since when? Since I entered the academy, I guess, she said. It was cheaper. But I was always embarrassed to tell people I made some of my own clothes. Why? They're great. Sakura exclaimed, and Tenten blushed. I didn't want the other kids to think I was cheap. I already got made fun of for being an orphan, sometimes, she said, and Sakura briefly considered murdering some of Tenten's classmates. But thanks, Sakura. That means a lot, actually. I'm not saying it just to be nice, Sakura said earnestly. I never would have guessed any of your stuff was homemade dash. She froze, the words dying in her throat as her eyes locked on the roof of a store across the street. Sakura. Tenten said, waving her hand in front of her. Hello. Someone had been there, stepping out of her line of sight right as she'd looked up. Long black hair. She was hallucinating, Sakura thought. That wasn't a good sign. I just She stepped forward, and Tenten moved to the side with a confused look. "Hey, did you see anyone up there?" "Up there?" Tenten said, following Sakura's line of sight to the roof. Like most of Konoha's buildings, it was stacked on top of another, the twisting skyline obscuring most of it from view. "No. I'm going to." Sakura took a deep breath. "Hey, come with me just in case I'm crazy, right? I think I'm about to have a breakdown or something." "Well, that's not great," Tenten said flatly, but when Sakura stepped past her, picking up speed and jumping straight up to the roof, Tenten followed after her good-naturedly. They landed on the roof as a couple people on the street called after them to be careful where they were going, but Sakura didn't care. She looked around, her heart beating 1,000 times a minute. It was going to explode out of her chest. Once again, she only caught a flash. Long black hair trailing around the corner of another nearby building, this time behind a water tower. She jumped again, Tenten leaping after her. "Sakura, seriously, what's going on?" Her friend called, Sakura's heart beating so hard in her ears she could barely hear. "What's wrong?" "It's not. I mean." They landed on the other building and Sakura stumbled around the water tower. "I thought I saw." She'd expected there to be no one there, to have to break down in tears and turn to Tenten with an unbearable pain threatening to overtake her that would ruin the rest of her day. But instead, it was exactly who she'd thought it was. "Sakura," Haku said with a warm smile. "Sorry. I wanted a bit of privacy." Sakura stared, and Tenten came to her side and stared as well. She wasn't hallucinating. This was actually happening. She stumbled forward, arms wrapping around Haku and pulling him into a hug. "Haku," she whispered, and he hugged her back, impossibly warm and alive. She heard Tenten stiffen behind them, but right now, that was the farthest thing from Sakura's mind. She pulled back, looking her friend over. "You're alive. What is he doing here?" The thought didn't even register against her relief. She looked back, Tenten was tense, her hands straight at her sides. "Why? I'm alive," Haku confirmed. "And I need to talk to you." He gently pulled free, brushing down his Akatsuki Haori, and Sakura held back a sob. Grief, relief, disbelief, too many feelings were pushing their way to the surface. The wrong ones. "Focus." "I'm sorry," she said, feeling herself starting to collapse. "I'm sorry I missed you, I tried so hard, but I didn't know what was happening, I'm sorry dash." "Sakura." Tenten's hand came down on her shoulder, rock hard, and Sakura tensed. "Calm down." She could feel all of her friend's attention being directed at Haku, like a spear plunging over her shoulder. "What? Why?" Sakura said, barely keeping the tears back. "He's okay." "Tenten dash. Why are you here?" Tenten said bluntly, and the haze in Sakura's head finally dispelled. She froze, staring at Haku as the question ricocheted around her head with such force it was like it was breaking off pieces of her skull. "What is he doing here?" Haku looked sad. "No, more than that. His perfect makeup was streaked. He'd been crying, and was pale. And, Sakura somehow noticed for the first time, he had piercings, something he'd never had before. 6 small black bars were stuck in his body, 4 in his shoulders and 1 through each ear. They didn't look painful, but they were new and wrong, and suddenly her mind was working, screaming into overdrive. Those were the same kind of bars that Konan had given them, the ones Nagato used to summon them. They were something to do with the Rinnegan. Why were they stuck in Haku? "I'm here to talk to Sakura," Haku said gently. "So talk," Tenten said. Her other hand was still by her side, she was ready to spring into action at any time. Did she need to be? As Sakura's hopes and fears came to an unspeakable collision and crippled her, Haku shifted, extending his hand, and spoke with a voice filled with quiet desperation. "Sakura, please, you need to come back to Rain," he said. "No," begged. "Before it's too late." Obito Sensei Chapter 69. Can't be trusted. Jiraiya arrived for the meeting at Miyaboku several hours before the agreed-upon time and sat at the stone chair created for him, looking out the window and trying to contemplate the silence. The toads had used earth ninjutsu to carve out a meeting room near the top of the mountain that was open to the air and looked out over the surrounding jungle. It was a small chamber with a squat square table in the center, around which were 3 chairs. There were 2 plinths set at either side of the chamber's entrance, and sitting upon them like enthusiastically colored statues were the elder toads Fukazaku and Shima, who observed Jiraiya as they all waited. The toads had laid out food, mostly stunned, squirming bugs. Jiraiya took one as a courtesy as he settled into his chair, biting its head off and chewing thoughtfully as he looked out over the riotous colors of Miyaboku's jungle. A warm breeze tousled his long hair, and he wiped the bug's juices from his beard and waited. It was a good setup, he thought. This was the kind of stage that could gracefully host more than one dashing hero. The sun was at its peak, casting the actual table in shadow, a good metaphor for moral ambiguity, though he didn't think that would be the case today. So, it would better be deals done in the dark. As the great arbiter of truth blazed down, beautiful women and handsome men toiled out of its sight, constructing the ways of the world. He pulled a journal and a pencil from his pack and began sketching out a rough outline, not wanting to lose the thought. How much longer? He asked the toads without looking up, and Fukazaku grunted and responded. About 40 minutes. Are you ready, young Jiraiya? He asked, and Jiraiya waved him off. The table was a good height to bend over, he thought, making some notes in shorthand. Not appropriate for this sort of scene, but maybe in his ongoing ika-ika, he could toss in something faux serious, right? It wouldn't mess up the pacing too much. Chapter 6 had some space, it would be a good icebreaker for. You're not ready, Fukazaku grumbled. Not even paying attention. I'm paying attention, Jiraiya said, shutting his journal. I don't think I need to be too ready, Great Elder. Miyaboku is hosting nearly all its summoners today, Shima croaked. All great men. Powerful men. Dangerous men. You included, little Jiraiya. It is the least you can do to prepare yourself. They may be dangerous men, but they're my students, Jiraiya said, but he stowed his journal and pencil nonetheless. If I think things are going the wrong way, I'll speak up. They'll listen to me. Which way is the wrong way? Fukazaku said, and Jiraiya paused, finally looking at him. This is the part that's never shown in the story, he thought. The wise old mentor always offers advice so easily, but you never get to see him arguing with the other nosy old men about what wisdom is in the first place. That's too unsettling, it betrays the illusion that these people are supposed to know what they're doing, and that the hero will be okay if they listen to them. 'Cause if you don't know what you're doing, Jiraiya the Toad Sage, supposed font of wisdom, what's the difference between you and any of the other dumb bastards out there? I'm not sure yet, Great Elder, he admitted, and Fukazaku harumphed. But I'll know when the conversation starts. The nation of Rain has had such an atrocity visited upon it, so the focus will probably be on that first. He settled into his chair. Minato is coming here because he wants to secure peace. He wants to know Rain's next move, so he can respond appropriately and support it if possible. He wants to get this under control, even if that will be impossible without some violence. He scratched his beard, and the toads kept watching him like statues. Yahiko, I'm less sure about. I haven't seen him since his home was attacked. He'll be angry, he'll be hurting. Most of all, he'll be afraid. He must be coming to make sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Minato isn't going to stab him in the back. There's no way Rain isn't going to hit back against Cloud, I don't mind if that happens, terrible as it might be. Peace is the finish line, but right now, pacifism would just be a very principled suicide. Do you believe young Minato would stab him in the back? Shima said with a sour expression, and Jiraiya shook his head. In the front, maybe, if Yahiko made him, he said with a laugh. But that won't happen, and Minato isn't that kind of person. He doesn't have that instinct for betrayal, it's part of why I trained him, you know. The toads grumbled and seemed mostly satisfied, but as they settled into their plinths Jiraiya privately turned the question over again in his mind. It was true, right? Minato, his pride and joy in many ways, wasn't the kind of person to betray you, no matter what. He trusted easily and laughed off an insult without issue, and was in many ways the perfect ninja as Jiraiya envisioned it. Someone who fought to defend when they had to fight, and did so without any intention to be cruel or cause pain. Just to get the job done. Minato was the perfect protagonist of a novel about moral virtues, monogamy, and the values of tempering strength with kindness, but if he had a spot of hamartia in him, it was that he was so very, very good at being a ninja. When Minato decided that someone was his enemy, he killed them. He stabbed them in the front, back, side, wherever and whenever he could, until they died and he could move on to the next enemy. When it came to battle and war, he was the most practical man Jiraiya had ever known. He came up with flashy names for jutsu, but his fighting style would be better described as a killing style. It was heartbreaking, Jiraiya thought. His student was world-renowned as a demon, more feared than the tailed beasts by some, killing so much and so easily and in his heart never desiring any of it. When a monster killed, at least it derived some satisfaction from it, right? Hanzo the salamander has laughed for the duration of their battle, living every second of it with all the fury and joy he was capable of, but Minato never laughed in a fight, maybe never even enjoyed one. He had become as strong as he had for the sake of his friends, his village, and the family he had created. He'd always killed for others and never for himself, and yet he'd never piled those bodies on the ones he loved. They weighed on him, Jiraiya was sure, even if he didn't show it. In his eyes, Minato was a man with infinite strength, but that strength was kept in reserve by unbreakable shackles. He had tied himself down to the shinobi world with his duties to Konoha and the Land of Fire, and placed an impossible expectation upon himself as he struggled against those chains. How could someone who had taken Konoha to the zenith of its power push it even farther? Especially when the whole world was awaiting the answer, some eagerly and others with dread. Jiraiya pondered his most successful student for some time, meditating in his stone chair with his arms crossed. He got distracted a couple times trying to enter sage mode, but wrote it off each time. Those were his shinobi instincts, not a teacher's. There wasn't going to be a fight here, so what good would sage mode do? About 5 minutes before the meeting time, there was a puff of smoke in the rush of air, and Yahiko appeared behind one of the other seats, looking around in obvious anticipation. His gaze fell first on the empty chair and then on Jiraiya, and Jiraiya couldn't help but frown. His student had come wearing a black undersuit and a flak jacket, and he looked terrible. Who could blame him though? Yahiko obviously hadn't slept in some time, and his body was covered in healed burns and scabs. He looked like a raw nerve exposed to the open air, the kind of thing Jiraiya would have dialed down to keep the aura of mystery and, frankly, hygiene in his work. Still, him showing up first worked in the dramatic sense. Enter stage right, the passionate but lower-class presenting revolutionary leader, wearing a soldier's uniform and 5 o'clock shadow. See how he slouches, so tired with the work of the revolution and the cruelty of the universe that he can't spare common manners for the man who taught him the cursed power that all the world holds so close to its heart. He's not here yet, Yahiko said, and Jiraiya rose, shaking off the fantasy. No, he said frankly. Do you want a hug or something? That's not really my thing, but... Yahiko stared at him in disbelief for a moment, and then laughed and took a seat. I'll settle for being glad that I'm here before the fastest man in the world, he said with a tired smirk, and Jiraiya chuckled and sat back down, shamelessly looking Yahiko over. There was still strength and determination there, even if he was obviously tired. Beaten, but not beaten. Of all his students, Yahiko and Minato were the closest in character. Both powerful men, leaders at heart who could inspire and direct those around them by instinct. But there was a critical difference, Jiraiya thought. Minato was a pragmatist, Yahiko was an idealist. Minato was famously unflappable, but Yahiko has an unbelievably keen sense of justice. He was the kind of guy who would say he'd take over a country to protect its people and mean it, after all. In almost any story, Yahiko was the hero, the man at the front of the cavalry coming to save the day at the last second, chafing against a great evil that had chained the land, and continuing to fight no matter what. But here, he was practically vibrating in his chair. Yahiko was meant to stand, not to sit, to challenge, not to wait and see. Konan and Nagato had always covered those things he lacked, forming a perfect team. Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder if maybe all the Omekage should have been here, but that obviously wasn't possible. Konoha wasn't fighting for its life like Rain was, so it could spare all its cage where AIM couldn't. They sat in an unfortunately awkward silence for several minutes, Yahiko seeming to practically doze off, until Jiraiya finally could not bear it and spoke. "Are Nagato and Konan okay?" he asked, and Yahiko glanced up at him with one half-open eye. "No. But they're alive," he said, and Jiraiya grunted. "Konan is in Frost, Nagato's at home." "She's fighting?" Jiraiya asked, and Yahiko grunted back, seeming to mimic him. "Cute. Do you disapprove, Sensei?" Yahiko asked, and Jiraiya laughed. "No. I wish her all the success in the world," he said as sincerely as possible, but Yahiko didn't seem to believe him. He shifted, looking sour in his chair. "Hey, don't make that face. I'm serious. What Cloud did, it was unforgivable. Something like that can't pass without punishment." "Well, I'm glad we see eye to eye on that at least," Yahiko said. He stretched out, cracking his arms over his head. "It should be any second now, right?" As if on cue there was another pop, a puff of smoke, and Minato settled into the other chair on the opposite side of the table, already seated. He was wearing the full official garb of the Hokage, white coat, hat, and all. Rising from beneath the stage as if by magic, concealed until the last second, the symbol of success and prosperity in the shinobi world, with brilliant golden hair and a heart-stealing face. Flashy entrance for the yellow flash. If Jiraiya had needed to bet his life on it, he wouldn't have been 100% sure if Minato did that on purpose, something carefully cultivated, or if he was just born with an effortless talent for understated style. "Sensei, a mechage," Minato said, perpetually polite and with an expression that hinted at a smile but didn't manage to be one. "Glad to see you both." "You're all here," Fukazaka rumbled out, and Yahiko twitched, as if he'd forgotten the ancient toad was there. "Please get going, and for the sake of Shima, eat some of your grubs, would you?" "Well, now I'll feel bad whether they eat or not." Shima protested, and she and her husband began bickering from their plinths as Jiraiya looked back at his students and shrugged. "It's your show," he said. "I'm just here to help out if things get heated. I couldn't blame either of you, given the circumstances." "We appreciate your time, Sensei," Minato said with a small bow, before turning his full attention to Yahiko. "And a mechage, let me start by expressing my sincere condolences for what your village has suffered. Obviously, Cloud's unprovoked attack is unconscionable." "So polite," Jiraiya thought with a grin. "Too polite." Yahiko was going to take it as babying, probably, but that was part of working out a dialogue. As far as he knew, his two students had never been in a room alone together like this. They'd met, but only through semi-official channels or with subordinates present. This was new for both of them. "I appreciate the sentiment, Hokage," Yahiko said, straightening up in his chair. "But let's be real, we're here for more than just 100,000 corpses. You're the one who requested this meeting, what did you want to discuss that couldn't be done by letter?" Minato seemed nonplussed by Yahiko's terse tone. He took off his hat and leaned forward. There were concerns that blame for the attack could fall on Konoha, given its timing in regards to Team 7's infiltration mission. "I wanted to be sure that the lines of communication between our villages were completely clear, to prevent any misunderstandings." "Misunderstandings?" "Yeah," Yahiko muttered. "So it was a complete coincidence that after Sakura accomplished her mission, my city exploded." "Yes," Minato said, biting back. Jiraiya couldn't help but enjoy himself a little as his students verbally fenced. "Just like it was a complete coincidence that after Sakura reported to us that Rain had no Jinchuriki, Itachi Uchiha appeared to drop three-tailed beasts in your country's lap." Yahiko clenched his fist, seemingly ready to push back, but then laughed instead. "I guess we can settle on that," he said with a tired grin. "One coincidence after another, and another, and another. Orochimaru was your spy all along." "Orochimaru?" Jiraiya couldn't help but begin tapping his finger on the table. He'd known his teammate had been bitter, but from what Minato had told him, that bitterness had graduated to a full-blown homicidal obsession with the Hokage's position. He didn't know how to wrap his head around it. If he were able to sit down and speak with his old friend, could he get him to see sense? Or was the man who had always been obsessed with perfection so furious with Minato's sheen that Jiraiya wouldn't be able to get through to him? Yes, but no longer, Minato confirmed. And frankly, I can't trust any of the information he gave me. According to Sasuke, he's got quite the grudge against me. And you trust Sasuke's word? Yahiko asked. Minato arched an eyebrow. He's your Jonin, he said with a smile. Would you have promoted him if he wasn't trustworthy? Damn, Yahiko said frankly. You're hard to rile up. Are you trying to rile me up? Minato asked politely, and Yahiko shrugged. It's usually what I do, he said, and to Jiraiya that seemed like the first major hurdle cleared. Both men settled in, finding the tempo of the conversation as they continued to spar about the attack on Rain, Team 7 returning to Konoha, Sasuke's information about Orochimaru, the hidden cloud, and the temperament of the fire daimyo. It was almost 10 minutes before Yahiko said something that disrupted the tempo and made Jiraiya blink in surprise. What can you guarantee me? He asked abruptly, and Minato gave him a curious look. Yahiko had been growing more and more tense as they spoke, and now he had boiled over for no apparent reason. Guarantee you. Minato said, and the Omekage waved him off. It's all well and good for you to say that despite the daimyo offering you a mission to liberate Rain's former daimyo, you'll turn it down so long as things stay peaceful, but what about the other villages? What about Sand? Yahiko said. Minato frowned. I can't control the other villages, he said cautiously. Not even my military allies. And I'm sure it would not come as too surprising to you that after Waves, there was serious consideration to demand Gaara of the desert face justice or be responsible for the alliance ending. At the moment, that arrangement is up in the air. You can control the other villages, Yahiko said after a moment. Konoha is the richest in the land. You could pay them not to meddle in Rain, more than the daimyo would offer to do it. I couldn't afford to pay all of them, Minato said, somehow staying patient despite the absurd idea. Jiraiya leaned forward, wondering if he should intervene, but Minato brushed the table towards him, a clear gesture for him to hang back. And even if I could, I would be directly undermining Sugawara. That wouldn't be good for our relationship, obviously. How high would you jump if the daimyo commanded it then, Hokage? Yahiko said with a faint sneer. Are you afraid of hurting his feelings? A large part of Konoha's success has been thanks to subsidies provided by the Land of Fire, Minato said neutrally. I understand that given your position, you see cooperation with the civilian government as foolishness, Omekage, but it's critical for my people. Konohagakure is not an island, and can't function without the government's support. In that sense, we're not as strong as Rain. Yahiko seemed thrown off by Minato's earnestness, glancing at Jiraiya, who could only offer him a shrug. His initial impression had been mostly right, this was a meeting between a conqueror and an administrator. Despite both being Kage, their priorities were so different that at times it was like they were speaking a different language. It was self-indulgent to think about, but if there was truth to his ancient curse, which of their revolutions had the great Toad Sage prophesied? The one from inside, or the one from without? Then could you guarantee that shinobi of the leaf stay inside their country, until this matter is settled? Yahiko said. For our peace of mind. He said it so earnestly, but it wasn't something Yahiko should have said, Jiraiya thought. Something was strange here, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Not dispatching shinobi outside the Land of Fire. Minato said, now genuinely confused. No, that's unfortunately impossible. We've delayed international missions for now, but that cannot be the case forever. As I said, I would forbid any missions into the Nation of Rain for the time being, but the village relies on international assignments. Fire alone can't support the Hidden Leaf's current population. Is that so? Yahiko said, and Jiraiya had an epiphany. He was padding his word count, something Jiraiya was intimately familiar with. He sat up with a frown, ignored by his two students. Why use is that so, when I see would do? Why make demands he knew Minato would have no choice but to deny? Yahiko wasn't an idiot, and for as long as Jiraiya had known him he'd hated wasting time. Was he just intimidated by Minato, trying to buy himself time to explore every position? It didn't match up with his understanding of his student at all. Then not dispatching shinobi into the minor countries with which Rain has alliances, and Frost as well, Yahiko said, and again Minato shook his head, drumming his fingers on the rim of his hat. Again, unfortunately impossible to guarantee, he said. Yahiko stared at him for an unsettlingly long moment. Something was wrong here. Jiraiya tried to step back, to no longer be a master looking at his student but just be a ninja watching two others, but the situation was too sticky for him to disentangle himself from. What about Team 7? He said. It was the first thing he'd said that elicited an obvious reaction from Minato. He stopped drumming his fingers on his hat. Would you return them? Minato considered Yahiko, his fingers starting to drum again. I'm not completely against their ambassador plan, he eventually said. But I would not order them to return. If that was their wish, I wouldn't stand in their way. Even your son. Even my son, Minato said. But frankly, I'm not sure if it would be good for them. Rain left them with deep scars. They grew, Yahiko said, almost bitterly. They grew so fast. I'm furious to have lost such incredible shinobi, especially Sakura. Well, maybe they could be a bridge to peace between us, Minato said, not committing one way or another. But precisely because they've grown so much, I'd be loath to let them go. I'm sure you can understand. Too well, Yahiko muttered, and Jiraiya finally took his opportunity to step in. Yahiko, he asked. What are you doing? Both his students looked over at him as Jiraiya shook his head. Asking for these kinds of concessions, when you know that Minato isn't going to be able to give them. What's the idea? Shouldn't you get serious? You both have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity here, and I feel like... Minato was thinking the same thing, Jiraiya was sure, but he was also desperate to treat the summit he'd set up in good faith. I feel like you're squandering it, Jiraiya said, but his student shot back without hesitation. I'm seeing if Nagato and Konan were right, Sensei, Yahiko said. They said the Hokage would be open to negotiation. They're the whole reason I agreed to this summit. Respectfully, Yahiko, you're not negotiating, Minato said patiently. You're wasting my time. Jiraiya couldn't help but nod along. I want to help the Hidden Rain however I can, but please recognize that my options are limited. Yahiko looked back at him, and his face twisted into a sneer. You shouldn't be so conceited just because you're Sensei's favorite, Namikaze, he said, and Minato raised an eyebrow. Your options are limited. Nonsense. You're just not willing to break your little self-imposed rules. Don't annoy the daimyo, don't lose the village any money, don't tread on any toes, don't. He slammed his fist down on the table, a sudden and violent action, but Minato didn't flinch. The whole world is lining up to bury a knife in the wound Cloud left, and you're happy to stand by the side and offer platitudes while we bleed. Don't act otherwise. Finally, Minato looked a little frustrated. Before Jiraiya could try to calm Yahiko down, the Hokage spoke, his voice icy. I would be happy to fight against Cloud, or even destroy it if that was necessary, he said, the words of a man who had personally killed hundreds. But you have not asked for that, Yahiko. You have asked Konoha to restrict itself as you wage war against Kumigakure yourself. I'm left with the conclusion that you don't want help, that you think this is a battle you must fight alone. Is that the case? If it is, please say so, and stop wasting my time. Oh? You'd fight Cloud with us? Yahiko said with a laugh. While your good friend Sugawara pays you to hang back and let us do all the bleeding, I'm sure. Ready to stab us in the back like you have so many others, Minato. If that's what you think of me, there's no dialogue to be had here, Minato said, still cold. He started to stand up. The heroes walk away from the table, marching towards the same destination but too stubborn to do it side by side. Wait, Jiraiya stood up and spoke, and to his credit Minato did wait. Yahiko crossed his arms, looking satisfied? That little shit. He was making a fool of himself. What did he have to be satisfied about? Minato, Yahiko's obviously having a bad week. Please, give him a bit of grace. Minato gave him an unreadable look. And Yahiko, for your own sake, try to be serious about this, would you? Jiraiya placed both his hands palm down on the table, leaning forward. He could feel the toad's eyes burning into his back. We're here to help you, and help your country. No matter how upset you are, you would have to be a true idiot to not seize this opportunity. Are you calling me an idiot, Sensei? His brown eyes were burning, furious. There was an anger inside Yahiko that was eating him alive. There always had been, but Jiraiya had never seen it so close to the surface. Yes, if you're just going to let the Hokage walk away. Jiraiya straightened up. For fuck's sake, Yahiko, let him help you in Frost. Hell, I'll help too. Leaf and rain and a washed-up Sunin should be more than enough to convince Cloud they've made a mistake. We'll dismantle that cannon of theirs, keep anything like that from ever happening again. Yahiko paused. Pondered. Opened his mouth. There was a puff of smoke, and Jiraiya's train of thought was obliterated. Another summoning? That wasn't in the itinerary. A small blue toad appeared in the center of the table. Gammaden, the one who Jiraiya knew Obito had taken a liking to. It was bleeding from a single deep slash along its back and spun towards Jiraiya and the elder toads with wide eyes, collapsing and sprawling on the table as it did. Everyone in the room stared at the new arrival in shock. Konoha is under attack, the toad croaked. The Hokage stash. In the blink of an eye, the Hokage in question leapt over the table, shattering the stone under his feet. There was already a knife in his hand, and he drove it with bone-shattering force into Yahiko's throat, both men slamming to the ground and cratering it beneath them. The heroes come to blows, one having learned that the other has betrayed him. The tip of Minato's knife broke off, and Jiraiya blinked, feeling like everything was moving slowly, impossibly, that there was no way in hell he'd just seen one of his students try to murder the other in front of him. The Hokage's wife is in danger. Gammaden finished, bleeding on the table. Konoha was under attack? Kushina had been targeted? How dash? You dash. Minato hissed. More fuel to the fire of this being a dream. Jiraiya had never heard his student sounding so furious in his life. Somehow, impossible as everything else, Yahiko stared up at them from the floor with horizontal pupils and golden eyes. He'd entered Sage mode, and in an instant too, faster than the fastest man in the world could stab him in the throat. Minato's kunai had snapped against his impenetrable skin. Yahiko shoved the Hokage, throwing him off with strength that was beyond superhuman. Good instincts, Minato. Yahiko chuckled as he dragged himself to his feet. The Hokage slammed into the wall and fell into a crouch, eyes wide. Murderous rage and chakra boiled off him, shattering the stone under his feet and making the entire room groan as the rubble of the table jumped up and down. But really, did you think I was some jumped-up megalomaniac from Sensei's books? I knew you would reject my terms. Your village is already burning. Minato grit his teeth, but as he took a step forward Shima shrieked from the entrance, her voice filled with grief. No. She called, and everyone in the room was compelled to spin towards her. No. There will be no blood spilled in this place. That is your business, not Miyaboku's. There was no hesitation. Then send me back, elders, Minato said, murder burning the air around him. Right now. He was too far for the Hiraishin to function, Jiraiya thought numbly. Something that had only come up twice before, on his previous visits to the mountain. Had Yahiko known, or only suspected? It was another critical waste of time, delaying his return by even a second. Fukazaku and Shima began making the signs for the reverse summoning, and the Hokage pulled two-pronged knives out, holding them at his sides. Yahiko, he said. His chakra was still screaming, but his tone had returned to its normal passivity, as if they were discussing the weather. I'm going to kill all your ninja. And then you. He glanced at Jiraiya as a summoning seal began spreading out beneath his feet. I'm sorry we couldn't resolve this peacefully. Then there was a burst of smoke, a pop, and the Hokage was gone. Jiraiya stared, the world collapsing around him. This hadn't been the story he'd assumed it was. Ha! Yahiko let out a bark of laughter. Running home, and too late for it. That's the yellow flash for you. Yahiko, Jiraiya said, not turning from where Minato had stood. What have you done? Secured Rain's future, Yahiko said, completely self-assured. Konoha will be crippled, I'm sure of it. The rest of the world will see that Rain is still a premier power, and we can prosecute our war with Cloud in peace. In peace. Jiraiya roared, spinning on him, and Yahiko stumbled back in shock. You stupid bastard. You've attacked the only ally you possibly had. Now all the world hates you even more. What are you thinking? An ally? Yahiko laughed. Until the daimyo demanded otherwise, you mean? It was inevitable. He stepped forward into Jiraiya's rage, still in sage mode. Jiraiya couldn't find it himself to give a damn. He had an overwhelming urge to reach out and strangle Yahiko where he stood. This is the moment for Rain, for the revolution, Sensei. This is the time where it is do or die. He threw his arms out, half begging and half gloating. It was sealed the moment Cloud attacked. From that moment, Rain would only ever grow weaker, like a stuck boar. This is it, Jiraiya. From here, the nation can only win, or bleed to death. There's nothing in between. This will only make you weaker. Jiraiya roared. End it, now, before it's too late. I don't think it will, Sensei. I think this will show the world that Rain will dictate the future, not the leaf, Yahiko said, so furiously sincere that it made Jiraiya's heart crack in half. We will break the leaf, and bury Cloud. Then, the other countries will have no choice but to depose their daimyo, or have the job done for them. The world will finally be rid of pointless wars. Other than this. The final one. The necessary one. Yahiko said. Condemn me if you like, but when the dust settles and the graves are made, you'll understand. Rain will win. Nagato will win, and he and Konan and I will carry all of us to a better world. Your world, Sensei. My dash. Jiraiya gagged, feeling like he was going to choke on his anger. You. Yeah, you bastard, how dare you, I'll kill you, Yahiko said, dismissing him with a wave. His golden eyes were full of contempt. Will you side against me, Sensei? I don't want you to be in one of those graves. It would be a lot easier for everyone if you just sit this one out. The revolutionary, burning down the world to reshape the ashes. But was this all of you? Jiraiya asked suddenly, and Yahiko stiffened. What do you mean? He was finally cautious. This was the crack in his armor. His security, his moral superiority, his finely tuned sense of justice, they all pivoted on this. Nagato and Konan. Was this their plan as well? Jiraiya stepped forward, chest to chest and towering over his student. Or did you go behind their back? For the first time, Yahiko hesitated. They don't know, he eventually admitted. But this is all for them. They talked like you, they didn't understand how things would go. Even after everything, they're still naive. I'm saving them from a threat they're too kind to understand. You're a failure, Jiraiya. You've spent your life chasing a single fucking day without war and all you've done is make perfect killers and paranoid maniacs. The great change coming to the world is going to be a great firestorm that sweeps over everything and changes perfectly good people into corpses and ash. You're not the wise mentor who dies to inspire the next generation, you're the doddering old man who sits in his home as the invading army sweeps over it and carries him away before he can understand what's happening. You became strong together, Jiraiya said, knowing in his broken heart that he was a fraud. By doing this, you have destroyed yourself. Yahiko didn't respond. Jiraiya didn't care why. He turned his back on his student, sweeping the Hokage's hat off the table and pressing it to his chest. I won't fight you, he said, feeling his rage and sorrow crystallize into resolve. I can't. But your patsies are another story. Don't expect me to show them mercy if they attack my home. Konoha hasn't been your home for dash, Yahiko said, and Jiraiya spun on him with a stone face. Fukazaku and Shima had already begun the reverse summoning jutsu, sensing his intent. Yahiko, he said, feeling like the words were coming from somewhere else, a book he'd not yet begun to write. They had the clarity and certainty of a third draft, and he spoke them without regret. Unless you're saved by a miracle, you're going to die alone. Without another word or a spared thought for his student, Jiraiya vanished, send hurtling through time and space to the village hidden in the leaves. Obito Sensei Chapter 70. Kills their heart. How do you destroy a hidden village? The best way to destroy a minor village is to crush it from the inside and out, overwhelming its ninja with simultaneous internal and external attacks. But destroying one of the major hidden villages is an entirely different proposition. Konoha is a full city, home to more than 100,000 people, and more than 14,000 of those people are shinobi, many of them legendary for their skill. On this day, the majority of Konoha's shinobi are within its walls, a force of around 10,000 ninja ready to leap at the call and defend their home with their lives. 10,000 ninja by itself is frightening, but that alone does not encompass the grave dangers of attacking a hidden village like Konoha. The village is surrounded by tall walls which are patrolled at all hours of the day by teams of chunin and jonin. Beyond the walls, a barrier of marvelous complexity covers the entire village hidden in the leaves. It extends a mile beyond the walls and 3 miles above and below, a sphere of invisible chakra maintained by several dozen shinobi whose sole job day to day is monitoring the village's defenses, even though it has been years since they were tested by an enemy. The barrier is based on a secret jutsu formula that is nearly a century old and has undergone constant revision, each of which has given it additional detection methods. It is tuned to alert the barrier corp if it is touched by any chakra signature above a certain altitude, if shinobi who haven't entered it before passes through it, if certain shinobi who have entered before but have been flagged by the barrier corp pass through it, and most recently, if a shinobi feeling malice towards Konoha or aspiring for revolution passes through it. If the barrier corp is alerted, the barrier patrol corp is mobilized as well, which is a rotating quick response force of 300 shinobi who are required to carry radio earpieces with them at all times during their active duty so that they can be informed of any incursions. The barrier patrol corp is, naturally, immediately dispatched to destroy any intruders. So, 10,000 shinobi and a near unavoidable barrier which can dispatch a quick response force the moment it is touched. Overwhelming, but still not the full picture of Konoha's defensive strength, since it does not fully account for the village's most fearsome shinobi, who can credibly be claimed to be as dangerous as hundreds of their fellows. Anyone dreaming of destroying Konoha must account for Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, Obito Uchiha, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Might Guy, and a half-dozen other S-rank ninja spread among Konoha's famous clans. Any one of these shinobi could potentially brutalize an entire invading force if allowed to operate unimpeded, and the world knows it. Every other hidden village has been searching for the answer to the problem of the yellow flash for decades, and none except the hidden cloud have gotten close. The same can be said for Kushina Uzumaki, a Jinchuriki with some command of her tailed beast who also happens to be a master of sealing techniques and wields the unbreakable adamantine chains, and Mangekyo no Obito, Konoha's untouchable blood-soaked ghost. The Sandaime Hokage, the clan masters, and Might Guy are merely unbelievably dangerous, but it is these 3 ninja who have secured Konoha's invincibility for a generation. So, with the picture complete, to destroy a hidden village like Konoha, one must be ready to fight thousands of ninja in their home territory while gravely outnumbered, avoid a near unavoidable barrier to get the drop on them, and do battle with a dozen of the most feared shinobi in the world at the same time, ideally in such a way that it locks them down in one location for a long enough time that they are not able to assault the main force and decimate it. Combined, this is an impossible problem, but these challenges can be individually surmounted. How do you prepare to fight thousands of ninja in their home territory? Send 1,000 of your own, but only the most elite, a force large enough to be devastating but small enough to be flexible, a dire commitment of strength but one you can be sure will be able to retreat in order if it suffers more than 50% casualties, which is a horrendous number, but not unusual for large shinobi battles, which are astonishingly lethal. Send S-rank ninja of your own, either to lock down the aforementioned best ninja in the world or to slaughter a vast number of Konoha's ninja should they be given the opportunity to battle without being checked themselves. Send a tailed beast, which will destroy everything in its path. How do you get past a barrier that can detect new arrivals, those flagged as enemies, and malice? Send a shinobi to start the assault who is not a new arrival, who has not yet been flagged as an enemy because the village is in the middle of negotiating non-aggression guarantees, and who feels no malice towards the city they are about to attempt to destroy. All the better if that same ninja can alter the environment of the village and negate some of the natural home field advantage that Konoha will enjoy in the battle, even by an infinitesimal amount. How do you battle the most feared shinobi in the world, perhaps in history. Whenever you can, you do not. You force them to leave the village for insincere negotiations, block whatever means of communication with them you can, and waste their time for as long as possible while their home burns. If that is not possible, you send elite shinobi of your own in greater numbers to slay them, kill teams of fanatics who go to their likely dooms intending to buy with their lives the death of a legend. And, whenever possible, you turn their strength against them, be that their compassion or their pride or the very power within them. You use it against them, against their village, and you pray it is enough. This is the best way to destroy a hidden village. With strength, forethought, precision, and most of all, luck. Because with the quality of the enemy, it only takes one part of the plan going wrong for everything else to collapse. ####. Sakura stared at Haku's outstretched hand, her heart hammering in her chest. Haku, what are you talking about? She asked, wondering if this was even happening. A delusion, a genjutsu, a dream. It all felt real, so she had no choice but to treat it like it was. What's going on? Sakura, Tenten said quietly. Do you want me to get help? She looked Haku over with obvious wariness. There's no way he's here with permission. He must have snuck into the village. Sakura faltered. Wait. Please, just wait. Haku, tell me what's happening. Haku's hand shook, and he closed his eyes. I'm not here alone, he said, and Sakura's heart, which had been beating against her ribs so hard she was worried it might break out, stopped. I'm the vanguard. Sakura stopped, the words too massive for her to handle. No. There was a rush of air and the scrape of steel, and suddenly Tenten had a sword at Haku's neck. It appeared from nowhere, its edge crackling with lightning. Haku didn't flinch away from the blade even as flickers of electricity danced between it and his skin. He kept eye contact, staring at Sakura with nothing but sorrow. You son of a bitch, Tenten hissed. What the hell are you playing at? No. Sakura was frozen, seeing the past play out before her once again. She couldn't do this. She couldn't do this. I'm to give the signal, Haku said, looking over to Tenten. Do you understand? I came to talk to you first, I needed to talk to you before it started. And if I cut your head off? Tenten said, and Haku shrugged. No. Sakura tried to say it, but nothing came out. No, please, don't. Both of you, stop. I can't handle this. I won't be able to come back from this. You couldn't, he said sadly. I'm stronger than last time, Tenten. He slowly brought his hand up, as if to place it on the blade. Tenten swung. No. Sakura gasped, but it didn't matter. It was like they were both moving through water. Tenten went for the decapitating strike without hesitation, and Haku stepped back as a mirror of ice fell across the front of his body. The lightning blade pierced through the ice, but Haku was already moving forward and around, sliding across the ground with preternatural speed. Tenten twisted, her face furious, but she was too slow. With the ice shielding his movement, Haku had already slipped past her side. He surged forward and took her back, putting her in a headlock, ice spread from his skin, sliding across Tenten's face and covering her mouth. In just a second, Tenten was grappled, ice pinning her joints and rendering her mute, and Sakura was too frozen to do a thing about it. Sakura, Haku said, obviously struggling to hold Tenten in place but keeping his voice level nonetheless. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to hurt you. So don't, Sakura whispered. Haku, what are you doing? What is Rain doing? Seeing Tenten stuck, struggling, and failing to break the ice-assisted grapple, lit a fire in her heart. How stupid are you? Cloud's your enemy. Why would you attack Konoha? Haku hesitated, but didn't back down. From the beginning, he had been so sure of himself. Always composed, always perfect, flexible in his thinking but not in his beliefs. This happening was a nightmare, but it wasn't one Sakura could banish just by disbelieving. It's the Amekige's orders, he said. They don't trust the hidden leaf. You didn't either, that's why you ran. He smiled, though he looked like he was about to start crying again. So run again. You can come back, Sakura. Just run, and don't look back. Go back to Omegakure. Bring Naruto and Sasuke with you, if they'll come. We can make a peaceful world together, without regrets. Without. Sakura stared. No, Haku. I couldn't. The fire grew to an inferno. I wouldn't. That's what you said the first time, Haku insisted. But dash. You do it. Sakura said, her voice suddenly a shout, and Haku flinched. You defect. She stepped forward, hands clenching and unclenching. Here, now. The Hokage is out negotiating with Yahiko right now, and yet you're here, about to attack us. She was twitching, the rage suddenly so overwhelming, pouring out of her heart without end, threatening to drown her. Don't give the signal, if you're so important. How dare they? How dare they? Betray her, betray their ideals, betray the world, to get an advantage? Out of fear, when she was here. The nation is exactly what you created it to surpass. Sakura, I couldn't dash, Haku said, his grip loosening. Tenten stared at her, eyes full of fury. Sakura thought the feedback loop between them might make her explode. People were being drawn by her shouting. A Chunin in plain clothes and a vest jumped up on a nearby telephone pole with a curious expression. Haku looked around, bleeding desperation and confusion. I feel like we're moving steadily towards something horrible. You couldn't. Sakura shouted, water swirling around her arms in a whirlpool. She couldn't hold her chakra back, the world went red, and the sound of her heart in her ears drowned out everything else. All of existence had been narrowed down to her and Haku's disgustingly sad face. You couldn't, but I could. You hypocrite. Everything you talked to me about, everything you said the Akatsuki stood for, and now this. Another step, and now she was screaming in Haku's face. You want me to just walk away, let you kill my friends, my family. For you. If this is what you're doing, you're just another ninja, Haku. Just another tool. Haku jerked as if she'd slapped him. I can't choose between you and Rain. He said, his voice rising to a shout as well. The Chunin on the pole called out to some others on the ground. Please, Sakura, don't make me. That's how organizations like the Akatsuki function. They make you make impossible choices, no matter which one you make, you feel like you've failed somehow. It's the same for me, idiot. Sakura screamed. Rain's making a mistake, don't make it with them. She threw out both her hands, seeing the water wreathing them, and held them out to Haku, palms up and trembling. Drop her. Leave the nation. Don't make me fight you, Haku. For a second, it seemed to work. Haku froze, his entire body shaking. The ice around Tenten started to melt, and she began to struggle free. He dropped his head, his eyes hidden behind his long black hair. The nation gave me a home, he whispered, Sakura straining to hear. It gave Master Zabuza a purpose. It showed me the truth of the world. Haku. Sakura begged. She suddenly couldn't hear her heart, only him. She could feel hot tears running down her face, but her voice was crystal clear. Please. He looked up at her. If you ever feel like you need to fight injustice in this world. Sakura, he said. I'm sorry. I can't dash. Sakura screamed and charged. Haku threw both his hands up, releasing Tenten. A ball of water and ice formed between his hands, so dense that he actually sunk into the concrete roof, and as Sakura tackled him, it fired up into the sky, soaring towards the clouds and leaving a trail behind it like a comet. They hit the ground, tumbling across the roof. Sakura was vaguely aware in her peripheral vision that more ninja were converging on their position, including some wearing the grab of Umbu. The shouting had attracted their attention, and what was happening was obvious enough to anyone with eyes, though not the scale of it. High above them, the comet exploded with a loud crack, raining glittering snow and ice down across the entire village. It froze where it landed, creating patches of slick frost. In an instant, Konoha was transported to winter, and snow continued to ceaselessly fall. He is stronger. What happened? About 4 seconds later, As Haku kicked Sakura off after a brief struggle and spun to his feet with tears streamed freely from his eyes and freezing on his cheeks, the entire sky went red. "It's started," he said. "There's no going back now, Sakura." Ninja were all around them on the roof, Konoha shinobi shouting out alarms and words of warning. Sakura panted, whipping out the flowing hail blade in both hands and cracking them against the air, producing a sonic boom. Tenten broke free of the ice, her face and arms covered in frostbite burns and her teeth bared. "I'm going to break every bone in your body," Sakura whispered. "And then I'm going to drag you to the Omekage. I'll make them answer for it." Somehow, Haku gave her a weak smile. "Well," he said, and the ninja surrounding him all sprang, looking to bury him in bodies and steel. "Good luck." It was 6-on-1, but Haku didn't fight back. A sheet of ice opened up beneath him and he fell into it, vanishing from sight. The air was full of snow and sleet raining down across the village, and Sakura looked around, remembering the Chunin exam as countless ice mirrors began to form in the air, an endless parade of them extending across Konoha to the north. The village was under attack. Haku had betrayed her. The Akatsuki had betrayed her. The world had betrayed her. Sakura felt that she probably should have collapsed and curled up in a ball and cried until she died. Instead, she started running, chasing Haku's reflection. "Hurt him like he's hurt you. Make him regret this." She bared her teeth and shouted at the top of her lungs back at the ninja on the roof. "The village is under attack," she screamed. "It's the hidden rain. Warn everyone, I'll handle him." She took a deep breath, about to leap off the roof. "Tenten. Let's go." Just like that, Tenten was at her side, still spitting out ice, and they raced off into the village after Haku. There were distant explosions, and then a thunderous smash, followed by more crashes. Screams of fear and anger started spreading across the village. The battle had already started. Sakura barely heard or saw any of it. She maintained 100% focus on Haku, watching him zip between the mirrors and heading farther north. "Where's he going?" Tenten shouted as they sprinted from rooftop to rooftop. She couldn't see him. Sakura threw her hand out, pointing and screaming with all her strength. It felt like her entire body was pushing beyond its limits, so enraged that she couldn't even remember what she was supposed to be capable of. "The Hokage Tower," she said, not caring why but knowing it was the truth. "Tenten, don't kill him. He's mine." "No guarantees," Tenten shouted back, and Sakura couldn't bring herself to disagree. What was happening was too apocalyptic for promises like that. Their home was under attack. Tenten would fight for her life like everyone should, without holding back. The tower drew closer, and Sakura watched as Haku pinballed between mirrors, building up speed until he was a sleek silver bullet. Then, he threw himself into the tower, smashing through the wide windows of the Hokage's office in a spray of glass. Sakura flung herself up towards the broken window, feeling Tenten right behind her. Today, she was faster than her friend, though Sakura couldn't remember that ever being the case before. She cleared the window, landing on the Hokage's desk and feeling it slide beneath her from the impact. She was sloppy, chakra spraying everywhere and not lightening her steps. She didn't care. Two of the Umbu that always traveled with the Hokage, his personal guard, were inside. The room was already coated in ice, one Umbu frozen to the wall, alive but pinned, and the other trapped in the center of the room, his feet locked to the floor by thick rime as Haku attacked him with an ice knife in one hand and senbon in the other. He dueled Haku with a laser focus, a tanto in either hand as he repulsed a dozen attacks in a second, knocking needles away and diverting the knife from his vitals. Sakura didn't say anything, she just swung her longer blade into the room. Haku jumped, the blade slicing under him and cutting right in front of the trapped Umbu, landing on the ceiling and hurling more senbon at everyone in the room. The man stuck to the wall twitched as 4 needles buried themselves in his neck, but only one found its mark in the other Umbu's shoulder. He flinched, but kept hold of both his blades. Sakura advanced, her teeth bared in a snarl as she opened up with both blades, striking out and filling the room with supersonic slashes. A heartbeat later Tenten arrived. Haku leapt from the ceiling and tumbled along the wall, Sakura's blades chasing him and ripping gashes in the ice and the walls beneath it. Before he could catch his breath and attack again, Tenten joined in, hurling braces of kunao and shuriken from some hidden pocket as she stood in the window. The first barrage missed, but the second struck one of the kunao which had ricocheted off the thick ice and sent it flying into Haku's back. He slammed to the ground on all fours and Sakura roared and took her opportunity, bringing both blades around in a strike that, blunted as they were, would at least break his ribs. For the first time, Haku roared back. A shell of ice covered him, and Sakura's blades struck it with a resounding crack, failing to break through. Needles of ice exploded off it, filling the room with deadly shrapnel and perforating the umbu. Sakura blocked as many as she could, but more than a dozen got through. She fell back with a hiss of pain, needles coating her arms and torso, but as she did Tenten charged ahead, having ducked behind the Hokage's desk to avoid the barrage. She still had her lightning-coated sword and she led with it like a spear, slamming into Haku's ice shell even as it prepared to explode out again. The sword pierced right through the ice and into Haku's shoulder, blood splattering the inside of the shell. It hurt. It hurt like she was the one being stabbed. But Sakura couldn't stop, not until Haku did. If her blunt blade couldn't pierce the shell, she had to do something else. Tenten! She shouted, charging forward and sheathing her knife. A raise-non grew in her hand, keening at a painful pitch, and Tenten took the hint, leaping away and leaving her sword embedded in Haku's defenses. Sakura could see him inside as she sprinted forward, raising up the Hokage's jutsu. She wondered if she looked as betrayed as him. Sakura brought the raise-non down like a hammer, slamming it on top of the shell of ice. The jutsu detonated, blowing a hole into the shell and crushing Haku down. He screamed, and Sakura's heart broke. What happened next, she couldn't understand. Deafening dark blue chakra poured out of the black rods embedded in Haku's back, and Sakura froze. For a moment, she was being crushed alive. She wasn't in the Hokage's office, but in a plane of infinite ice, and there was an alien, craggy face leering down at her with a single ringed eye. The chakra poured over her like a heart attack. It was just like Gaara, she thought. But that was impossible. Haku wasn't. As Sakura recoiled in shock, Haku shot upwards, knocking her away as he smashed straight through the roof and out of sight. His body was coated in dark blue chakra, and Sakura couldn't see his face. She stood there stunned for at least 2 seconds, an eternity in a situation like this, and then a choked gag returned her to the present. The umbu pinned to the wall was already dead, but the one in the center of the room was still alive. His entire body had been perforated by ice needles, and as he twisted his head to face her and Tenten, Sakura heard his spine click. His hawk mask had shattered above the nose, revealing the top of his face. "A Jinchuriki," he said with clear eyes and a steady voice. "We were trying to summon the Hokage." Blood started dribbling from beneath the mask, pouring down his chest. His lungs had been shredded. Worn. Minato. He died then and there, unable to fall, his feet frozen to the floor and his muscles locked by Senbon. Sakura couldn't tear her eyes away. Haku had killed him. How many more would be killed if she didn't stop him? Killing someone is a terrible crime. "Sakura," Tenten said, panting, and pulling a rogue needle from her arm. "We can't get the Hokage. We have to go after him." "Right," Sakura looked up. "Sorry. You're holding it together," Tenten said, and Sakura nodded. "I just want people to be safe." "Somehow," she said. There were more explosions outside, and she glanced out the window. It was snowing so heavily that she couldn't see the walls of Konoha, and what she could see of the village was wreathed in smoke. Far to the south, there seemed to be hundreds of people flying around in the air, fighting giants swarming with people of their own. It was too surreal for Sakura to understand. "Come." They swung out the broken window and ran up towards the roof, Sakura pulling her knife back out. She didn't bring out a second water blade. Haku's defenses were obviously strong enough that she needed more power in a single weapon, rather than distributing her chakra through two. They crested the roof, leaping apart at the last second to present a harder target, but no attack came. As they skidded to a stop across half-frozen pools of water, Sakura saw why. Haku stood stock still in the center of the roof, staring up into the snow. Blood dripped down his arm and back from his wounds, starting to freeze the second it left his body. Sakura felt cold, even with all the chakra running through her. Haku's presence alone froze everything around him solid. The dark blue chakra still poured out of the rods in his shoulders, lifting up into the air like a cloud of solid smoke. Sakura could swear she could see the one-eyed face in it, swirling around and refusing to fully form. As Tenten circled around his other side, more shuriken falling into her free hand, Sakura approached head-on. Haku looked down at her. "That hurt," he said mildly, but his wounds weren't bleeding as much as they should have been. Had he frozen them over, or were they closing up? Sakura couldn't tell. "You killed the Hokage guards," Sakura said, and Haku nodded. "Why?" "They were part of my orders," he said. "I was told that they needed to be among the first to die. I'm not sure why." He said it so matter-of-factly that it left Sakura shaking. Had he always been like this, deceiving her, or had he shut himself off for this, killing without thought? She needed to find out, to talk to him and learn the truth, but there was no time. "Haku," she said, swallowing her yearning and uncertainty. "I can't forgive you for that." His face was pure melancholy. "I told you, Sakura, back in the forest. I was always going to follow the Omekage, wherever they led me." He shifted to keep Tenten in his peripheral vision, frozen blood cracking beneath him. "Even if it's to kill, those were the orders I was given." She couldn't bring herself to attack. That war between rage and relief began again, but Tenten held back too, analyzing the cloud of chakra. "That night, you said he, not them," Sakura said, and Haku shifted. "I didn't think anything of it then." "You meant Yahiko, didn't you?" "He was always the one I admired the most," Haku said. "And the one who invited Master Zabuza. Why did he make you a Jinchuriki?" Sakura said. From here, she couldn't see much but the cliffside of the Hokage monument, but there were even ninja fighting there. No one was coming to help them. How large was this invasion? Who was winning? All of that was far beyond her, she only had room in her mind for Haku. "The one who betrayed you." "It was Nagato," Haku said. "To save me." "But I'm not a normal Jinchuriki, Sakura." She hesitated. "What?" "A normal Jinchuriki will die if the beast leaves them," Haku said. "But if I'm a tool like you said, then I'm a tool that unleashes a tailed beast." Sakura sucked in a breath. "Was that part of your orders too?" Haku nodded, his mouth pressed in a grim line. The growing cloud. The familiar feeling of deadly chakra pressing down like a physical weight. They needed to stop him. Right now. Sakura made eye contact with Tenten, and she nodded. They charged simultaneously, Sakura swinging high and Tenten going low, flinging shuriken as she went and then readying her sparking blade with both hands. Haku threw his hands out and stomped down, and the falling snow around the roof collapsed into a ring of mirrors, and then a full dome, dozens of floating reflections enclosing the entire roof of the tower. All the while, more and more of the tailed beast's chakra poured out into the air, leaking out from between the mirrors and growing thicker and darker every second. It was almost too much to see through now. Sakura could have sworn her blunted blade connected with Haku's head, but the shadow he'd become just flickered out of existence, and there was no recoil on her sword. Tenten spun past and put her back to Sakura's, the both of them turning and searching for Haku. The mirrors were empty, and for a second Sakura wondered if he had simply left. "Damn," Tenten muttered. "Wish I had my scroll." "Don't have anything bigger," Sakura said, and her friend shook her head. "We won't be able to smash our way out. We'll have to catch him between the mirrors, when he attacks." Tenten tensed up. "Get ready." Sakura could feel it, the swell of chakra, the way the thick air surrounding them started to swirl. Haku was dashing between the mirrors, invisible to the naked eye. This was the same technique he'd used to defeat Tenten in the Chunin exam, but pushed to an insane level. Sakura didn't know the attack had started until she took a needle to the knee, her leg buckling. She ripped it out with her free hand, blood running down her leg, and suddenly the air was full of senbon. Swords weren't the best weapon for defense, especially not against dozens of senbon pouring in from every direction. Sakura did her best, widening her flowing hail blade to catch as many projectiles as possible and weaving a spherical pattern around herself and Tenten, knocking countless needles out of the air, but it just wasn't enough. Even with Tenten playing defense as well, Senbon were getting through and slamming into their bodies with enough force to make them stagger against one another. Go! Tenten shouted, and then somehow, impossibly, she began pushing through the storm. Sakura followed her, focusing solely on defense as Tenten began hurling kunao and shuriken, some with explosive tags attached. The dome rapidly filled with a complete cacophony of projectiles colliding and small explosions going off, Sakura swinging her blade faster and faster by the second. She had achieved a state of perfect focus. She could see him. Sakura didn't know what had changed, but she could see Haku cutting through the smoke and snow and Chakra, throwing himself from one mirror the other and hurling Senbon at them as he went. They were both filled with needles, but Haku hadn't struck any vitals and they weren't slowing down. Was he holding back, or was her defense just that effective? Sakura paused, breathed in, and struck out, the world freezing around her as her blade whipped forward. It slammed into Haku's side mid-leap and smashed him down into the roof, right beside Tenten. Tenten didn't hesitate, didn't even question how Sakura had just done the impossible. She just reversed the grip on her sword and drove it down. Haku rolled at the last second, and the blade went through his side instead of his spine, pinning him to the concrete. They were winning, Sakura thought, noticing that her arms were studded with needles but not yet feeling the pain. Haku had taken several disabling wounds. Just one or two more, and Sakura started falling over. What? Sakura tried to keep her feet, and realized it wasn't just her arms she couldn't feel. She couldn't feel anything. Her grip loosened on her knife, and the flowing hail blade disappeared. She collapsed to the roof, completely paralyzed. There has to be a better way, right? He'd been going slower to aim more carefully, she thought. He'd hit something vital on her, something in her spine or neck. She could still breathe, but that was it. There was no sensation below the base of her skull. All at once, Sakura started panicking. No. No 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 no. Tenten hadn't seen yet. She dove for Haku's prone body, leaving her sword where it was and pulling a final knife. But she was too slow, despite the agony it must have caused. Haku twisted, bringing an arm up and catching Tenten's kunao with his bare hand. The kunao froze in an instant and shattered. Tenten pulled back, the tips of two of her fingers had broken off as well. She kicked out and struck the blade buried in Haku's side, and the boy howled as it came loose, skittering across the ground. Tenten dove over his body after it. It was only then that she realized that Sakura wasn't doing anything. Tenten looked back as her hand touched the blade, and her eyes went wide with horror. Haku staggered to his feet, forming icicles of blood from his heavily bleeding wound as more and more dark chakra poured out of the rods on his back. He was growing pale, but still moved with remorseless energy. All he spared Sakura was a sorrowful glance. Don't. Don't. She couldn't speak, couldn't do anything but lie there. Tenten took up a ready stance, but Haku just walked backwards, sinking into another one of the mirrors as Tenten staggered after him. Like Sakura, her whole body was studded in needles, blood running freely and pooling around her as she moved. Stop. She's going to die. She's going to bleed out. Please. I don't want this. This is pointless. We want the same thing. You're my friend. Why are you doing this? Haku began attacking again, hurling Senbon as Tenten clumsily tried to deflect them. Sakura could still see him, his injuries slowed him down, but not nearly as much as Tenten's. Tenten was hit in the legs, the chest, the back, the shoulders, the neck, a needle dug into her temple and one of her eyes closed, blood pouring from beneath the lid. Her movements grew more sporadic, more savage. She kept swinging, like she was relying on a single attack miraculously bringing Haku down. Sakura started crying, tears freezing on her cheeks. It exploits and destroys people. Haku leapt from a mirror high above. You picked up a sword, Sakura. Both his hands sprouted knife-sized ice blades. He swung down, face expressionless. Tenten, we're friends, right? Tenten spun, already going through the motions for an overhead strike, but far too slow. You know you're my best friend, right? Haku was going to fall on Tenten and impale her. Certain, instant death. The fight was over. Sakura's hands tightened around her knife. A keening sound filling the air, a burning feeling filling her up and burying her pain and sorrow and fear and leaving behind only hatred. The darkness within the dome was so thick she couldn't see the skin of her arms, they were cloaked in shadows. What are you doing, lying on the ground while your friends kill each other? Stand up. It wasn't physically possible for Sakura to stand up. Her tenketsu were pierced by Haku's expert aim, she was paralyzed, helpless as a baby. Nonetheless, Sakura stood up, surging to her feet and taking her blade in both hands. She saw Haku look towards her, his beautiful face twisting in confusion. She didn't feel confusion, only clarity. She swung upwards, a form-perfect vertical strike, and her flowing hail blade screamed into existence, whipping out so fast that it vanished from Sakura's sight. It was blunt. She'd made sure it was blunt the whole fight. Sakura had never wanted to kill Haku, only beat him senseless. While everyone else had been fighting without holding back, Sakura had known she couldn't possibly survive cutting Haku down. Doing that would be killing her own heart. The strike should have taken Haku right at the wrist of both his hands and broken them, slamming him up into the mirrors above. With 2 broken hands, he would have been out of the fight, they could have disabled him, somehow. Maybe that was a fantasy, but it had been Sakura's plan. Instead, the blade cut off both of Haku's hands. There was a spray of blood, it rained down on Tenten and froze, coating her in a thick layer of red. However, at that moment even dying wouldn't have kept Tenten from completing her attack, she threw her entire body into her overhead strike. As Haku landed in front of her, the stumps of his wrists slamming into her shoulders. Tenten cut him open from throat to hip. Sakura blinked. No, she muttered. Tenten collapsed and dropped her sword, Haku staggered back, clutching at his chest with hands that weren't there and falling to his knees as his life poured out of his shorn body. No. That wasn't Dash. Haku looked over at her. How? He said, his voice barely audible. The chakra pouring out of the rods on his body began slowing down, like a dam that was nearly empty. His haori was soaked, wiping away the red clouds and leaving everything black. Sakura. She heard a ringing sound, and looked down to find a circle of blood-stained senbon surrounding her. Her neck, she realized, had been pierced with them. Sakura had no idea how they'd fallen out. Right now, she couldn't think about anything but Haku and Tenten. She staggered forward, collapsing and bleeding beside them. Haku stared at her, his mouth moving but nothing coming out as he tried to push his legs under him, to stand. The chakra coming from his back finally tapered off, and around them the mirrors began to melt away even as the snow grew heavier and thicker. Haku! Sakura gasped. No. I didn't mean it. That's not what I meant to do. He stopped trying to move, just staring at her. The blood pooling around him began lapping at Sakura's knees, it no longer froze just from proximity. Haku's chakra was all but gone. His eyes were dark as bottomless wells, and Sakura started shaking, all the pain and grief and regret and rage crashing into her at once and rattling her body so violently it felt as though her bones were breaking. He spoke, but no words emerged. There was no air left in his destroyed lungs. Sakura focused on his mouth, desperate for him to say something impossible. That he'd be alright, that this wasn't happening, since it couldn't be. It was too horrible to be real. Sakura, he mouthed. He stopped talking. She crawled closer, needing him to continue. He didn't. Haku's mouth fell slack, and his eyes stared ahead, seeing something beyond her. Sakura stared back, waiting for the nightmare to end. It never did. She started screaming. There was nothing coherent, just pain. But after a moment, something screamed back. Sakura turned her head and watched, suddenly mute with terror, as the great cloud of chakra Haku had released coalesced and fell into Konoha just beyond the Hokage's tower. It landed on 4 legs, pulling together over the course of several seconds into a tremendous monster, a turtle, its shell covered in spikes, which stood well over 70 feet tall. Its shadow fell across her, and it bellowed again, like an earthquake that had learned how to talk. Then, it started lumbering forward away from the tower, picking up speed and demolishing everything in its way. There were more screams, explosions, buildings crumbling. Looking out over her burning home, Sakura had a realization. It was the same one she'd had in Rain, taking in a similar scene of devastation. Sakura burned away, and resolve was all that was left. This shouldn't have happened, she thought. I let this happen. I wasted my time feeling sorry for myself instead of doing something to prevent this. If I had the ultimate weapon, I wouldn't have let this happen. Obito Sensei Chapter 71 Inspires Terror. A couple minutes before the sky went red, Obito was shopping with Asuma Sarutobi and trying to figure out if there was actually an apology coming his way. What do you think about this set? Asuma said, gesturing to a spread of kunao, and Obito let his eye wander lazily over them. Decorative. What, you don't have decorations? I have decorations, Obito said, which wasn't really true, but he was damned if Asuma would find that out. But my place already had plenty of real weapons, so more that aren't practical doesn't really seem appropriate. Alright, Asuma said, giving up and meandering on as the store's owner nervously watched them. The third Hokage's son and Obito Uchiha were both known to be big spenders, after all, so them being here could be good luck. Obito was used to that kind of look. So something practical then. What about a comma? Or two? He picked the sickles off their hooks and gave them an experimental twirl. Traditional, and once you've got both your eyes back at 100%, your Kamui is gonna be even more powerful, right? It should be, Obito admitted, giving the commas a glance. Very modern, but still a wooden grip. He would prefer steel, less likely to break off in any enemy. So with these maybe you could go for a Grim Reaper sort of look, Asuma said with a grin. Really scare some cloud bastards, you know. That's not really my style, I guess, Obito said, though internally he had to admit it did sound pretty funny. Man, you're hard to shop for, you know that. Asuma groused, setting one of comma back down. I already have pretty much everything I need, Obito said with a shrug. Besides, it's not like we came out here to shop, right? The owner deflated, and Asuma gave him a sour look. Can't I build up to it? It's a little embarrassing, after all, he said, one hand unconsciously tapping at the cigarettes in his pocket. You don't have to do it at all, Obito said, crossing his arms. I'm not asking for one. Ah, shut up, Asuma said. Fine, I'm sorry, are you happy? Obito scratched at his eye patch. His whole face had itched since Rin had implanted Shisui's other eye. He wondered where she was right now, probably at the hospital like usual. Like I said, I wasn't asking for one, he said, but a grin snuck out onto his face. But I'll accept it, Asuma. Thanks. Asuma grumbled. I really am, you know. Stuff like that is why I left in the first place. I lost my temper, and it made me an idiot. It should have been obvious to me what had happened. He snorted. I mean, be real, there's no way those kids could have gotten away from you unless you let them. Hey, give them some credit, Obito said. Even back then, they were all great shinobi. They could have pulled it off. Yeah, right. Asuma was clearly unconvinced as he turned to the owner. I'll buy this one, he said, waving the remaining comma. Maybe someone else will be happy to get it as a gift. Excellent choice, Lord Sarutobi, the man said patiently. Let me just dash. There was a loud crack outside, and Obito and Asuma froze. As the owner protested, they both burst out of the front door and were immediately transfixed by the sky. The sky above Konoha was dull red, and a thick snow had begun to rain down and coat the village in white. Mass incursion, Obito breathed out, his chest hollow. An attack, Asuma snarled in the same breath. He was wearing a radio earpiece, and reached up towards it. Barrier Corp says there's shinobi movement coming in from the west and south. Obito dash. Obito stared at the falling snow. It was April. It didn't snow in Konoha in April. Hell, it had only snowed in Konoha twice by his memory. This much snow had to be a chakra technique, but making snow with ninjutsu was extremely challenging, let alone this much so quickly. You had to combine water and earth-natured chakra in precise ratios, and aside from Sakura managing to figure it out for her flowing hail blade, the only ninja he knew of who could manage that was. It's rain, he said, and Asuma stared at him. Fuck. The summit, It was a trap. Obito bit his thumb, running through the signs for the summoning jutsu and slamming his palms down, but while there was a puff of smoke nothing emerged. They have counter-summoners, Asuma said, cursing under his breath. Main force reaching the walls now, initial estimate is a full battalion. Obito could hear the whine of multiple radio frequencies in Asuma's ear. All ninja are to defend the village at all costs. Evacuation orders are going out for everyone else. Not being able to summon wasn't the end of the world, Obito thought. The Hokage's bodyguards had a modification of the Hiraishin they could use to fetch him. It would work despite the distance to Miyaboku. Once they noticed the invasion, there was a sudden and thunderous smash that echoed across the whole village, and a shadow briefly eclipsed Obito. Without his Sharingan, he couldn't see it in the normal perfect detail that he was used to, but by the distinctive red color and shape, Obito was quite sure that one of the massive main gates at the southern entrance to the village had just gone flying over their head. Obito, can you dash? Asuma started to ask, already unsheathing both his trench knives. As usual, he was in his full Jonin gear. Obito had worn his vest and carried the White Fang's blade, but hadn't bothered to get into full combat gear otherwise. I can fight, Obito said. Let's go. There wasn't any time to stop and think about the implications of the situation, only analyze the reality of what was happening and respond. Obito and Asuma leapt up to the rooftops of the market district together and took in the situation at a glance. Shinobi were pouring into the village from the west and south from over the walls and through the main gate, which was indeed completely gone, blown off its massive hinges. Small battles and explosions already spread across the village. There had to be infiltrators, Obito thought, and Haku had to be one of them. Where was his team? Sasuke, he had no idea, but at least with Hinata and Kurane. Naruto had gone back home, to the east, away from the immediate fighting. Sakura, shopping with Ino? She'd been heading north last he remembered. There was no way he had time to link up with any of them. The battle had already begun, and in a war between shinobi every second counted. The fight was in the wrong direction. Obito and Asuma began making their way south across the rooftops, picking up a couple scattered shinobi as they went, none who Obito knew well. With many missions being restricted, the bulk of Konoha's shinobi were home. Last Obito had checked, that was around 14,000 ninja, not counting genin in training. The village being almost fully populated was a double-edged sword, he thought, and Rain had to know it. With so much of Konoha's strength present, the defense would be fierce, but by the same token, if Rain had sent a sufficient force and had the right plan, they could destroy much of the Leaf's battle strength in a single strike. There had to be a plan, he thought, unsheathing the White Fang. The Omekage weren't idiots. If they'd decided to use this opportunity to stab Konoha in the back during negotiations, they had to be confident this would be a first and final attack. They couldn't afford it otherwise. Rain had 3 Baijuya now, at least one of them had to be here. It would be pure idiocy otherwise. Not that it wasn't already. Obito's rapid train of thought was just as quickly interrupted when the building in front of him exploded. Farther south, there was obviously a deadly battle being fought by the gates. He could see members of the Akimichi clan swelling up over the skyline swatting at invisible targets, and shinobi battled all along and across the walls. But the explosion in front of him seemed unrelated, and out of the gutted restaurant burst a half-dozen ninja and a huge swarm of large black beetles, an Abarame jutsu. 2 of the ninja landed amongst Obito's swelling group, while the other 4 scattered among the wreckage or leapt to nearby roofs. As Obito tried to determine friend from foe, he found himself locking eyes with a young woman with long golden hair who'd landed on a nearby telephone pole. Her forehead protector had 3 lines. As she came to the same realization, she started hurriedly speaking into a radio she had strapped to her shoulder. I gotta get me one of those, Obito muttered, belatedly realizing the shinobi around him, even Asuma, had paused. The younger ones were looking at him, fear and shock plain on their faces. Konoha had not been attacked in living memory. This sort of thing was beyond any of their experience. It was beyond Obito's too, but he had a simple solution to this betrayal. Run them down and kill them all, he declared, keeping eye contact with the golden-haired woman. The rooftops exploded into violence, a dozen ninja throwing themselves after 4 in the blink of an eye. The woman fled, but Obito was right on her tail. She looked back, her eyes wide with shock as he overtook her with the white fang brightly shining in her hands. She started to make hand signs, but even without the Sharingan Obito could tell they were too slow. Obito Uchiha! She screamed, not at him but into her radio. Section 6. Obito Uchiha! Her scream cut off quite abruptly as Obito rammed his blade through her spine and tore it out the side of her body, nearly cutting her in half. The Rain Ninja's body bounced off an ice-coated water tower and plummeted into the street, but not before Obito ripped the radio from her shoulder with a rough tug. When she hit the ground, her corpse half vanished under the downpour of snow in moments. There was a moment of hesitation, of regret. He hadn't killed someone in some time. Obito shook it off without much effort. He'd killed before, and he'd have to kill again. Rain was the aggressor here. He didn't have time to worry about his own blood-soaked hands. He thumbed the radio on, holding it up to his mouth. He had an inkling as to why the woman had spent her last moments speaking into it. "This is Obito Uchiha," he said. "Yeah, I'm in Sector 6, whatever that is. Come over here and die, would you?" He clipped the radio onto his own vest, looking around. The other fleeing ninja had been cleaned up, brought down by ninjutsu, weapons, and insects. There was a brief pocket of peace. "Asuma!" He called out, and his fellow Jonin turned towards him, flicking blood off his knives. "I think they've got a kill team for me. They should be headed this way. Wanna help me out?" "Oh, fantastic," Asuma said, looking to the south where the main battle continued to rage before he raised his voice. "All of you, spread out and lie low. We're gonna hold here for a moment." There were a dozen Konoha ninja around, including Obito and Asuma, though others were rushing around in the periphery. As the others scattered, Obito took inventory. The Abarame, and a Hyuga too, part of the branch clan. Lucky catches, and they seemed to be friends, sticking close to one another. The rest didn't seem to be from any of the major clans, but at least none of them were too young. Obito hoped that the genin in the village at least had the sense to run away from the action. In a battle like this, most of them would barely function as a speed bump. "Hyuga!" He called out from his roof, staying nice and visible, and the young man spun with a nervous look on his face. "Name and range?" "Lord Uchiha." He got his surprise under control admirably quickly, not shifting from behind his cover in the exploded building. "Nishoku, 70 meters. 70 meters, so basically a half-second of warning at best if Obito's hunch was right. It was better than nothing. He could hear crackling voices from his radio. Many of the enemy had probably already switched frequencies, but some hadn't had the time or hadn't noticed Obito's declaration. "The enemy should be coming here, and probably in strength," he said, speaking directly to Nishoku. "We'll give it 30 seconds before we go looking for them. When they're in range, give a signal. We'll go on your word." Nishoku swallowed and nodded, and Obito nodded back. He settled in, staying visible on the rooftop as he stared south, waiting for his killers to appear. The battle was beginning to spread out. Rain had broken through the initial defense at the gates, but were being fiercely opposed at their beachhead. The fighting was still thickest around the Akimichi, but Obito could see that a couple of the giants had fallen. Just who were those flying ninja who swarmed around them? There were dozens of them, and if Rain had that many ninja who could fly, he would have known about it. He waited for 10 seconds in silence as the snow fell and began to coat him, an eternity. Obito itched to join the fight, but knew that moving ahead right now could be suicide. He was weaker than the enemy expected, and they would be sending shinobi with the expectation of taking him down at full strength. If he was to win, he would have to rely on his reputation to break their morale. Obito tore off his medical eye patch, squeezing the eye shut. He couldn't show any sign of weakness, or he'd be swarmed and killed. In his peripheral vision, he saw Nishoku's hand jerk up. Obito launched forward, leading the impromptu squad as 11 other ninja followed him. He blew across the street, leaving a hole in the falling snow, and vaulted the balcony of the opposing building. It was there, at the apex of his leap, that he first saw his opposition. Without his Sharingan, he couldn't pick out everything in perfect detail like he was used to. He'd grown too used to the eternal Mangekyo's power and clarity, so in a way this was a due comeuppance. Still, what he saw was more than enough for him to go on. 9 ninja, all obviously elite, 3 women and 6 men. They moved in a logical wedge formation spread out across 2 city blocks, likely with the long-range power in the back. One of the men had an extra head, and another 6 arms. They had a full variety of weapons, some carrying none at all, and when Obito crested the building there was a moment of unmistakable recognition and for some, hesitation. Without waiting to think about it, Obito threw himself right at them. For any other shinobi, it would have been suicide, he would have been cut to pieces in the air, unable to meaningfully maneuver in the face of so many enemies, and that would have been the end of Obito Uchiha. But the moment of hesitation stretched. The Kamui was a known quality to these ninja, they'd been sent to kill the only man in the world who could use it. Attacking when he wasn't, Obito knew they'd been told, would be pointless. They had to wait for the moment of Obito attacking, or they'd be wasting their equipment or their chakra. His bluff lasted long enough for him to clear the street and get into the first ninja's face, unsheathing the white fang and channeling enough chakra through the blade that every falling piece of snow for 100 feet around began reflecting its radiance. The rain ninja, most of his face covered by a balaclava, flinched back as he ran through the hand signs for some sort of wind jutsu. Obito didn't strike out, instead leaping past him. Still, no attack came, they understood that it would be pointless. Well, on any other day it would be pointless. Today it would kill him. Asuma! He roared, hearing the other Konoha shinobi rush in behind him, the clash of steel on steel and cries of pain. I've got the back line. Obito rushed forward, intent on the 3 ninja who had stayed farthest back, the 6-armed man, who seemed to be spitting into his hands, a short woman so bundled up he could barely see her face, and a red-haired woman with a flute. He pegged them in a moment. Archer, generalist, wind, or sound jutsu. First, he had to scatter them. As he'd been rushing forward, Obito had been tying some wire around the white fang, he hurled it forward, the wire secured around his wrist. It was a feint with insufficient range, but the generalist leaped back, making hand signs and biting through her gloves. A summoner then, and about to deploy. Maybe one of the counter-summoners as well then. He would have to test once she was dead. The flute was coming up, the archer knocking an arrow made of his own hardened saliva. Bloodline, fascinating. Obito hadn't heard of that one before. With a burst of smoke, a 2-story panda appeared, fire pouring from its mouth. A summon of some repute, then. He ran through the signs for a jutsu in an instant, too heavy a technique for the situation, but shock and awe was still his main strength. Katon, Goenka. Obito spat a half-dozen balls of flame up, instead of at his targets, they arced, slow at first, and began to fall with increasing speed as the flutist started to play. The archer shot a moment later, timing his attack with the waves of sound. Obito yanked his blade back. The arrow was fast, and attached to the shooter by some sort of string. Obito had an overwhelming premonition that if he dodged it, it would redirect and hit him anyway. His luck with archers wasn't exactly stellar. The flute was a sonic attack, not wind. Probably genjutsu, like Jiraiya's Toad song then. As Obito lunged forward, he acted only on instinct. The gentle melody of the flute reached his ears, and the arrow was set right for his chest, the archer sneering. They were confident in their setup. Obito got the feeling this combo had killed a lot of people. In the same beat of his heart, Obito broke his left pinky and struck out with the white fang, cleaving the arrow in half and sending the tip spiraling off into the falling snow. The genjutsu, which had begun to melt his extremities off, failed for a moment, and as the fireballs began to rain down and the shinobi scattered, his injured hand flashed forward and grasped the string connecting the arrow to the archer. It was sticky, and his hand painfully and instantly stuck fast, but Obito didn't care. He pulled as hard as he could, channeling all the chakra he could to his arms and core. Trying to yank a ninja off their feet was usually less a question of strength or balance and more a matter of surface tension. Having the edge in strength or balance helped, of course, but if a shinobi planted their feet to the ground with chakra, especially on a flat, solid surface like a concrete roof, then you were fighting not just their own strength, but also the strength of the surface they were anchored to. That was what made grappling between ninjas so dangerous, and what made getting into a glorified tug-of-war contest with a man with 6 arms and solid footing a rooftop away an unpredictable but terrible idea. It being a terrible idea didn't stop Obito from letting out a roar and pulling with every ounce of terrible strength his body contained. He ripped the Rain Ninja off the rooftop, a chunk of concrete roofing still stuck to the enemy's feet as he soared over the gap. The man threw 6 kunai as he came, a panicked counter-attack, and Obito danced between 2 and struck 3 out of the air. The last pierced into his already injured hand and stuck fast, just as sticky as the thread. None of that kept Obito from slamming the white fang into the ninja's abdomen and ripping it upwards, completely bisecting the man's torso. His fireballs impacted at the same time, blowing away the entire building ahead of him. Both the other backliners escaped the blast, naturally, unless you had cover. A jutsu like the Goenka was more intended as a siege weapon. But the blast disoriented them and badly burned the panda summon, giving Obito the time necessary to disentangle his hand from the thread. With its owner dead, the chakra that made it so sticky was rapidly fading, and he tore his hand away with only a lost strip of skin to show for it. As the man fell, Obito seized his head, feeling in his ears as the flute's jutsu washed over him again. The music made him feel sick, and his fingers started to melt away again. However, it was just as he'd thought, earplugs. He ripped them both out and stuffed them in his own ears, ignoring the feeling of his own blood staining them. The music cut off, and his own pain cleared the genjutsu once again. The battle behind him fell silent, the panda thundered towards him with a silent roar, spitting out grand fireball-sized blasts with every breath and demolishing most of the building Obito stood upon. The summoner fell back, more, smaller pandas accompanying it by the second. The flutist had stopped, her face twisted in fear. Harmless to him now, but dangerous to everyone else. Obito launched at her next, dropping down into the snow-covered street as he flourished his blade and breathed dancing red flames across it. The panda leapt forward, interspersing itself and trying to swipe him out of the air, and Obito parried the blow, smashing into the snow and rolling between the tremendous beast's legs. As he went, he made a series of one-handed hand signs. The jutsu was weaker than it would have been otherwise, but the earth collapse technique was still sufficient. The street broke apart into a small crater, and the panda collapsed into it, off balance for long enough for Obito to leap up and away from it. As he cleared the roof, he was surprised to see that the flutist hadn't run. She stood her ground with her flute in one hand and a chain of explosive tags in the other, ready to light them and hurl them forward the second Obito was visible. Maybe his bleeding had emboldened her. It was the wrong move, though. Obito whipped his blade out, making a ram sign with his other hand. The flames flew off his sword, crossing the 20 or so feet between him and the enemy in an instant and striking the chain of tags. The redhead barely had time to look surprised before they all detonated. She vanished in a wash of fire and pressure, and Obito tumbled along the roof, searching for the summoner. Before he could locate her, there was a roar loud enough to penetrate his new earplugs. He staggered and ripped one out, off balance for what could have been a fatal second, but no attack came. As he whirled, expecting an even larger panda to be after him, his heart missed a beat. He had been right. A tailed beast was here. A gargantuan turtle had materialized right next to the Hokage tower, stomping forward and crushing buildings underfoot. Rain had unleashed one of their new Baijuyu on the hidden leaf. Obito's heart started going again, fury pulsing through his veins. The summoner was fleeing and leaving the pandas behind to fight, but the rest of the kill team seemed to be evenly matched with the other Konoha ninja. Asuma was still fighting, but several of his allies were down. Alive or dead, Obito couldn't tell, but while the survivors fought on, Asuma was up against 2 rain ninja, one of which spewed crystals everywhere while the other hurled bolts of lightning from a distance. Obito threw a grand fireball at the fracas, hoping to give Asuma an opening, and took off after the fleeing summoner. As he ran, he thumbed the radio on once more. "So many of you are already gone," he said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Did you geniuses know I haven't even used my Sharingan yet?" The summoner glanced back. His words had reached her. Beneath her scarf and beanie combo her eyes were wide and terrified. There was a gauntlet of pandas between her and Obito, and he leapt, slashed, dove, and slid between all of them, a half-dozen vanishing in puffs of smoke as he dealt them near fatal wounds and they were reverse summoned. The woman stopped fleeing, turning, and unleashing a series of earth jutsu. Pillars burst from the ground, too many to avoid, and Obito responded with an earth jutsu of his own, stomping down and sending a solid wall of rock forward. The woman's jutsu won the exchange, smashing his earth wall to dust and throwing up a huge cloud of debris and snow. She stopped, obviously fearing for just a second if he would come charging through with his Kamui like he had in so many stories. That second of fear meant that she didn't detect Obito coming from behind, having dived beneath the debris and swum through the earth in a very undignified manner, until his blade burst through her chest. She looked down at it in shock, and Obito kicked her off the sword and into the mess their jutsu clash had created. He leveled the bloody blade up at the giant panda looming over the debris cloud. Its fur was burning, seared by his jutsu, but it didn't seem to notice. She died fighting, he declared, and the burned bear glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Leave, before the same happens to the rest of your clan. Obito Uchiha. The beast growled, and Obito could feel the heat of its breath from 30 feet away. We were warned you were a monster. He shrugged, and the bear growled one last time before vanishing. The rain ninja's body disappeared in a burst of smoke as well, leaving her live's blood staining the snow. Panting with the effort of so many jutsu in such a short time and feeling his hand growing wetter by the second, Obito spun without taking a second to enjoy his victory and ran back towards the fight. He shouted into the radio once more. Another dead. It's that or running, he said, hoping beyond hope someone would just do the smart thing and flee. The kill squad was still fighting. It was down to 3 Leaf Ninja, including Asuma, to 5 Rain Ninja. If he'd had his Mangekyo, Obito thought as he raced to join the fight, he could have taken these ninja alone, though it would have taken some time. So what was the deal? Even if they were dangerous, their skills seemed more suited for tying him up than finishing him off. Was the intention just to delay him until the Sanbai could get the job done? Its rampage had already crushed several neighborhoods in the distance. The damage was catastrophic and getting worse by the second. Or was he missing another factor? He rained down a couple more fireballs and broke up a fight between the Aberame and the Crystal Ninja, who had switched targets from Asuma. As the man turned towards Obito and hurled crystal bullets through the air, his skin glittered in the snow. He was coated in crystal armor, and he tore chunks of it off as glittering shrapnel for his own attacks. The Aberame's insects ate away at it, but they couldn't devour the crystal's chakra fast enough to break through before they were smashed or swatted away. Fire jutsu might pop him, but the man was fast, darting around at street level and using the snow to cover his movement as the insects chased him. The Aberame was flagging, and so Obito made a direct charge, zigzagging across the street and drawing closer as he avoided volley after volley of crystal projectiles. Obito flung his bleeding hand out, splattering the crystal covering the man's face in blood and blinding him for just a moment. He twisted, anticipating that Obito would attack from his blind spot and bringing up his crossed arms to defend his chest. Instead, Obito charged straight ahead with a suicidally confident raise non-screaming into existence in his injured hand. A blast of crystal shards buried themselves in his vest and drew blood from punctures across his arms, but Obito didn't deviate and slammed the jutsu right into the man's side. The crystal armor shattered and the Rain Ninja vomited blood across the inside of his helmet, cartwheeling backwards and slamming through a concrete bench. Obito left him where he lay, giving the Aberame a nod and trusting her to finish him off as he leapt up to the rooftops to join Asuma's fight. 3 enemies left now. As he arrived, Asuma struck out, and though his knife fell short, the Rain Ninja's throat split open nonetheless. He collapsed, choking on his blood as Obito hurled his blade end over end and took the ninja charging Asuma from behind in the shoulder. It was the ninja with 2 heads, and though he staggered, an arm emerged from his torso and pulled the blade out, wielding it in a reverse grip. Bizarre, with the extra head and limbs, it was like the man had 2 bodies overlapping. Obito would have loved to take a look with the Sharingan, but that wasn't possible today. Asuma! He called out. The Sandame's son bled from a dozen wounds across his body but still stood strong, and he understood Obito's intent the moment he spoke, launching himself upward and blowing out a spread of ash below him. Obito blew a small fireball into the ash, and the whole roof detonated, tossing away one of the surviving Rain Ninja into a swarm of Aberame Ninja below. Ash-stained snow gusted furiously around them, and in the distance the Sanbai bellowed again. It sounded closer. The two-headed ninja had avoided most of the blast, but his skin was still scorched, his hair aflame, and he stumbled back as Obito charged. But Obito was starting to slow down. The other rain ninja was already there, coming in from his blind spot, and as Obito turned he only barely managed to divert the kunai the man tried to drive into his chest. They struggled for a moment, Obito grasping the man's arms and wrestling the knife away from his body, but after everything he had grown tired and couldn't overpower the other ninja. No, it wasn't just that, Obito realized. Every second they touched his chakra was being drained away, sucked up by the man's very skin and empowering his opponent further. They shifted, both trying to toss the other to the ground, but Obito's strength melted like a shadow in the sun. The man grimaced at him, the expression barely visible behind his dark glasses and the covering he wore over his mouth. To think, Obito Uchiha, he said in a sonorous voice. Dying in such an undignified dash. Obito snarled and lunged forward with his teeth bared, latching onto the man's throat and biting down in a desperation-fueled last stand. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and the rain ninja let out a gargled scream, trying to pull back or regain control of his knife. But despite his weakness, Obito had a firm grasp on both his opponent's arms, and when the man threw two bone-crushing knees into his gut, it only made him bite down harder. With a loud crunch and a flood of blood, he crushed the enemy's windpipe between his teeth. The draining sensation didn't vanish, but the ninja's grip weakened and Obito was able to kick him off, staggering back and spitting a chunk of flesh out. It felt like he had been fighting for hours instead of mere minutes, and he almost fell before steadying himself and breathing heavily, fighting his exhaustion with pure stubbornness. He heard a grunt, and turned to find Asuma wrenching his knife out of the double ninja's chest. A full torso had emerged from the rain shinobi's back, still wielding Obito's sword, as Asuma stabbed the main body, the white fang dug deeply into his shoulder, penetrating his vest and drawing a gout of blood. Don't think it will be that easy to kill us. The shinobi shouted, obviously enraged. Obito, feeling light on his feet and woozy, almost threw himself off the roof by accident as he dashed to the ninja's back. Could I have that back? He asked, and as the secondary body's head spun towards him with a look of hatred he seized it and twisted as hard as he could. The ninja's neck broke with a muffled crack, and as it did Asuma growled and channeled chakra through his knife, a wind blade burst through the main body's chest, piercing its heart, and the double ninja crumpled into the snow. It wasn't silent, not even close to it, but Obito fell onto his butt nonetheless, panting and trying to assess the damage. He had a lot of small cuts, many of them bleeding freely, deeper than he'd like. No major injuries, but he was already edging towards chakra exhaustion. As he looked around, Asuma fell to one knee clutching his shoulder, and they shared a glance. The man was just as exhausted as him. The kill team hadn't been a joke, even if they triumphed. As far as Obito could tell, it was just the two of them and the Abarame who had come through in one piece. The woman leapt up to the roof to join them, her long black hair shielding her face. Anyone else up? Obito asked, and she shook her head. He frowned, remembering who she'd been with. Nishoku. No, she said quietly, and Obito saw a tear drip from her chin and vanish amidst the snow. Shit, he muttered. He didn't have time to console her, all of their attention was drawn to another crash as the Sanbai's rampage drew closer. It was only a couple hundred feet away now, and though Obito could see small groups of ninja engaging it and trying to distract it, it scattered them with every movement it made, creating tidal waves with shakes of its head and blowing the snow up into blizzards that knocked down weaker structures. As far as Obito knew, there was no one in the village who could kill a tailed beast, they needed to seal it. But for some reason, Minato still wasn't here. The Hokage guards must have been assassinated, or at least tied up. How had Rain known about the summoning technique though? It was anything but common knowledge. Right now, that was a distant concern. As his palm was already smeared with blood, it only took Obito a moment to perform the summoning jutsu. As he'd thought, it went through this time, and Gammaden appeared in a puff of smoke. "Brr. The toad declared. Where the heck dash? It looked around, its mouth falling open. Hold on, isn't this the hidden dash? Gammaden, you have to get the Hokage now, Obito said, his voice sounding even more exhausted than he felt. Konoha is under attack, and dash. There was a boom, and Obito's head was wrenched to the east. A barrier had formed, he saw, nearly 100 feet tall and vibrant orange. It rapidly filled up with a storm of blood-red chakra. The color sparked a memory, and he went pale. Kushina. He nearly died in his moment of distraction. The discarded body of the ninja whose neck he'd broken lunged forward, a knife in its hands. Obito turned, too slow, cursing himself. The man had a body that made no sense. Why had he assumed a broken neck would be enough? He tried to lurch out of the way, but it was far too slow. The man was going to cut his throat. Whoa! Gamaidan leapt in the way and cried out in pain as the blade scored a deep gash along his back, blood spilling everywhere. As the rain ninja gurgled and lunged again, trying to finish Obito or the toad off, Asuma snarled and buried his trench knife up to the hilt in the shinobi's head. He twitched, glaring hatefully at Obito, and then fell again, this time for good. Obito panted, looking back and forth between the body, Gamaidan, and the intensifying storm of the Kyuubi's chakra. That was what he'd been missing, he realized. Rain's plan wasn't just to unleash one-tailed beast on Konoha, but to. While the main battle had been raging to the south and Obito had been fighting here, more Rain Ninja had gone east to shatter Kushina's seal. They were intending to completely flatten Konoha. This was an attack that promised total annihilation. The village is under attack. He barked at Gamaidan, who weakly saluted him. And the Hokage's wife is in danger. Go. The toad vanished without a word, and Obito was left with Asuma and the Abarame whose name he hadn't learned. Minato would come, he was sure, but his part in this wasn't over. The Sanbai, or Kushina, or the main battlefield. Where was he needed most? As Obito threatened to crumble under the weight of his sudden dilemma, he caught a flash of pink in the corner of his eye. It was heading east, but by the time he turned his head, it was long gone. He breathed in, and trusted his gut. Asuma, he said, pulling himself to his feet, and Asuma grunted and did the same, finally pulling the white fang from his shoulder. His left arm limp, he tossed the blade to Obito. You wanna fight a tailed beast? Not really, Asuma said, fishing for a cigarette and looking unreasonably pissed when he realized that the pack had been cut open at some point during the battle, everything in it had spilled out. But someone's gotta lead the way, Obito. Obito nodded, trying to project strength that wasn't there. Gather the bodies, he told the Abarame, who gave him a stiff nod. Good luck. You're the one who'll need it, she said flatly, and Obito couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, he said, turning to face the beast. In his current condition, trained, without his Sharingan, and bleeding from multiple wounds, fighting a tailed beast head-on would be suicide. Asuma wasn't much better off. But they didn't have to win. They only had to buy time until Minato arrived. Seconds. They could survive for a couple seconds. Obito leapt off the roof into the inferno of battle, Asuma right behind him. Obito Sensei Chapter 72. Never gives up. A couple minutes before the sky went red, Naruto was asking his mom how to tell a girl you liked them. They'd started off talking about something else but the conversation had moved on, and Naruto had left the kunao on the table, ignoring it for now. I think Sakura already knows, Naruto, Kushina said dryly, and Naruto choked on his water. I didn't. I mean, I didn't say anything about Sakura. He protested, and his mom rolled her eyes, settling back into the couch. They were both inside, Naruto sitting and Rei dratting after the training session with the rest of his team. Unusually, his mom was wearing a vest and other ninja gear. Naruto hadn't asked why, but that had been more common for her lately. He figured it was due to things getting more tense. No one knew when things would get bad, only that they would. Ah, I must be thinking of a different girl you defected for, Kushina said, sounding deeply unconvinced. She had a wry, annoying smile, the kind she got when she was right and Naruto was wrong. But alright, if you don't want to talk about it that way, I get it, you know. Why the sudden interest? Why the sudden interest? Naruto had to ask himself the question, because he hadn't thought about it himself. He frowned to himself, taking small sips of his water, and eventually spoke. "'Cause I feel like I might not have the chance soon," he said, the honesty hurting his throat. "I almost died in rain. I would feel really stupid if I died before I said anything. Wouldn't that just be a big wasted opportunity? Kushina stayed silent, watching him with a pained expression. Naruto found himself babbling a little, regret pouring out. I told Sasuke like, a while ago. After I got back from Ishima, and that was the same as now. What, I can only think about it when I almost die. How stupid is that? I can talk to him about it, but not her. What's up with that? Sasuke's already your friend, Kushina said patiently. But making the jump from friend to something more can be scary. You're worried that if you mess it up, the relationship won't be the same anymore. That's natural. Well, it wouldn't be. Naruto said. And what if she said she didn't like me back? That would be even worse. Then I'd just feel like a complete idiot. His mom shrugged. That's part of the risk, she said, before laughing. You're being really cute right now, you know. I wasn't sure when this would start happening. Shut up, Naruto grumbled, but his mom just laughed him off. You're not helping. Well, I'll try to help then, Kushina said with a grin. You tell them, by telling them. Maybe make a gesture if you feel fancy, but that's all there is to it. Naruto huffed, completely unsatisfied with the answer. How did Dad tell you? He asked, searching for something better, and his mom chuckled. He saved me from a squad of Cloud Ninja, she said, and Naruto's mouth pressed into a line. That was how he told me, but it was when we were in the academy, and he didn't do anything about it for almost a decade. She huffed, her expression almost identical to Naruto's. What a jerk. That I don't recommend. That long? Naruto asked, baffled, and his mom smirked. We both kept waiting for the other to make the first move, she said, and thinking the other was smarter than they were. Like Obito and Rin? Naruto asked, and Kushina shook her head. Not quite. What was happening there? It was complicated. Your dad and I were just dunces. We didn't figure it out until the Third War started, and that didn't make things any easier. She sat up and snapped her fingers. Hey, that's actually a good lesson, I could sound like a smart adult. What? Naruto asked, and his mother gave him a faux intense look. Don't wait, she said. Don't try to be clever about it. There's never gonna be a perfect moment, so just get the ball rolling and see where it goes. She paused. And, frankly Naruto, even if I don't wanna say it, you're kinda right. You almost died in rain, you know. Both of you. As bad as that would have been for all of us, wouldn't it have been even worse for you to go with regrets? Naruto couldn't help but think about Kabuto's smiling, eyeless face, and he shivered. All right, he said. So just do it. Just do it, Kushina confirmed. Especially if you want to help her. Whoever this mystery girl is, she's been through a lot right alongside you. Love isn't a panacea, but it gives people strength. It helps them keep going even when it feels like they can't take another step. That's something the both of you could use right now. Naruto stared at his mom, not sure if he should be relieved or scared. I didn't say I loved her, he said. Kushina smirked. There was a distant crack, but neither of them paid it too much mind. Right, she said. You're just 15. You barely know what love is. But you sure turned red just now, you know. As Naruto tried to muster up a witty comeback, red light suddenly shone down through the skylight above them. Kushina looked up, her humor instantly turning to alarm. The barrier, she said, and Naruto remembered her words from a long time ago. What dash? As Naruto looked up as well, thick white snow began to fall on the skylight, obscuring the red light. He stared at it, his brain short-circuiting. Snow? In Konoha? In April? What? He'd only seen snow here once in his life, and that had been in January or something. Now that he was alert, he could hear it thumping down all around the house. How the hell dash? Was it an epiphany, or something greater than that, like a realization that came from the soul instead of his brain? Either way, Naruto froze, and his mother noticed. Naruto. She stood up and headed towards the front door, clearly expecting him to follow. Haku's alive, Naruto said, horrible conflicting feelings of relief and fear and jealousy. What the fuck, jealousy burning in his chest. He's the only one who could make it snow like this. He's got a bloodline dash. I remember, Kushina said, cutting him off. Naruto, I have to go. You know what I mean, right? I'm coming with you, Naruto said, and though Kushina didn't stop talking, she did start moving. He snatched the kunai up off the table and followed her, stowing it in his hip pack with the rest. If Haku is here, he's not alone, she said, and Naruto nodded. If Haku's here, he's probably trying to find Sakura, he said. She'll need help. I need to find her first. They started moving down the street, the snow fell thick, and Naruto could hear explosions in the distance. Smoke was rising on the outskirts of the village. Rain really was attacking, he thought distantly. The Akatsuki had betrayed its principles of peace that Sakura had held up so highly. But Naruto didn't really care about that. The only thing on his mind was getting to Sakura before Haku did. Would she defect again, or would she do something she'd regret if Rain's hypocrisy slapped her in the face? He genuinely wasn't sure, but the meaning didn't matter, only the action. You may have to fight Rain Ninja, Kushina warned, the two of them picking up speed. His mom headed southwest towards where the sound of fighting was thickest. With a tremendous smash, the main gate to the village was thrown off its huge hinges, soaring through the air. Naruto watched as it fell just short of them and crushed half a neighborhood. He put his hands together and another him appeared, diverting off towards the site of the impact. I'm ready to, he said shortly. Kushina nodded, seeing his resolve, and didn't ask again. As they moved on, Naruto didn't see the first Rain Ninja that attacked them until he was already dealt with. The man wore a flak vest and carried a spiked chain, and by the time Naruto heard him coming and looked over, the shinobi was already flying into the sky at several times the speed of sound. The thwack of the adamantine chains striking him out of the air came a moment later, and Kushina growled, showing her extended canines. There were ninja everywhere, but some in the distance turned and fled, enemies realizing they'd run into the wrong ninja. Some of them are already this far in, Kushina said, holding out a hand and motioning for him to slow down. They must be coming from all directions. Bastards! Why just rush in? Naruto asked, feeling weirdly calm. He hadn't seen this coming, not in a million years, but now it was happening, and he wanted to understand why. His knowledge of shinobi warfare didn't go far beyond what was expected at the squad level. It was more than that though. Why would Rain attack, especially when his dad was trying to negotiate with them? Had they been tricked, or did they really think this was the right thing to do? Whatever the reason, Naruto wouldn't be able to accept it, not when it meant killing people in their homes, people who'd never done anything to the nation of Rain. Infiltrators after VIPs, Kushina said, like me. That and destroying infrastructure. They'll be outnumbered attacking us here. There were civilians and ninja everywhere, rushing past them in a panic as they moved, but Kushina's blazing red hair seemed to magically clear a path through the chaos. So they have to do as much damage as they can, as quickly as they can, even if it means being separated from the main force. Do you think they'll send more people after you? Naruto asked, and his mother nodded as they leapt up onto the roof of a department store. The snow began to stick to them both, deathly cold, but Naruto was running so hot he could barely feel it. I'm sure, Kushina said, and he grimaced. That made things even simpler for him. If it was his mom or the world. Then we'll kill them, he said. Kushina said, somehow giving him a grin despite what was happening. What every mother wants to hear from her son. More and more of the village was on fire, and Naruto made more clones, silently commanding them to head towards the damage. People were getting hurt, and some were dying, and even if he couldn't be dragged from his mother's side by 100 people right now, he still had an obligation to try to keep them alive. It was just like waves. But this time, he wouldn't have Karen to fix him if he emptied himself out. Now, Karen might even be an enemy, as insane as the thought was. Naruto's hands clenched into fists. He wouldn't let it be just like waves. As he and his mom leapt over to the next building, Kushina held up her hand and brought Naruto to a stop. They landed, ankle-deep in snow already, and Kushina stepped forward and dropped off the building into a courtyard set in the center of the mall, a square dotted with plants, benches, and a small fountain, all now choked in snow. On the other side of the courtyard, 4 ninja wearing Akatsuki robes did the same. They weren't the only people in the courtyard, not by a long shot. Civilians were still evacuating, with some Konoha ninja shepherding them. But even though a couple other Leaf ninja noticed the Akatsuki quartet, none of them approached as Kushina stepped forward and Naruto followed. Naruto was witnessing something he'd never seen before. He'd been around high-level ninja before, hell, all the time actually. His sensei was one of the most famous ninja in the world, and so was his dad, and his mom. He'd met the Kaze Cage, well, cursed at him, which counted as far as he was concerned, seen Gaara unleash his tailed beast, twice, been in waterfall while it burned, been obliterated by Atake Uchiha, also twice, stood before the Rinnegan, and even survived a bomb that had killed 100,000 people going off right over his head. But even all that was nothing like standing between 2 ninja as ridiculously strong as his mom and one of the Akatsuki's commanders while they prepared to kill each other. Their chakra clashed, whipping the snow in the courtyard into a frenzy. Kushina's hair rose like it had a mind of its own, and the killing pressure of both ninjas' energy bore down on everyone close to them with a fatal, irresistible weight. Their chakra carved a channel between Kushina and the Akatsuki's commander, the two of them so focused on each other that the snow couldn't fall between them. Naruto was sure that if he stepped in front of his mother, the pressure, the killing intent, would have crushed him to a pulp. Kushina Uzumaki, Kimimaro Kagaya said, his face expressionless. He came to a stop about 20 feet away, practically chest to chest for ninja. And Naruto Namikaze. How ideal. Naruto's breathing sped up. Kimimaro Kagaya was here, the implications of which were really, really bad, but worse than that was the woman beside him. Kagami Kagaya gave Naruto an apologetic grimace. For some reason, the first thing he noticed was that her scars were gone. Sorry, Naruto, she said, and her cousin didn't correct her. Whatever the situation, he was confident she would stay by his side. Naruto didn't respond. He was too busy analyzing the situation. He didn't know the other 2 Akatsuki members, but they both immediately pinged to him as strange, a man and a woman, the exact same height, with the same gold eyes and black hair. Same haircut, even. Siblings, he thought, and if they were ninja he hadn't seen before, that meant they had either kept a low profile in rain or had been outside of the village most of the time. If they had been sent after his mom, they were bad news. Akatsuki Kushina started to say, her whole body starting to glow gold, and then a tremendous roar flattened all sound and thought. The courtyard began evacuating even faster, no one wanted to be within a mile of the battle that was about to begin. Too late, Kimimaro said, speaking into the void left by the roar. Naruto craned his head, looking for the source of it, but the buildings around the courtyard blocked his line of sight. It had been so loud he couldn't tell the direction. The Sanbai has already been unleashed. When you die, there will be no one who can seal it. Kushina smiled. Red and gold chakra swirled around her, melting any snow that fell close. Naruto could feel the heat of his mother's aura from several feet away, and his foot slid back. It was about to start. He tried to clear Sakura from his mind. He needed to be here, 100%. No matter how strong his mom was, it was 2 on 4. It's just one Baijuya, Kushina said. After I kill you, Minato will take care of it. She charged. For a moment Naruto lost sight of her, only seeing the wake of steaming snow thrown up in her wake. A bone-shaking collision echoed throughout the whole courtyard, and the scene resolved itself. Kushina and Kimimaro had slammed into each other in the center, toppling over a nearby tree with the violence of their impact. Kushina pushed forward, golden chains ensnaring Kimimaro as she went through the seals for a jutsu, but the Akatsuki commander pushed back, an immovable force against an irresistible object. Despite his arms and legs being wrapped in chains, he pushed, and the invincible adamantine chains shifted, unable to fully hold him back. Bones began sprouting out of him, long ones, spikes and spears and swords and plates of armor, and Kushina was forced to fall back or be skewered. The water dragon she had prepared launched from between Kushina's hands wreathed in her red and gold chakra, and Kimimaro cut through it with the glaive that his arm had transformed into. Enough force to gut a building was split in half, and the cleave jutsu continued on, slamming through the structures behind Kimimaro as the other Akatsuki members scattered. As Kimimaro inexorably pressed forward, he lifted his hand and sonic booms began to fill the air. The bones of his fingers fired out the tips at an unbelievable rate, a barrage of bone bullets that tore everything they struck to shreds. Kushina stood her ground at first, parrying in a frenzy of chain strikes that filled the air with countless ringing impacts, but she was forced back. One of the bullets made it through, skimming her leg and leaving a large cut. She started moving, rotating as Kimimaro increased his rate of fire, shredding large swathes of the courtyard and growing less and less human-looking by the second. All of this happened in a little more than a second, which was how long it took for Naruto to snap out of his shock and focus on the enemies he had a chance in hell against. He dashed forward, shocked to find there wasn't much hesitation in his movement. He didn't want to hurt Kagami, but the other two Akatsuki members were here to kill his mom. They were fair game. A clone appeared at his side, and a raise-non in his hand. The siblings split, and Kagami leapt to meet him. Bones sprouted across her body, pushing out from her skin. But instead of screaming and bleeding, she moved with incredible speed, like a real ninja. Plates of solid white snapped into place across her torso, arms, legs, and head, forming a literal skull mask. In a flash, she was armored from head to toe like an old-fashioned samurai, and a spear that had been one of her humerus was in her hands. Somehow, her bloodline limit had been fixed. She could control and restore her bones like she was supposed to. Sorry. She called again, stabbing out with the spear. Naruto spun past it and thrust his raise-non into the haft, but even his jutsu couldn't shatter Kagami's ridiculously hard bones. Could he even hurt her through all that armor? The counter-attack sent her spinning, but she was light on her feet, dancing back with a series of jabs that spaced him out. This really isn't how I wanted this to go. Then leave. Naruto shouted out, sparing a glance for the other Akatsuki members. His clone was after them, but they were doing a good job of evading it, springing around the courtyard to avoid its attacks but never getting too far from Kimimaro and Kushina. Kimimaro was ridiculous. With just a glance Naruto saw his mom slam him with her chains enough times to reduce a normal person to paste, wrapping him up and squeezing with catastrophic force after every strike, and dump another water jutsu on him. It was something similar to Sakura's flowing water blade, a stream of compressed water launched from Kushina's mouth that carved through the fountain in the center of the square with zero resistance and struck Kimimaro in the neck while he was restrained. But even that did jack shit. Blood spewed from Kimimaro's neck, but the jutsu couldn't cut through his spine, and the wound closed in the blink of an eye as he pressed forward, stomping down despite the invincible chains constricting him. His skeleton was just as tough as the adamantine chains. Bones started erupting from the ground in the wake of the stomp, forcing Kushina back as Kimimaro thrust the chains off of him. Naruto stared, trying to understand what the fuck he was seeing from a medic's perspective. Kimimaro had planted his bones beneath the ground, and now they were coming back up. Sure, yeah, bones are basically connective tissue, you can grow tissue, Naruto thought. That was the entire point of the Kagaya bloodline limit, rapidly growing and replacing all manner of body tissue. Kimimaro was probably just shooting what were basically seeds into the ground when he stomped for his unbreakable bones to grow from. But still, what the fuck? How much chakra did he have to do that so effortlessly? It was utterly insane. The courtyard rapidly filled up with spiraling towers of bone whirling out of the ground, and Naruto leapt up the nearest roof, Kagami chasing after him. To his shock, his mother didn't immediately try to escape the sudden forest of bones. She stayed on the ground, roaring and throwing more attacks at Kimimaro as he relentlessly advanced towards her with another spray of bone bullets. The Kyuubi's chakra boiled off of her so thickly it distorted the air, and Naruto saw something else he'd never seen before. A long tail of crimson chakra writhed out of his mother's back as a cloak of bubbling chakra covered her body, and then another. They whipped through the air like they had a life of their own. Kushina screamed, her voice not entirely her own, and some of the bones around her shivered, hairline fractures racing across them. Wow, Kagami said conversationally. Naruto rolled aside as she landed where he had been, her spear driving down into the roof. She ripped it out with a flourish, rotating it around her body. She looked like she was having fun. That didn't help him calm down at all. She really is a monster. I didn't think it was possible to damage Kimimura's bones. His clone still wasn't having any luck with the other assassins. Naruto licked his lips. It didn't seem like anyone was coming to help them. The forest of bones was spreading beyond them all, piercing out into the village and bringing screams with it. "Kagami," he said. "Please. Just leave. It's like you said. Rain's like all the other villages. You were right. I can't." Kagami rotated, and Naruto rotated with her. His mother and Kimimaro were fighting so furiously down below that the mall started to crumble. The force of their clashes was like an earthquake rolling out through the village and shaking the building under Naruto's feet. "It's a little thanks to you, Naruto, but I've got some sense of honor. Rain gave me a lot, more than anyone else ever did. The Omekage cured me, perfected my Shikatsumayaku. I have to repay them for that." Her eyes weren't cruel behind her skull mask. That just made what she was saying worse. "I saved your life," Naruto snarled, and Kagami nodded. "That doesn't matter to you." "I won't let my cousin kill you," Kagami said, looking genuinely apologetic. "But I won't stand in the way of his mission either. I'm sorry, that's the best I can do." At that moment, Kushina screamed. It wasn't in rage. Naruto's mom screamed a lot when she fought, always had, and he was used to her battle cries, even if the ones he'd heard today had been more genuinely furious than what she normally let out. It was a scream of pain. Naruto looked back, his blood freezing. Kushina was still struggling with Kimimaro, but the Akatsuki's commander had driven a bone sword through her stomach, cleanly impaling her. Kushina's chains were wrapped around it, keeping the blade from being driven deeper, and she was tearing at Kimimaro's body with claws of crimson chakra, raking gouges in the ribbed armor he'd surrounded his body in and tearing out great gouges of flesh from his shoulders and chest. But all the damage Kushina was doing was repairing itself as fast as she could inflict it, and Kimimaro was continuing to press forward, more blades threatening to impale Naruto's mother. His whole body was covered in them, like he was a man who'd been built from swords. In Naruto's moment of distraction, Kagami tackled him to the ground. Her body was unbelievably heavy, impossible to escape from beneath, but Naruto barely noticed. Kushina had been stabbed. His mom had been stabbed. More than that, Kimimaro had stabbed her right in the seal. Had he done that on purpose? The imprint of the seal on her stomach, which Naruto had seen a couple times, was more of an afterimage, since the actual prison for the Kyuubi was totally worked into her chakra system. But the seal had been placed there in the first place because your core was where most people's chakra systems spooled out from. It was where physical and spiritual energy was molded and combined before being distributed to the rest of the body. Short of stabbing someone in the heart or the brain, damaging someone's core was the best way to disrupt the controlled flow of their chakra, and was the least immediately lethal of the three. It came together for Naruto as he squirmed and twisted his head, seeing the two other Akatsuki members finally move in, leaping towards Kushina and dropping out of his line of sight. They were only getting involved once she was injured. Kimimaro's mission wasn't just to kill his mom, and Rain wasn't here just to hurt the hidden leaf, they were here to erase it. They were trying to unleash the Kyuubi in the middle of the village, right into the other tailed beast they'd already released. One by Juya was a disaster, but two in the same place was basically unthinkable. And with his mom gone, the person who could restrain tailed beasts the most effectively with her adamantine chains. Naruto started screaming, and Kagami pressed down on him harder. He couldn't move both his hands, it was nearly impossible just to get one under him, pressing his flat against the roof. "Careful," she said, like she was chiding him and not helping his mom's killers. "I don't wanna dash." The explosive formula spread out on the roof beneath them, and Kagami didn't have time to let go of Naruto before it went off. Naruto had made it a shaped blast, mostly directed downward, but the pressure wave still burst one of his eardrums and bruised the entire front of his body as he and Kagami plummeted into the furniture store below. As they fell, Kagami lost her grip, and Naruto made a half-dozen clones in midair. One kicked him away, sending him flying deeper into the store, and the rest landed alongside Kagami and dogpiled her with raisins and exploding pieces of furniture. As Naruto landed and rolled, he fixed his eardrum with a touch, and his hearing returned. He was still screaming, which surprised even him. Naruto didn't wait to see how his clones were handling Kagami, he just spun and sprinted for his mother, body slamming through the wall of the store and into the courtyard. Kushina was pinned down in the center of the field of bones, which Naruto could still hear spreading outside. Stakes of bone had been driven through her arms and legs, fixing her to the ground, but her adamantine chains were still fighting back, whipping through the air with deadly force. The Kyuubi's chakra burned around her with greater and greater ferocity, and a full 3 tails flared out around her body. The Baijuyu's chakra was scouring everything it touched, both strips of Kimimura's bones and Kushina's own skin were being peeled away by it, filling the air with evaporated blood and marrow. The Akatsuki siblings had taken up position on either side of Kushina, sitting in the center of a jutsu formula that had formed around them. Naruto could tell at a glance that they looked similar but had different functions. One was forming a barrier which was spreading upwards and forming a box over them all, while the other was attacking Kushina's seal. Ink snaked through the air like shrieking snakes, intertwining with Kushina's chains and dripping down ink down onto her body, while more sped along the ground, forming another circle of ink and chakra around her. It was a seal-breaking jutsu. Naruto had no idea if it was a secret jutsu or a bloodline or something, but he knew enough about jutsu shiki and fuinjutsu to know that what he was looking at was a technique made to disintegrate containment seals. Kimimaro was battling Kushina's chains, keeping them from killing either of the seal breakers with precise shots of bone bullets and manipulation of the forest of bones to shield them or intercept attacks. He glanced back as Naruto broke through the wall, expressionless. "Well, that's impressive," he said, apparently untouched despite the horrific damage Kushina had inflicted on him moments before. "Naruto." Despite the agony she must have been in, Kushina's voice was still clear and full of authority. She twisted to give him a furious look. "You have to break the barrier. There's reinforcements here. You have to let them in." The barrier was practically opaque, but Naruto could see indistinct shapes outside it. One of the shadows rushed forward and there was a thrum of energy as it was thrown back by a blast of fiery chakra. Kimimaro fully turned to face him as the adamantine chains finally began to falter, weighed down by ink and starting to break apart. The chains were unbreakable, but his mom's chakra system was falling apart, and the seal with it. His clones fighting Kagami were dying, there were only 2 left. As far as he could tell, he was alone against Kimimaro, Kagami, and both seal breakers. But he only needed to kill one of them to even up the fight. "It's pointless," Kimimaro said, raising his hand. The tips of his fingers split open, but he didn't fire immediately. "The barrier will only admit other Akatsuki members, and you will not touch Kon, Namikaze. Do not make me break my word to dash." Naruto broke into a sprint, and Kimimaro started firing. He was faster than he'd ever been before. The situation drove him as high as he could go. He had to save his mom, there wasn't another option. Naruto stayed just ahead of the spray of bullets, making clones and creating bombs as he went. The forest began filling up with explosions, dozens of clones causing havoc and hurling knives, explosives, and shuriken at the seal breakers. But Kimimaro intercepted everything. Naruto was faster than he'd ever been before, but Kimimaro was still faster. Nothing hurt him, none of the bombs could pierce his bone armor, and if the shockwaves affected him he didn't show it. Naruto had never mastered elemental ninjutsu like Sakura had. Maybe that would have helped him here. All he had was his jutsu shiki, his Raise-Non, his medical jutsu, and his clones. In any other fight, that would have been enough, but even the Raise-Non couldn't seem to hurt Kimimaro. 2 of his clones managed to get through while the man was distracted defending his comrades, and though they both smashed head-sized Raise-Non into Kimimaro's chest and hip he didn't flinch, his body counterattacked, sprouting spears of bone, and both clones died without leaving a scratch. Was he even human? In the eternity it took Naruto to cross the courtyard, leaping through his mother's flailing ink-covered chains and knowing in his heart they wouldn't hit him, the question was very real to him. The man from a near-extinct clan had brought down Kushina, brushed off multiple Raise-Nons, and grown what was probably a square mile of bones by now without showing any sign of fatigue. Everywhere Naruto looked was white and red, snow and bone, blood, and the 9 tails chakra. The tailed beast's energy had filled up the whole barrier, and Naruto could feel his skin burning like he'd spent too long in the sun. As Naruto passed his mom and bolted towards the shinobi creating the barrier, Kimimaro appeared midair in front of him with a vaguely annoyed expression. "No," he said, and then he kicked Naruto in the chest. The impact was a black flash, and Naruto was barely aware of being hit until he slammed through another store wall on the other side of the courtyard. Kimimaro wasn't as fast as his father, but it was close. He struggled to his feet, healing a fractured rib as he stood, but before he could charge again Kagami was on him, having finished off his remaining clones. He dueled her through the store and then back out into the courtyard, spear and a bone shield against his Rasengan and a chakra scalpel he'd whipped out in his left hand. Naruto had never used one in combat before, but his mind was going a million miles a minute, and he'd come to the conclusion that what he knew how to use wasn't enough here. He was out of his league. Even with another year or two of training he would still have been hopelessly out of his league. The barrier he had to destroy had many drawbacks. The person making it, Khan, couldn't fight, couldn't even move, and was stuck in the middle of it otherwise unprotected. It was obviously a huge strain, sweat was pouring down the woman's face. But despite those drawbacks it was horrendously powerful. The fact that no one had broken in yet was proof of that. Kimimaro had said it would only admit members of the Akatsuki, probably with Khan having memorized their chakra signature, a similar process to the barrier that surrounded Konoha itself, and judging by the shadows blasting it from the outside destroying it would take a crazy attack. Maybe his mother could have done it, but she was about to die courtesy of a tailed beast ripping itself out of her. The only person who could have saved him was Obito, and his Kamui wasn't working. He was about to die, and his mother was about to die, and Naruto realized that there wasn't really much he could do about it. He could have beaten Kagami, given time. A Rasengan to her jaw snapped her head back, obviously stunning and concussing her, and it bought him the moment he needed to scramble past her and rush forward again, this time towards the man breaking his mother's seal instead of the barrier's creator. But there was Kimimaro, standing in between him and his mother's life. Naruto was sure that no matter how hard and how long he struggled, he couldn't kill Kimimaro. From what he'd seen, he'd have to decapitate the man at the very least, and he had nothing that could do that. If his mother had been beaten by the Akatsuki's commander, he didn't stand a chance. And while Kimimaro was alive, he wouldn't let Naruto kill anyone else. The fight was hopeless. He started screaming again, splitting his chakra into as many clones as he could. The inside of the barrier was boiling with the fox's chakra now, so much that moving through it was like pushing through hot water. The seal was almost broken, but just one clone had to get through and slam a Rasengan into one of the other ninja. Kimimaro just had to slip up a single time. Just once. There were 126 clones. Naruto's fury and terror had summoned that many despite his injuries and exhaustion, and they went in every direction at once, tossing explosives and kunai and throwing themselves forward like living bombs, desperate to take down just one opponent. In less than 2 seconds, Kimimaro had killed every single one of them. Naruto fell to his hands and knees, panting and spitting up blood, and Kimimaro stopped in front of him, crossing his arms. Kagami came to his side without a word as Naruto collapsed, too drained for the moment to move. His mother had started to scream in pain, the demon was ripping itself out of her, and her skin was being shredded by its corrosive chakra. "I'm going to kill you," Naruto said, glaring up at Kimimaro from the ground. "No matter what. I'm never going to give up on killing you." He let his gaze wander, looking for the knife he'd thrown while his clones had been slaughtered. It had bounced off Kimimaro's armored leg and lay nearby, just a couple feet from the man. Close, but not close enough. Naruto shifted, trying to draw Kimimaro towards him as he fished into his pack for another weapon. He only had a single shuriken left, it would have to be enough. The Akatsuki's commander tilted his head, expressionless once more. The Kyuubi's energy whipped his hair around, the air was almost too hot to breathe. "Struggling towards the impossible is only a waste of time," he said. "If you survive the beast's release, I hope you'll realize that, Naruto Namikaze." Naruto tried to struggle to his feet, his legs shaking, but he was too weak. He didn't know how to win, but he couldn't accept defeat. He saw a flash of pink. He stopped breathing, unable to believe it. Sakura burst through the barrier without a sound and dropped down into the courtyard directly on top of the ninja creating it, Khan. She looked more dead than alive, pale and covered from head to toe in blood. Her entire body was studded in deep puncture wounds, even her neck, and her flowing hail blade was more red than blue. Naruto had no idea how she could be conscious with wounds like that, let alone moving, but she was. She was completely intent on the enemy in front of her, her expression blood-curdling. Naruto didn't even think she'd seen him. Kimimaro spun, alerted by a sixth sense despite Sakura's total silence, and raised his hand to shoot her out of the air. He had her dead to rights. In the same moment, Naruto flung his shuriken with all his might and made a modified rat sign with his left hand, his fingers twisting around each other like a distorted prayer. It struck the knife near Kimimiro's leg as the man's fingers burst open, and he twitched towards the sound of metal on metal. The kunai skittered right into Kimimiro's ankle, ink spraying from it. The same sixth sense that had turned him towards Sakura flung Kimimaro away from the kunai as Naruto channeled his chakra and screamed at the top of his lungs. Kai. The reverse 8 trigram seal on the knife that Naruto had stolen from Yui Tono a lifetime ago burst, and took the bottom of Kimimiro's right leg with it. The Kagaya's spray of bullets went wide, narrowly missing Sakura's head, one passed so close that it left a groove in her cheek, fresh blood joining the rest that caked her face. Without hesitating or maybe even noticing her near death, Sakura whipped the flowing hail blade out and cut Kan's head in half. The barrier collapsed. Naruto pushed himself up with all the strength left in his body, and a dozen ninja plunged into the courtyard as Kushina screamed and the Kyuubi's chakra raged out of control, 8 tails of chakra flailing in every direction and releasing burning energy up into the sky like a wildfire, tossing the reinforcing ninja away like dolls. Kimimaro and Kagami leapt to counter-attack, firing spears as the forest of bones began to sprout new trees. The Akatsuki commander's leg was already growing back, the skeleton of a foot was there. All at once, the ink snake's constricting Kushina fell limp, the Kyuubi's chakra collapsed like a fire denied oxygen, and Kimimaro and Kagami stumbled, inexplicably clumsy. The veins and muscles worming their way down Kimimiro's fresh leg froze. Naruto looked up and found Mikoto Uchiha plunging down towards the seal breaker, her teeth bared and her blade up over her head, crackling with blue flames. Blood was pouring from her left eye and coating the burned side of her face in red, but she stared unerringly down as her entire body vibrated with effort. The seal breaker stood, obviously not understanding why her jutsu had fallen apart. She twisted to face Mikoto as she unsheathed a sword of her own, desperately bringing it up in a horizontal block as she leapt back to gain some distance. Mikoto's burning blue blade passed right through the Rain Ninja's sword like a hot knife through butter and bit into the woman's shoulder, carving a straight line down to her hip and exiting in a spray of superheated blood and steam. The seal breaker collapsed backwards, the right side of her body falling away. Naruto couldn't understand how Kimimaro had simply not shot her out of the air as he had so many of Naruto's clones, but when he looked over, Kimimaro looked just as perplexed. His fingers had split open, but nothing emerged. Mikoto's main Jikyo Sharingan hadn't just suppressed the Kyuubi and the Fuinjutsu restraining his mom, it had also affected the Kagaya's bloodline. However, the moment Naruto realized had happened, Mikoto grunted and collapsed, a hand coming up as her body shuddered and blood poured from her eye. Everything exploded into motion again. Both of the Kagayas began moving at full speed, Kimimaro hurling a ball of bones that had been his wrist and fingers at Mikoto. She staggered back, and blue chakra flickered up around her as the bone bomb exploded. Ethereal ribs like nothing else Naruto had ever seen before burst into existence in front of Mikoto, deflecting most of the shrapnel. But the ribs fractured under the assault, and when Kimimaro leveled both his hands and fired a spread of bullets, they shattered completely. Mikoto was shot through the shoulder, the side, the leg, and fell with a cry of pain. Naruto roared and charged, and now he wasn't alone. Sakura came in from the other side, filling the air with sonic booms as she struck out wildly with her bloodied sword, and the reinforcing ninja crashed into the courtyard. Might Guy was at their head, his hands and legs covered in blood that wasn't his own. As the bone forest sprang to life and cut down several Konoha ninja, explosions of spines slicing through them and raising horrific screams, Guy threw himself into a flying kick with such force that the shockwave it produced blew Naruto and Sakura back a step, their attacks faltering. He slammed into Kimimaro, and Naruto saw the man's chest armor crack before he was hurled away at supersonic speed, smashing through the walls of the mall and out of sight. Kagami's head turned, following her cousin, and 6-leaf ninja slammed into her from every angle, a variety of ninjutsu and weapons blowing her off her feet. She rolled, bleeding from gaps in her armor, but managed to regain her feet and leap up and away. The reinforcements didn't immediately pursue, taking a moment to glance at Naruto and his mother. Guy threw Naruto a thumbs up, but the enthusiasm of the gesture was ruined by his grim expression. His breathing was ragged and his blood rushed under his skin so quickly his face looked like a tomato, his muscles were practically bulging through his jumpsuit. He'd opened at least 4 gates. "Well done, Naruto," he called out. "Your mother dash." The Kyuubi's chakra burst out once more, and Kushina was pushed to her feet by the force of it. Naruto spun on his mom, realizing he was still in danger. Some of the tails of chakra had vanished, but there were still 6 pushing out of Kushina's body, and her skin was boiling and tearing with the tailed beast's energy. Her eyes were wide and wild with pain, there was no recognition of him in them. "Naruto!" Sakura screamed, her voice hoarse. "Get away!" The other ninja scattered, but Naruto ran the wrong direction, directly at his mother. Mikoto dragged herself off the ground and did the same thing, staggering and using her sword to balance herself. Sakura watched, obviously terrified, as Kushina snarled at Naruto's approach, the blood-red chakra around her hand forming into claws. "Mikoto!" Naruto demanded. "Help her!" He couldn't afford to hesitate. Naruto thrust his hands directly into the Kyuubi's shroud, immediately feeling the skin on them bubble and burst under the intense heat and pressure of the fox's energy. He held back a scream and made contact with his mother's stomach, the source of the injury that had started the whole disaster. Kushina's arms wrapped around him, burning his shoulders and back, but Naruto ignored it. He just started shouting at the top of his lungs, pouring his chakra into his mother and mending the terrible wound in her core. "You're okay," he said, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Kushina stiffened, and Naruto shut his eyes and opened the floodgates, unleashing all the chakra he had left and knowing it was his only chance. "You're okay, Mom. You're okay." The wound closed, along with many of the injuries across Kushina's body as Naruto's chakra circulated through her. The Kyuubi's aura retreated as Naruto yanked his boiled arms out of it, his whole body shaking from the pain. He looked up at his mother, searching for that sign of recognition, but she wasn't looking at him. Instead, Kushina's gaze was locked on Mikoto's blood-soaked face. He could hear the battle behind him, the Kagaya and the ninja led by Guy were fighting. Sakura was still there, faltering and barely keeping her feet. But in the middle of the forest of bones, Kushina and Mikoto stayed locked on each other as Naruto watched. His mom's body started glowing, and Mikoto staggered back, collapsing and bringing her hand up to her left eye. The Kyuubi's chakra compressed, clinging closely to Kushina's body as the glow intensified. For a moment, Naruto thought it might be the adamantine chains remerging, the chakra was the same golden color. But no chains manifested, and Kushina stayed locked in place, not looking at him. "Mikoto?" Naruto asked, jerking towards her, but she raised a hand. "She's..." Sasuke's mother said. "She's fighting. The nine-tailed fox, it broke through the seal. She's..." Mikoto collapsed, bleeding heavily from her wounds in her eye, and Naruto realized that he couldn't help her. He couldn't help anyone now. He'd given his mother everything he had, and his arms were badly burned by the Kyuubi's chakra, the pain was agonizing. Sakura stumbled to his side, blood dripping down her arms and dappling the snow. "Naruto," she rasped. "Is she okay?" Naruto looked over at Sakura, unable to lift his fried arms despite how badly he wanted to hug her. "I don't know," he said, tears running down his face. Pain, relief, fear, he couldn't tell. He looked back at Kushina, at a loss for what to do. The 6 tails were still behind her, but they'd frozen as well, flickering red and golden chakra coursing up and down them. "Mom, please," he said, hoping it would reach her. "We need help." ####. Kushina had never been in a death match for the fate of her soul, and she wasn't really enjoying it. In an infinite space that wasn't physical but was nonetheless fatally real, she and the nine-tailed fox were locked in mortal combat. It wasn't really fair, she thought. Even if she won, her seal was still sundered, and her own chakra would only be able to restrain the Kyuubi for a limited time. The odds that someone could repair it in the middle of the battle were pretty bad, even for someone like Minato, so this was basically it. Her clock had wound down, either she'd win and have a couple minutes to live, or the fox would just kill her here. But dying like this would mean unleashing the tailed beast on Naruto and the rest of the village, so Kushina fought out of her mind, assailing the beast with countless spiked chains and pushing herself above and beyond the impossible. It's over, Kushina. 6 of the fox's tails were restrained, but it still thrashed with mountain-sundering strength, lashing out at her with house-sized claws and firing small bursts of Baijuutama that she could only dodge. The battle was just their chakra struggling for dominance over her body, but for the both of them it was still physically happening, the only way their respective minds could conceptualize the death match. Kushina's chains dug into the ground and pulled her across hundreds of feet of infinite terrain at a time, yanking her out of the way of certain death time and time again as she constantly attacked the Kyuubi. "Release me, and I will spare your home." "Shut up, would you?" she screamed back, trying to muzzle it with her chains. But she was hurt. She could feel the pain of her real body burned and pierced and bleeding from all the wounds Kimimaro Kagaya had given her, and they were all dragging her down and making her weaker by the second. The fox reached up and ripped the invincible chains away from its face, and Kushina was jerked forward into its reach. "I'm not letting you out, no matter what," she announced defiantly, catching a claw in a brace of chains and hurling it back. The fox snarled, a Baijuutama forming in its mouth again, an unavoidable point-blank shot that would definitely finish her off. "It's down to which one of us gives up first, you know." Kushina planted her feet, refusing to retreat and raising both her arms as she screamed out at the top of her lungs, putting every ounce of her strength into her defense as chains burst out of the ground all around her. "And it's not gonna be me." The Baijuutama screamed downwards and Kushina braced herself for annihilation, covering herself in a cage of chains. But being obliterated didn't come. Instead, a hand settled on her shoulder. The Baijuutama blew away like smoke in the wind and the fox reared back, obviously enraged. Kushina didn't have to look to know who had come to her aid. She could feel Mikato's chakra pouring over her, suppressing the Kyuubi's burning energy like cool water coursing through her veins. "Kushina," she said. "I can't hold it for long. Can you win?" "I have to," Kushina said, and Mikato's hand fell away. The cage of chains burst out and snared the fox from head to toe, driving it down and pinning it to the ground, but the beast kept thrashing and roaring, shattering links of the unbreakable chains with its anger. Mikato's chakra had already mostly faded, the burst of energy had saved Kushina from being overwhelmed, but the fox was clawing back and growing stronger by the second. But, Kushina realized, she was too. Burning orange chakra was exploding off her body, burning her core and racing along her chains, strengthening them even further. Her fatigue vanished, the pain of her real body faded. Naruto, she realized. This was Naruto's chakra. Whatever was happening in the real world, he'd gotten the barrier down, he was healing her, and more than that, pouring every erg of chakra he had into her. Their energy was completely compatible. It was like Kushina suddenly had a second body, filled with more chakra than she'd ever dreamed Naruto was capable of. "Mom, please." His voice echoed through the endless space, and the Kyuubi stiffened, buried in golden and orange energy as the adamantine chains raced over its body and pinned it down completely, muzzling, blinding, and utterly trapping it. "We need help." Kushina slammed her hands down, the fox almost completely sealed away. But before she finished the binding, she realized it was the wrong move. Sure, seal the fox, rejoin the fight. But with her energy occupied keeping the Kyuubi from breaking free, and just temporarily at that, she'd be useless against an opponent like Kimimaro Kagaya. The Akatsuki's commander was nearly invincible, and healed from what wounds he did take almost instantly. He'd pushed through her adamantine chains and skewered her despite everything she'd thrown him. Left alone to run wild, he would kill an untold number of Konoha's ninja. It was her job, as the village's Jinchuriki, to destroy enemies like him, and to use the Kyuubi's power to do it. And right now, if she wanted to save Naruto, she had to. So instead of locking the Kyuubi off, Kushina placed her hand to the tattered remains of the seal on her stomach and twisted. She opened it, and began pouring out of her gut like it was an open wound. "You fool!" The Kyuubi was muzzled, but one of its burning red eyes locked on her, the words resonating around the infinite space. The sky flickered between gold, black, and the color of blood. High in the air behind the beast, the shattered moon it had been bound to crumbled and fell, titanic pieces of stone smashing to the ground and raising up earthquakes, a visual representation of Kushina's chakra system buckling under the strain. Why hasten the inevitable? Didn't I tell you to shut up? Kushina retorted. The way things are, I'm dead anyway, you know. She leveled her finger at the fox, and the chains around 6 of its tails tightened and tugged. A ghost began to rise from them, an afterimage of the Kyuubi's life force. The beast's eye went wide as Kushina began drawing its chakra directly towards her. So before I go, you're gonna give me something to fight with. Fine then, the Kyuubi snarled. Drown in my hate. Kushina seized the ephemeral chakra with her hands and began shoveling it into the hole in her core. What she was doing was insane, basically suicide. Replacing her own depleted chakra with the fox's was certain death, and even if it worked all she'd have done was buy time. The Kyuubi's energy was infamously toxic, so she was basically pouring acid into her soul and hoping that it burned for long enough to fight Kimimaro with. As the chakra came, the Kyuubi's hatred did too. I've always been a weapon. Monster. You're not meant to be a mother, Kushina. We all know that means I have to be ready to sacrifice everything. Stupid and kind and naive. Stupid. Stupid, stupid woman. Did you think you were special? Did you think you were going to do what no one had been able to accomplish before you, conquer the Kyuubi's hatred and take its power for your own? If it was possible, someone better than you would have done it. Kushina crumbled, the boiling chakra hollowing her out. She was going to die like this, killed by her hubris and fried alive by the embodiment of malice. She didn't deserve to live, she'd always been a weapon for the village, a tool. Even Mikoto had known that fundamental truth. Her friend had been ready to betray her, and she'd accepted that. Evil dash. Vapid dash. Loathsome dash. I'm sorry for ever considering it. The crimson chakra flowing into her stopped, coming to a deadlock. It wasn't true. It wasn't true. She'd had a family, a child, even though it had endangered the village, her one meaningful rebellion against her destined role. Minato, Naruto, the one thing that had made her more than a novel bomb. As Kushina collapsed, the orange chakra covering her chains surged, pushing back against the Kyuubi's energy racing across them and into her. Kushina opened her eyes, seeing 2 places at once, her inner world, where she was struggling for her life, and the real world. She was in the middle of the forest of bones, and the barrier was gone, white snow falling down all around. Naruto and Sakura were in front of her, Mikoto on the ground. They all looked like hell. Naruto's arms were burned and bleeding all the way up the elbows. She'd done that. No, that was wrong. It was the fox that had done that. Kushina started pushing back, and in one half of her vision, the fox shifted, its eye narrowed in hatred. Is that all you've got? Kushina thought. Hatred? You think you can just burn me to death with that? You may be ancient, but you're like a little kid throwing a tantrum. She felt herself falling away, her disdain for the monster inside her evaporating. Crushed beneath its rage and malice, Kushina started to feel nothing but pity. That's what the nine-tailed fox was, under everything? Something lashing out in rage and drawing out the hatred in others? She'd been wrong, it didn't want a monopoly on hatred, it just wanted everyone to be as miserable as it. You are despised, Kushina. The fox felt the shift in her chakra, its hatred meeting her pity and love and being reduced to raw energy. You are feared. You are like me. Accept it and die. I have my son right here, and my husband is coming. He's probably already here. If I put my love up against your hatred, which would win, Kyuubi? Kushina shifted, the Kyuubi's chakra enveloped by her golden energy. Unlike you, I'm not alone. You will die alone. Wrong. I'm not dying until Minato's at my side, until I can say goodbye properly. Kushina roared with effort, without hesitation, she seized the rest of the fox's chakra and pulled it inside her. It still hurt, but now that she knew how to disarm it the pain was manageable. Naruto and Sakura staggered back, a golden glow playing across them. This is a mistake, Kushina, the fox hissed, its body withering as its chakra was stolen away. The chains tightened even further around it, completely obscuring its body and sealing its chakra. Kushina breathed out, feeling an odd peace spreading throughout her body, like the feeling of a bruise finally healing. If you win with stolen power, you have already lost. Kushina twisted the seal on her stomach shut, feeling the broken configuration slot back into incomplete pieces. She blinked, and the inner world vanished. She'd won. Mom. Naruto stammered. He was covered in cuts and burns, but as Kushina made to move forward and hug him, she stopped. Her whole body was vibrating with energy. The Kyuubi's chakra had burst from her skin, a coruscating cloak of gold and crimson energy that played across her, constantly shifting in hue as her body struggled to process the Baijuyo's energy into something that wouldn't melt her. She felt both fragile and invincible, like she was sprinting at full speed with a 200-degree fever. Kushina had an overwhelming premonition that if she tried to hug her son, she might snap him in half. Beside him, Sakura sagged, looking like she might fall over at any second. Her whole body was covered in puncture wounds, her neck had so many holes in it that Kushina was almost surprised her head was still attached. But standing next to Naruto, she still radiated danger, obviously ready to leap into action at any time. When had they both become such incredible shinobi? Naruto, Kushina said, forcing herself not to scream the words out. Even holding still was now becoming impossible. She held out a hand towards him, her arm rising so fast the air pressure ruffled both the kid's hair. I'm okay. Get Mikoto somewhere safe. I'll stop them. Naruto nodded, still stunned, and Kushina turned. She got ready to jump. She'd meant to clear the buildings in front of her, instead, she smashed right through them. She was fast. If Kushina had blinked, she would have missed it. Her body was completely overflowing with power. Even though her adamantine chains were 100% turned inward suppressing the Kyuubi, the bipolar chakra coursing through her body and across her skin was utterly insane. The village was still covered in flames and snow. In the distance, the shadow of a tailed beast loomed, an equally large creature grappling it. Around the mall, Konoha was becoming a boneyard on an unimaginable scale. Many of the ninja fighting Kimimaro and Kagami Kagaya had already died, the only two left were Guy and his student Niji, the both of them barely holding their own against the Kagaya and covered in dozens of wounds. The green beast couldn't release his most powerful techniques in the middle of the village, Kushina realized. Even though he had gone all the way up to the 6th gate, he was still hamstrung fighting Kimimaro for fear of collateral damage. 500 feet away, Kimimaro leapt towards Niji as Guy was blocked by the other Kagaya, a shout of dismay on the green beast's lips as he realized his student was about to be skewered. Niji started to spin, but a bone burst from the ground beneath his foot and impaled it, pinning him in place. He stopped, facing certain death with grim determination as he struck out, intending to land a final blow as Kimimaro pierced his heart. Kushina touched down, having taken in everything in an instant, and took a step forward. It was a step that was too long, and took her too far. In the blink of an eye, she was at Niji's side. Kushina reached out, feeling like everything was going in slow motion, and gingerly caught Kimimaro's attack. She stopped the man who had pushed through her adamantine chains dead in his tracks. The world seemed to freeze with him, all the ninja present staring at her without comprehension as the golden light she was filled with shone across them. Kimimaro dragged his unmarked face towards her, his expressionless eyes finally showing a hint of surprise. Kushina. Guy whispered, and Kushina yanked up, feeling in her heart what the result would be. She snapped the spear of bone protruding from Kimimaro's palm in half, marrow dribbling from both ends. The Akatsuki commander leapt back. Surprise had become alarm, and he and Kagami both gave themselves distance, obviously not understanding what was happening. Kushina wasn't entirely sure either, but there was an otherworldly sense of purpose filling her alongside the Kyuubi's chakra. She took a step forward, a normal one this time just to make sure she still could, and the Kagami stepped back. Guy, she said, her lungs feeling like they might explode from the effort of talking normally. Get Niji out of here. I'll make sure you can use everything. Kimimaro cocked his head, but Guy moved without question. He ripped Niji from the bone that had impaled him and sprinted away, tearing through the snow and leaving gale force winds behind him. The Kagaya's moment of hesitation passed. The moment Guy turned his back, they both leapt at Kushina, their bodies transforming into living weapons as bones burst from them and the ground. Kushina struck back. In her current state, there was no way she could use ninjutsu. She was confident in fuinjutsu, but felt in her soul that anything else would throw her off. Just regulating the Kyuubi's chakra was more than enough of a challenge. So Kushina met the Kagaya clan's unbreakable bones with her bare hands, and broke them once again. She moved like golden lightning, leveling the woman with a kick to the face that shattered her skull mask and slamming a dozen punches into Kimimura's chest, shattering ribs and leaving craters in his flesh. Blood flowed freely from the man's mouth, but he gave no sign of feeling pain. Bullets burst from his fingers and spears sang in his hands, and Kushina was cut in 3 places, her blood flowing into her cloak and tinging it a darker red. She buried the bone she had snapped off deep in Kimimura's chest, aiming for his heart, but the second the bone met his skin it was reabsorbed back into his body, his chakra breaking it down molecule by molecule. He was barely human, Kushina thought. This man who had killed her had more in common with the tailed beast inside her than any ninja. His body was like clay that his chakra could freely mold and shape at will. It was no wonder he was walking off even her bone-shattering blows without effort. If she wanted to kill him, she would have to completely destroy his brain. If he could regenerate that, there was nothing to be done. Remaining oddly at peace, she dueled both the Akatsuki members for another 3 seconds, inflicting mortal wounds and receiving further lacerations in return. That was how long it took for Guy to return. He arrived dynamically, a flying kick snapped Kimimura's neck, the shockwave blowing away the snow for 100 feet around, but as Kushina surged forward to try and take the opening the Kagaya danced back and nearly cut Guy's foot from his leg. His bone sword bit into the man's ankle before Guy could draw it back, and Kimimaro slipped out of Kushina's grasp as their battle continued. The 7th gate was open. Kushina had never seen it in person, but she knew enough by reputation to recognize the signs. Guy's body was vibrating as violently as hers, and sweat was flowing so freely and evaporating from the heat of his skin so quickly that it was bursting into a blue aura around him. "Ready!" Guy screamed, blood flecking his teeth, and Kushina roared and slammed her fists into the ground, making 12 hand seals on the way down. She hadn't named the jutsu yet. It was similar to the one that had been her downfall just minutes ago, a 4-point fuinjutsu that sealed a large target area, a square with 200-foot sides. Kushina had envisioned it as a way of unleashing the Kyuubi on someone without endangering anyone else, in a way that was similar to what was happening. Normally, Kushina didn't accept her husband's suggestions for naming jutsu. But the one he'd pitched when she'd explained the new technique seemed appropriate now. The whirlpool-style, critical heaven-binding unbreakable death god barrier burst out, sealing all 4 ninja in a square of golden light, blocking out the snow and, most critically, isolating the battle. Kushina roared out with everything she had. "Go!" Guy leapt back and threw his hands out, fingers locked in an odd configuration as both the Kagaya converged on him, trying to kill the weaker target. His aura burst forward, the air pressure of his fists exploded outward, the roaring face of a tiger leaping forward and consuming both his enemies. Hirudora! The attack blew both of the Kagaya away, and Kushina watched as the ultimate expression of taijutsu slammed into the ninja with enough power to level a town. The shockwave expanded, but Kushina crossed her arms and dug in and it slammed over her without uprooting her. Guy's raw strength, unfettered by any concern for collateral damage, swept through the barrier and destroyed everything in its path. He reduced thousands of square feet of Konoha, which had already been ravaged by the bones emerging from the earth, to dust. The blast pressed against the barrier, and rather than fight it Kushina released the top of the square. The aftershock of the Hirudora burst from the roof of the barrier and rocketed off into the sky, blowing away the thick clouds that had hung over the village from the start of the assault. With a single strike, Might Guy banished winter from Konoha. He staggered back, blood gushing down his front, even when facing down something so unbelievable. Kimimaro had struck out and scored a deep cut across Guy's chest. His face was contorted in agony, and Kushina stepped to his side, knowing better than to touch him. He had torn his muscles to shreds with the force of his own attack. "I'll finish them," she said, and then before the shockwave had finished rebounding off the barrier she leapt forward as Guy collapsed on his back behind her, an exhausted grin spreading across his face. The Kagaya were ricocheting around the barrier like pinballs, slamming from wall to wall with the leftover force of the Hirudora. Kushina intercepted Kagami in the air. She was slower than Kimimaro, which meant she needed to go first. The woman's eyes went wide behind her shattered skull mask as she saw Kushina coming, but there was nothing she could do. Kushina smashed into her in midair, crushing them both into the side of the barrier and then rocketing them downwards like a meteor into the ground. The unthinkable force would have reduced a normal person to pulp, but Kagami was still in one piece when they hit the ground, scrambling as bones sprouted from her spine to pierce Kushina's chest. So Kushina slammed her foot down on Kagami's back, firmly took hold of the Kagaya's left arm with both hands, and with a roar of effort tore it off. Kagami froze, and then let out a shriek of pain, more bones sprouting and forcing Kushina off of her. But the bones were coming slower now. She didn't have infinite chakra like Kimimaro seemed to, and blood ran freely from her missing arm, her regeneration not instantly kicking in. It seemed that losing a whole limb had at least temporarily overcome her healing abilities. Kushina leveled a building-breaking kick into the woman's side, and she flew the length of the barrier, slamming into the other golden wall and flopping to the ground with a distant thud. For the moment, she wasn't moving. Kimimaro came out of nowhere, and Kushina barely avoided being stabbed through the head. The Kagaya had become a full-blown monster. Despite the point-blank Hirudora shattering many of his limbs and reducing one of his eyes to jelly, the Akatsuki's commander came ever on, forcing Kushina back step by step with relentless attacks. He had grown multiple spines that flailed like whips from his back, a grotesque imitation of her adamantine chains. His fingers had become long swords of bone that were covered in saw teeth and spun like drills. He spat his own teeth in shotgun blasts, tearing up the ground and piercing Kushina in countless places, and constantly regrew them like a shark. Her golden chakra flickered more and more wildly, and Kushina could feel it in her gut. The Kyuubi's chakra was getting less balanced the longer the fight went on. The invincible strength she'd felt in the beginning was fading. Unless she took the initiative and won, now, the monster that looked like a man would defeat her again and move on to the rest of the village. On to Naruto. She roared with the fox's voice and rushed forward, uncaring of the bones that slammed into her. They struggled to pierce her chakra cloak, her new resolve having reinforced it one last time. Kushina leapt up onto Kimimaro, her feet digging into his shoulders as she wrapped one hand around his neck and dug the other into his eye socket, gripping his skull and squeezing with all her might. He screamed back, his first sound of pain, and stabbed up at her, his swords lacerating her arms and his spinal whips scoring her in a dozen places. Bones burst from his shoulders, stabbing into her feet, but Kushina just grit her teeth and pulled, pouring every ounce of strength she had into this one, final attack. Her cloak was more red than gold now. Her blood had colored even more of it, and the Kyuubi's chakra began breaking down, returning to its hateful burning state. "Just give up, would you?" she screamed, and then she ripped Kimimiro's head off. The sudden release sent her flying away, and Kushina crashed to the ground some distance from Kimimiro's body, cradling his head in her hands. Most of his spinal cord had followed it, having grown extra vertebrae to try and lock it in place. As Kushina watched, disgusted, nerves and veins began to wriggle off of the spine, a new body rapidly forming below the decapitated head. Kimimaro was still watching her, his remaining eye alive and full of malice. Kushina looked down at it, overcome by horror despite herself at what she was seeing. "I give my life," the head mouthed, "for the revolution." With a spasm of revulsion, Kushina crushed Kimimiro's head between her hands, reducing his skull to jelly and splattering brain matter across the dust. She panted, the last flickers of golden chakra flickering across her body, and wondered why her body was still screaming warnings at her despite the fight being over. When she looked up, she barely had time to roll out of the way as Kimimiro's headless body thundered past her, a trail of bone spikes exploding out of the ground where she'd just been. Kushina couldn't help herself, she started laughing, a perfectly sane and definitely appropriate reaction. Kimimiro's headless body pursued her, and Kushina scrambled away, unable to believe what she was seeing. Did the man have another brain? However, slowly but surely, Kimimiro's body began to slow down. Kushina rolled, dodged, and dove, too exhausted to counter-attack but just barely fast enough to get out of the way as the body pursued her, flinging boomerang ribs, slicing with swords, and firing yet more bullets from its fingers, and gradually the attacks became easier to dodge. After about 15 seconds of desperate dodging, Kimimiro's hands fell slack. The body stood stock still, not moving but not falling either, and Kushina stared at it, half expecting it to grow another head. It fell to its knees with a heavy crash, and blood began running from every pore, coating everything in red. Like an avalanche, the Kagaya's corpse toppled forward, landing chest down and lying still as an impossible amount of blood and marrow poured out of it and left it lying in a lake of its own fluids. Kushina kept laughing, too tired now to move herself, and flopped on her back. She stared up at the sky as the barrier dissolved. It was all blue, not a cloud to be seen. There were still distant sounds of battle, but everything seemed muted and quiet, even her own heartbeat. Her eyes started to slip closed. The last of Kyuubi's chakra flickered away, and now it was just her and her shattered chakra system struggling to contain the greatest tailed beast. It was like trying to hold up the sky, but Kushina did it anyway. Holding down the beast and keeping it from bursting out became the whole world, and Kushina fully closed her eyes. She shut out everything else, taking long, deep breaths and holding out as long as she could. Even Minato probably can't fix this, she thought. I mean, it's fucked, you know? But I'll hold on. I did my job. I earned it. I'll hold on long enough to say goodbye. She lay like that, focusing on nothing but not being torn apart for an indefinable amount of time, until eventually a voice startled her and forced her eyes open. Don't you think it's a shame for a woman like you to have such a grim look on her face? Kushina dragged one eye open. Jiraiya stood above her, arms crossed with a dour look. He sat down at her side, crossing his legs beneath him, and leaned forward and stroked his beard. Kushina tried to speak, but she choked instead. Even the effort of keeping her eye open was dragging energy away from fighting the Kyuubi, and so she closed it once more, leaving her in muted darkness. She had no idea where Minato's master had come from, and could barely care. Everything else in existence was a footnote compared to the battle being fought inside her. Well, that's a fine mess, she heard Jiraiya say, as if from an incomprehensible distance. Just keep holding on, would you? I'll see what I can do. Check the description for the links to the author.